Chapter 2175. Inside the consciousness space, Xianxia still could not come out of the strange cycle. The Buddhist sects Kasyapa Buddha and the Blue Dragon Bloodline's blood-soaked Dragon Emperor all abandoned the demonic path and returned to the righteous path. Just as Xianxia felt at a loss, Gu Yuhan's group of 4 slowly approached the god-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. It looked like they would need less than 10 seconds to charge up. Sovereign Emperor. Xianxia closed his eyes and entered deep thought, thinking about which bridge to choose. It really is spiritual rain. Why is there spiritual rain on the god-conferring platform? Xianxia had already seen the might of divine energy long ago. As they slowly approached, it looked like they were going to merge. However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. The situation changed drastically. A sharp light soared into the clouds on the god-conferring platform, piercing through the sky. An aura suddenly burst out, shocking the surroundings, unprecedented in the past and present. What's going on? Xianxia did not want to be an ancient demonic sovereign or a powerful divine sovereign. He only wanted to be himself. Xianxia already saw the future of the divine bridge and the demonic bridge. If he chose either, the benefits of the 7 azure lamps would not diminish. Suddenly, Xianxia felt horror in his heart. There seemed to be an unknown plot on this god-conferring platform. If Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng had not been careless and could not condense divine energy on this god-conferring platform, Xianxia would not have defeated them so miserably. Xianxia's position changed. 2 ancient, burning azure lamps blocked his way in all directions. However, Xianxia had not woken up yet. The scarier thing was that Gu Yuhan's group of 4 had been condensing divine energy as they climbed. How condensed was the spiritual rain contained within the rainwater? However, such a choice did not remain in Xianxia's memory. Perhaps it was erased. If one did not make a choice, one would not be able to reach the other side. No matter which direction one took, 2 bridges would appear. 1 divine bridge and 1 demonic bridge. The moment the 4 attacked, Mu Zifeng's expression changed. He knew that he was in trouble. With Xianxia's experience, he could easily tell that anyone who blocked these 4 killing moves would die unless a sovereign emperor made a move. Gu Yuhan felt stupefied. Although Xianxia was domineering earlier, everything was within Gu Yuhan's control and expectations. The disciples of the various factions were overjoyed. The spiritual rain falling from the sky was even purer than the origin liquid. There was no third option. It wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate together, but that they couldn't. Ling Yu. Perhaps it was not without reason that the sky-bridging peak was broken into 3 pieces by the Black Dragon King. The 2 bridges in front of him were formed by sensing the demonic energy and spiritual energy in his body. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, whose heart had been hanging in suspense, began to laugh wildly, feeling incomparably pleased with himself. In the illusory space, Xianxia opened his eyes and made his choice. Ha 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 ha. In the end, Gu Fei won this bet. Mu Zifeng, remember, you owe me a wish. I hope you can accept your defeat. A figure suddenly stood up. With a flip of his hand, the wind and clouds changed color. Instantly, the killing moves of the 4 experts crumbled and crumbled in the blink of an eye. Xianxia could only rely on himself to resolve the problem before him. Back then, he could not find the answer to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's question. Furthermore, now that Xianxia's cultivation had fallen from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage, he would definitely die. In the past few years, Xianxia had purposely given up on cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Amid thunder and lightning, strong winds blew, and torrential rain poured endlessly. In just a few breaths, Xianxia's cultivation plummeted like a flood, incredibly fast. Before the 4 could sigh, the remaining palm lights shattered their internal organs, leaving thousands of holes in their bodies. Then they fell off the sky-bridging peak. However, when Xianxia looked back, nothing changed. Only by making a choice could one see where the other shore was. If it were someone else, perhaps only 1 bridge would appear before them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 divine bridges appeared because of Xianxia. Long ago, Xianxia learned that one could not cultivate the righteous Tao and demonic Tao cultivation techniques at the same time in the martial epoch. As Xianxia looked at the 2 ancient bridges in front, he sat down cross-legged and formed hand seals. Immediately, the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy in his body flowed out continuously. If he had to choose one path to obtain the benefits of the 7 azure lamps, then he would not mind giving up on it. Back in the real world, on the god-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. After entering this god-conferring platform, Xianxia did not say anything about turning his head back. He would not run into such a problem. Xianxia searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did indeed cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique. Could there be only one bridge left before him? If the veritable essence energy in Xianxia's body could reach the state of primal chaos, yin and yang, perfectly merging. Right, let's do that. However, why must I separate myself? Inside his consciousness space, Xianxia scattered his spiritual energy and veritable essence energy as fast as he could. The 2 ancient bridges in front had already started flickering endlessly. On the heaven-bridging peak, many cultivators were drenched by the rain. When the rain seeped into their skin, they discovered that their cultivation had increased slightly. The 4 of them condensed divine essence along the way. At this moment, the moment they attacked, the terrifying aura instantly severed the thunderclouds, and the entire heaven-span peak started trembling. Boom! A single thought from a fiend god. This fall was even worse than Chu Feng's and Bai Yunfei's. Whether or not he could survive was up to fate. Xianxia was overjoyed. As expected, it was like this. Good. Mu Zifeng snorted coldly and ignored Xianxia. He only looked at Xianxia, feeling confused. He still could not understand. Gu Yuhan said coldly, determination flashing in his eyes. Although he said that he was turning back, he was actually running away. How could running away solve the problem? The figure who stood up gently waved his hand. When his palm was facing the sky and his back was facing the sky, he pushed out his palm. Facing the howling wind and torrential rain, the few of them took large strides. Just as they were about to step onto the conferred god stage, they leaped up and attacked simultaneously. Divine energy that was purer and denser than Gu Yuhan's and the others surged out. As the Buddhists say, repent and you will be saved. Oh no! Now the 4, who were only a few steps away from the conferred god stage, did not dare to move rashly. Gu Yuhan's expression changed slightly. As he looked at the spiritual rain in his hand, he showed a strange expression in deep thought. What is this Xianxia up to? Shock flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he turned around. There were actually 2 bridges behind him as well. One divine bridge and one demonic bridge. That is possible. Perhaps he sensed that the 4 below are coming and knows that he will die for sure. So, he might as well take a gamble. Even if he did not want to, he had to choose. What cultivation did these people have? They were heaven-defying sovereign personages at the very least. When the spiritual rain entered their bodies, it actually increased their cultivation. With this thought, Xianxia's eyes lit up. His thoughts immediately cleared up. Xianxia did not get overly anxious. He continued to think calmly, thinking of a way to resolve this. Be it the ancient demonic sovereign under the blood moon on the other side of the demonic bridge or the powerful deity sovereign under the bright moon on the other side of the divine bridge, they were all himself. Mu Yunzhu glanced at the conferred god stage a few steps away. Then he said, Senior brother, this fellow's cultivation has fallen to late-stage sovereign personage. What move are you making? To think that I cannot understand it. Mu Yunzhu and the other 2 gaped at each other, unable to figure it out, as well. Even if Xianxia had been at his peak, he would not have had any chance of victory against these 4 killing moves, which were formed entirely from divine energy. At best, he would have been hanging on by a thread. Strange. Even if Xianxia found Xianxia's memories of this problem, it would not be of much help. Quickly absorb it. Ha ha ha. This is even purer than origin liquid. It really is the immortal spiritual rain. Suddenly, a large amount of veritable essence energy flowed out of Xianxia's body, looking pure and dense. Wind blew, thunder roared, clouds moved, and rain fell. Soon, the spiritual energy that Xianxia gave off turned into a heavy downpour. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it poured down with a crashing sound. Be it in the future or in the past, I will only choose to be myself. No one can determine my future. As long as Xianxia's spiritual energy, veritable essence energy, and demonic qi veritable essence energy reach a balance, he will be able to merge his veritable essence energy into one. We can't wait any longer. No matter what tricks he plays, we just need to suppress him with strength. This is origin energy. It looked like this made sense. They might have faced a similar situation before. With a thought, a god-demon could either become a god or a demon. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods, including Mu Zifeng, could not understand either. Let's do it then. Now that Xiao Chen made up his mind, he no longer hesitated, turning to leave. There were many god monarchs and demonic lords in the world. However, there was only one Xiao Chen. However, the price is too high. Even jumping off the god-conferred platform would be better than this. Furthermore, look. He still has not opened his eyes. This means that he is still refining the Paramitha energy of the azure lamp. After living for so long, I can't even understand the actions of a junior. It was not that some people had not cultivated the Paramitha energy. However, in the end, they were forced to give up on one of them. Whoosh. Cultivation is not easy to come by. Who knows how many resources he exhausted and how much time he had to spend to reach his current cultivation. Why did he scatter it just like that? Gu Fei, who was laughing maniacally outside the trial tower, was stupefied. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chen actually became a sovereign emperor, instantly turning the situation around. Is it possible that he is brewing some kind of secret technique? I know that some secret techniques will cause one's cultivation to drop when executed. The primal chaos veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body could no longer reach its initial state of balancing yin and yang, merging them into one. Now that Xiao Chen suddenly released his origin energy, he could not understand. Xiao Chen executed a horrifying killing move at the same time, instantly drowning out Xiao Chen. Gu Fei smiled and said, I think you are overthinking. Perhaps you are just stupid? The Paramitha energy is not that easy to refine. If you are not careful, you might end up damaging your brain. Don't you think so, Mu Zifeng? Who would scatter the veritable essence energy that they had cultivated so painstakingly? How many years would it take to condense it? Chapter 2176. Sovereign Emperor. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. On the god-conferring platform, Xiao Chen's aura and the surging divine energy in his palm proved that Xiao Chen was already a bona fide divine vein realm sovereign emperor. First, Xiao Chen's cultivation dropped significantly, falling from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage. Then, he jumped 2 grades, directly advancing to sovereign emperor. Many people felt stupefied. Xiao Chen's advancement felt like a dream. Even false emperors could not advance to sovereign emperor in a short time. How could the bottleneck between sovereign personage and sovereign emperor be so easy to break? The Cloud Sea realm had 3 major stages: Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. After passing Sovereign Personage, one would break through the limits of humans and start cultivating the divine. The bottleneck between Sovereign Personage and Sovereign Emperor was from human to divine. Even the peak geniuses of the faux god world needed 1 year to comprehend before they could break through. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, the Profound Heaven Holy Sun, Chu Chaoyun, and the others who had already left the faux god world, had to cultivate for 1 or 2 years before they broke through their bottlenecks. However, someone like Xiao Chen, who instantly broke through the bottleneck of a sovereign emperor, was one of a kind. 1 moment ago, Xiao Chen was still a late-stage sovereign personage. In the next, he became a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, defeating Gu Yuhan and the others with a wave of his hand. Then, he soared into the sky from the god-conferring platform. He actually became a sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan's voice trembled as he spoke in a daze. Zhang Yushan was not the only one. All the disciples of the various factions on the heaven-bridging peak were shocked. Everyone had only one goal in the faux god world: to become a sovereign emperor as soon as possible and return to the Great Thousand Realms to show off their might. However, for most people, becoming a sovereign emperor in 10 years was an extravagant hope. Even though the faux god world's environment and fortuitous encounters were much better than the outside worlds, it was still somewhat difficult to become a sovereign emperor in 10 years. Those who could become sovereign emperors within 10 years would be heavily nurtured by their sects and factions. They would hold high positions, and their futures would be limitless. In the past, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had told Xiao Chen this. No matter how talented one was, if one could not become a sovereign emperor, everything would be meaningless. At the trial tower, Mu Zifeng looked at Gu Fei and said, "Brother Gu, it looks like I won this bet in the end." Gu Fei's expression was gloomy as he shouted, "I can still afford to lose, don't worry." Then, he left in a hurry. He looked anxious as he flew towards Real God Hall. Everyone knew that Xiao Chen wanted to see the Holy Lord and do his best to protect Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju's lives. These two were outstanding talents. Their strength was clear for all to see. The profound Heaven Holy Land had spent a lot of resources on these two. Dying like this would be a huge loss. The many foe gods sighed softly. No one had expected things to end like this. In the end, the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen monopolized the greatest benefit of the god-conferring platform. There were many obstacles along the way. Gu Yuhan, Chu Feng, and the others did their best to monopolize it. In the end, all their efforts ended in vain. Back then, if Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei had agreed to Xiao Chen to form their own azure lamps and absorb the Paramitha energy, the result might have been different. However, there were no ifs in this world. Xiao Chen absorbed 7 azure lamps, breaking the shackles of godhood and becoming a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor. Did Xiao Chen really absorb only 7 azure lamps? Only Xiao Chen knew the answer. He did not absorb 7 azure lamps but a total of 14. When the divine demon bridges merged into one, the Paramitha lamps did not merge. There were 7 on each side, for a total of 14. The instant Xiao Chen refined the energy of the 14 Paramitha lamps, he felt his cultivation soar. This was the first time in his life that he experienced the carefree feeling of soaring into the sky, advancing rapidly. It was truly a carefree feeling. Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chen tightly clenched his right fist. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light as confidence welled up in him. Xiao Chen had waited for this moment for a very long time, for many years. He had not wasted his 7 years in the faux god world. Many outstanding talents ended up as sovereign personages. Since they could not become sovereign emperors, they could only waste their lives and die in sorrow. Xiao Chen finally cleared the hurdle of becoming a sovereign emperor. After glancing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chen shouted, "Where are the Heavenly Alliance disciples? Xiao Chen will open the way for you. Aside from my Heavenly Alliance disciples, no one else is allowed to enter the god-conferring platform." What? Damn it! What is this Xiao Chen trying to do? Why can't we go up? Because he is a sovereign emperor. If you are not convinced, just look at what happened to Gu Yuhan and the others. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen is a sovereign emperor. Let's go. Let's see who dares to stop us now. Immediately, some people rejoiced while others grieved. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance disciples rejoiced. Along the way in paradise, the Heavenly Alliance disciples had been bullied and humiliated. The heaven-bridging peak had also been ostracized by the other factions. The Heavenly Alliance disciples had always been at the bottom of the heaven-bridging peak. Mu Zifeng, this disciple of yours is really arrogant. Once he gained the upper hand, he immediately became arrogant. Humph! Why doesn't he think about how pitiful he was before he came? He was even wrapped in a bedsheet to deceive others. How shameless! I thought that he was some big shot. He is only a... When the other faux god powerhouses saw this scene, their expressions naturally turned unsightly. What did this mean? Xiao Chen directly chased their disciples off the god-conferring platform. All of them felt enraged. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Everyone is right. This Xiao Chen is really undisciplined when doing things. He is simply shameless. I'll teach him a lesson later." However, Mu Zifeng felt incredibly pleased in his heart as he laughed loudly. Indeed, this Xiao Chen did not make a mistake. This was what Xiao Chen needed to do. Even when he stood in a high position, he did not forget his status. What a bunch of fellows. Previously, when the Heavenly Alliance disciples were ostracized, he did not say a word. Serves you right for having such a day. Naturally, Xiao Chen had to thank the Heavenly Alliance for his accomplishments today. He was doing this to return the favor. Hence, he did not find anything wrong with it. After looking down the mountain, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he went to a corner of the god-conferring platform. Then, he suddenly attacked, using his own strength to block all the divine might there. Boom! Immediately, Xiao Chen forcefully opened up a fast passage on the heaven-bridging peak, which was filled with divine might. Naturally, only the Heavenly Alliance disciples could use this passage. Soon, the stronger Heavenly Alliance disciples, Wu Meng, Gongzi Lan, and Mou, climbed up the god-conferring platform one after another. They showed somewhat complicated expressions, feeling very grateful. "Congratulations, Xiao Chen. You are too polite. When the Heavenly Alliance's people arrived at the summit through the fast passage, Xianxia smiled faintly and stopped. I'll leave the rest to the three of you to maintain order. I'm going down the mountain. Wu Meng nodded. There were many Heavenly Alliance disciples, so there had to be an order. The three also understood the rules, so they easily took on this task. Whoosh! Xianxia gently leaped up and directly jumped down from the summit. As Gongzilan looked at Xianxia's back, he sighed. Back then, he was defeated by me. In the blink of an eye. He already left me far behind. Mou said after some thought. Xianxia has a sense of toughness, sharpness, and pride. However, he is low-key and dependable, matching the air of the faux god world. It is simply tailor-made for him. It is not strange for him to surpass us. The three withdrew their gazes and looked at the god-conferring platform. Wu Meng said after some thought. The three of us should be able to condense an azure lamp each. Being able to obtain such a harvest is already an opportunity. Right. If not for Xianxia, not to mention one Paramitha lamp, we might not even be able to reach the god-conferring platform. The three sighed in their hearts. Compared to the other superfactions, even with the alloy battle armor, the Heavenly Alliance disciples were still slightly weaker. Indeed, they had to thank Xianxia for their current opportunity. However, there was a reason why Xianxia was in such a rush to leave. In the burial ground, Yuanzhen chanted scriptures, purifying the dead. A Buddhist light shone on his body as he walked among the corpses. He looked like a Buddha in the world, inspiring awe and veneration. I found it. Yuanzhen suddenly rejoiced. Then, he saw a pile of corpses turn into fireflies and scatter after being purified, revealing a dust-covered, ancient key. However, just as Yuanzhen was about to collect it, a strong aura descended from the sky. The Buddhist light that Yuanzhen originally gave off was forcibly suppressed into his body. The strong aura forced Yuanzhen to take a few steps back before he could stand stably. The ethereal Immortal Palace key? Monk Yuanzhen, why are you looking for this? Xianxia, who descended from the sky, grabbed the key. Then, he raised his eyebrows as he looked at Yuanzhen. Chapter 2177. An Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. Xianxia also had one, which the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. According to rumor, there were a total of 7 Ethereal Immortal Palace Keys. If one gathered all of them, one could open the Ethereal Immortal Palace and take out the Transcendent Grade Soul Tool, the Wings of Time. This Wings of Time had a great origin. It was the only Transcendent Grade Soul Tool in the world. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor relied on this Wings of Time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. However, the world did not have much interest in the Ethereal Immortal Palace, as the 7 Ethereal Immortal Palace Keys were scattered throughout the Great Thousand Realms. The most important one, the Inheritance Key, had been lost for a long time, its whereabouts unknown. More importantly, no one knew where the Ethereal Immortal Palace was. Even if one found the key, it would be useless. Hence, Xianxia felt very curious. Why did Yuanzhen give up on the opportunity on the god-conferring platform? Why did Yuanzhen come to this burial ground to search for the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key? The instant Yuanzhen saw Xianxia appear, he showed an extremely stunned expression. The combination of his bald head and his shocked face looked very interesting. After stabilizing his emotions, Yuanzhen smiled and said, I was wondering who it was. It turns out that Benefactor Xiao was joking with this monk. Congratulations! Being able to obtain the opportunity of 7 azure lamps is unprecedented in paradise. After you become a sovereign emperor and leave this faux god world, your name will shake the world. Why are you looking for the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key? When Yuanzhen saw that Xianxia did not budge, he continued to pursue the matter. After some thought, he said, everyone has their own secrets. Although this monk is a monk, I am no exception. Benefactor Xiao, please stop asking. Xianxia entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, that's fine. I won't make things difficult for you then. As Xianxia spoke, he tried to put the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key into his storage ring. Yuanzhen immediately panicked. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to stop Xianxia. Benefactor Xiao, this monk found this after much difficulty. Don't do this. Xianxia toyed with the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key for a while. Then he smiled and said, it belongs to whoever looks for it first? You are a monk. There is no need to be so unreasonable. Since it's in my hands, it naturally belongs to me. What's wrong with putting it into my own storage ring? Yuan Zhen frowned heavily. Then he said sullenly, Benefactor Xiao, we have some friendship, right? Let's not talk about the matter of the ice-fire wasteland. Let's talk about today. If this monk didn't withdraw today, I'm afraid you wouldn't have obtained such a great fortune, right? When Xiao Chen heard this, he immediately found it funny. This monk had almost cheated him of his ice-fire lotus platform in the ice-fire wasteland, yet he still had the nerve to mention it. As for today, if you don't fight for it, what has it got to do with me? Xiao Chen said softly, let's not talk about this. Tell me, why are you looking for the ethereal immortal palace key? If you tell me, I can give it to you. Yuan Zhan revealed a troubled expression. He said, I cannot tell Benefactor Xiao about this now. Xiao Chen didn't make things difficult for him and said, then I'll keep it for you for now. When you can tell the truth, I'll give it to you. Ignoring Yuan Zhen, Xiao Chen leaped into the air. His figure gradually grew weaker and eventually vanished from paradise. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the trial tower. He immediately noticed many gazes on him. The faux god powerhouses of the 5 superfactions looked at Xiao Chen with somewhat unsightly expressions. Xiao Chen, come over here. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and waved at Xiao Chen. Greetings, Lord Mu. Xiao Chen landed and performed a cupped fist salute. Mu Zifeng carefully sized up Xiao Chen. Then he nodded and said with a smile, not bad. Your performance this time is pretty good. Among the rewards, I'll think about what to give you after we leave the faux god world. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Xiao Chen had to leave the faux god world. This trip to the faux god world came to a perfect conclusion. Xiao Chen would appear in the Great Thousand Realms as a member of the Heavenly Alliance for a long time. Thank you, Lord Mu. How much longer can I remain in the faux god world? 3 days. Xiao Chen thought to himself. With only 3 days remaining, he felt somewhat reluctant to leave now. The environment of the faux god world was similar to the Great Desolate Aeon, very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen had stayed here for 7 years. However, it felt like less than 1 year had passed in the outside world. This felt rather wondrous. Mu Zifeng said, there are still 3 days. You should deal with your matters first. I'll take you away after 3 days. All right. I'll take my leave first then. Wait up. Just at this moment, a voice containing great might rang out. The one who spoke was a Bushan Palace old man. This old man wore hemp robes and looked like an immortal. He showed a dignified expression without showing any anger. He gave off a blazing aura, looking like an inextinguishable sun. No one dared to look at him directly. Senior Jean. When Mu Zifeng saw the old man, his heart sank. He did not dare to be slow. However, Xiao Chen did not understand what was going on. This Senior Jean should be a Bushan Palace expert with the Golden Crow bloodline. However, he did not know why Senior Jean stopped him. It seemed like this person did not come with good intentions. The faux god powerhouses of the other factions showed suspicious expressions, guessing what was going on. This should be snatching Xiao Chen away. Senior Jean looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, someone previously told this old man that you once had a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City. Mu Zifeng felt nervous when he heard that. This was blatantly snatching Xiao Chen away. However, Xiao Chen's dragon race bloodline was real, so he could not say anything about it. Mu Zifeng's thoughts raced as he said softly, Senior Jean, Xiao Chen did indeed have a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City, which is why he left the Divine Dragon Empire. Right now, he is a free person in the Heavenly Alliance, able to come and go as he pleases. My Heavenly Alliance does not interfere with the internal conflicts of the other factions. Senior. Rest assured. Senior Jean smiled and said, Little Feng, you are treating Xiao Chen like an outsider by saying that. No matter what, Xiao Chen is a Divine Dragon Empire person. He just suffered some grievances. I have a pretty good relationship with Ancestor Dragon City's old fogies. Xiao Chen, if you have any grievances, tell me. I can still help. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. The third palace master was right. If one did not become a sovereign emperor, one was nothing. Back then, if Xiao Chen had been a sovereign emperor, there would not have been any problems with that matter in the Divine Dragon Empire. Now that Xiao Chen had become a sovereign emperor, the powerhouses of Bushan Palace would be willing to step forward and resolve the matter. Reality was really interesting. However, the grudge between Xiao Chen and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor was not as simple as Senior Jean thought. Xiao Chen believed that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor would give Senior Jean face. However, the dragon race also had its own faction in Bushan Palace. If Xiao Chen did not become a dragon emperor, he would just be asking for trouble by remaining in Bushan Palace. Xiao Chen said straightforwardly, "Thank you for Senior's kind intentions. It is just a small matter. This junior will deal with it himself." Xiao Chen could tell that Senior Jean held a high position among the faux god powerhouses. Xiao Chen's words had humiliated this senior powerhouse. It would not be easy to face him in the future. In that case, take it as me saying too much. Senior Jean remained expressionless as he quietly withdrew, not saying anything more. Senior Jean was a senior, a powerhouse of Bushan Palace, much more important than Xiao Chen. Clearly, it was impossible for Senior Jean to persuade Xiao Chen. However, Mu Zifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Xiao Chen, you can withdraw first." Faux gods surrounded Xiao Chen, making him feel uncomfortable. Fearing that someone would call him again, he quickly left. Just after Xiao Chen left, the profound Heaven Holy Land's Gu Fei returned from the True God Palace. As he watched Xiao Chen leave, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Damn it! If I were still here earlier, I would have smacked that fellow to death." When Gu Fei met the Holy Lord earlier, Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan were severely injured. Although they managed to survive, it was hard to say whether they could become sovereign emperors in the future. Gu Fei felt stifled in his heart, feeling very uncomfortable. Paradise's trial was more or less over. Xiao Chen had obtained the greatest benefits. 1 Thundercliff tree and 7 Paramitha lamps. The remaining benefits on the God-conferring platform had to be shared with a group of people. There was nothing more to see. The faux god powerhouses of the 5 superfactions shook their heads and sighed as they left one after another. Back in the burial ground, Yuan Zhen played with the skulls of the dead, feeling very depressed. "Screw you!" Yuan Zhen flew into a rage and tossed the skulls in his hand. He did not look like a monk but more like a hooligan, appearing very ruffian. He had found the ethereal Immortal Palace key after much difficulty, but Xiao Chen snatched it away. This truly angered Yuan Zhen. Furthermore, this fellow had become a sovereign emperor. Even if Yuan Zhen wanted to make a move, he could not. After venting his frustration, Yuan Zhen stood up and looked at the vast sea of corpses. Then he said softly, "I really cannot remain in this run-down place. I have to become a sovereign emperor as well." "Huh." Yuan Zhen sighed. He felt helpless when he met Xiao Chen. Chapter 2178. After leaving the trial tower, Xiao Chen immediately headed for Fiend Cloud Hall. Lu Benwei showed a faint smile. He had been waiting for a long time already. When he saw Xiao Chen arrive, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "How do you feel about soaring up and becoming a sovereign emperor?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying seriously, "At first, I was very excited. When I looked at the entire paradise, I could clearly feel how insignificant the others were. However, after I left paradise and saw a group of faux god powerhouses, I no longer felt anything." Ha 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 ha. Lu Benwei could not help guffawing when he heard that. Xiao Chen's answer was rather interesting. However, when he thought about it, he found that to be true. This was the faux god world. The faux gods that one could not meet in the Great Thousand Realms were all gathered here. No matter what kind of accomplishments one had, one would not be able to feel proud. Xiao Chen spoke honestly. The instant he advanced to sovereign emperor on the god-conferring platform, he had felt hot-bloodedness surge in his body. It was like he had gained a new life. Gu Yuhan and the other 3, who were originally strong opponents, were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Only when one truly became a sovereign emperor would one understand the difference between a false emperor and a true sovereign emperor. After leaving paradise, the group of faux gods looked around. This was especially so for Senior Jean, who held a high seniority. Hence, they did not have any other thoughts. Now that Xiao Chen arrived at Fiend Cloud Hall, his mental state had completely calmed down. Xiao Chen thought about how many obstacles he had faced on his path to becoming a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm. He had experienced too much and could already remain calm when facing anything. I'm here to say goodbye, first senior brother. Xiaochen looked at Lu Benwei. After thinking for a while he said, first senior brother. Lu Benwei appeared slightly stunned. Then he asked softly, what did you call me? First senior brother. Although I did not become senior fiendish saber's disciple, we have been together for 5 years. Although we are not master and disciple in name, our relationship has already surpassed that of ordinary master and disciple. Whether senior fiendish saber recognizes me as his disciple or not, he is my master in my heart. In 3 days, he would be leaving the faux god world. There were some things that he would not have the chance to say if he did not say them now. Lu Benwei was quite pleased in his heart. He patted Xiaochen's shoulder and said, it's good that you have the heart. I have always treated you as my junior brother. Come, follow me to see master. He should see you. Yes. It was as Lu Benwei said. This time, fiendish saber Shimu did not avoid Xiaochen. Thump. When Xiaochen saw Shimu seated above, he immediately knelt without saying anything. This junior Xiaochen will be leaving this faux god world soon. I will never forget senior fiendish saber's various favors. Not to mention how much guidance he had given to Xiaochen in the past 5 years. Just the life-saving grace a few days ago was enough for Xiaochen to kneel. Towards this eccentric senior, Xiaochen's heart had always been filled with awe and respect. This was especially so after Xiaochen learned that Shimu came from a noble clan of swordsmen but chose the saber Dao. Shimu's expression was clearly stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered and said coldly, I'm not your master or your parents. What is there to kneel for? Whoosh! Right after Shimu spoke, he lifted Xiaochen up with a palm strike, not letting him continue kneeling. Lu Benwei smiled and said, Master, I have worked hard for you. In this trial of true God paradise, I managed to do my best. Xiaochen was in the limelight this time, occupying 7 lamps on the God-conferring platform. This was unprecedented. Many faux gods were stunned. This time, I am here to say goodbye to you. Shimu retorted with a serious expression. What work? If I go out wrapped in a bedsheet, who knows how many people will laugh at me? I'm leaving? Shimu spoke halfway when he suddenly thought of something. He revealed a melancholic expression and turned to leave. Before he left, he said, stay in Fiend Cloud Hall for the next 3 days. Don't go anywhere else. Xiaochen found this somewhat strange. He still had some friends in the faux god world. It did not seem appropriate for him to stay in Fiend Cloud Hall for the last 3 days. Xiaochen could not help glancing at Lu Benwei, hoping that the other party would say something. Who knew? Lu Benwei smiled and said, Xiaochen, just stay here. If you want to meet anyone, I'll bring them over. Since Lu Benwei already said that, Xiaochen could not rebut, so he nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while. Then, Lu Benwei imparted many of his Sovereign Emperor cultivation experiences to Xiaochen. Sovereign Emperor was just a title, not a realm. The true realm was the Divine Vein Realm. However, everyone had always referred to it as Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Now the two meant the same thing. After transcending mortality, there were 3 major realms: Veritable Personage, Primal Core, and Cloud Sea. Each realm had 3 stages. At the Cloud Sea realm, there were Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. However, be it Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, or Sovereign Personage, they were all in the Cloud Sea realm. Above the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein realm. Above the Divine Vein realm was the Supreme Faux God realm. After crossing the Cloud Sea realm, one would be considered to have broken through the limits of cultivation. When one reached the Divine Vein realm, one would start cultivating the soul. The physical body was ordinary. There were 12 meridians, 12 tendons, and so on, forming the major cycle and minor cycle. The meridians ran through the entire body. Veritable essence energy and spiritual energy flowed through the meridians, forming the foundation of cultivation. However, after crossing the Cloud Sea realm and transcending mortality and entering Sage realm, the physical body would undergo a rebirth. It would become an extraordinary body, the Golden Emperor body. When cultivating now, one had to open divine veins. When one opened all 9 divine veins, one would reach great perfection in the Golden Emperor body. One would have an undying body. This undying body could be reborn from just a drop of blood. Even if one's physical body was destroyed, one could reform it with just a drop of blood. Such an opportunity was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That was why sovereign emperors were so horrifying. After reaching the divine vein realm, we can no longer be called humans? Lu Benwei asked seriously to Xiao Chen. However, we are not gods. Divine vein realm sovereign emperors are existences that exist between gods and humans. At first, Xiao Chen felt that these words sounded strange. How could anyone say that they were not human? However, after thinking about it carefully, how could anyone be reborn from just a drop of blood? How could one survive even after their head and heart were chopped off? There is a total of 9 stages in the sovereign emperor realm. One divine vein is one stage. With every additional divine vein, the divine energy one can condense and the comprehension of the Tao will deepen significantly. If one gathers all 9 divine veins, one can be called a demigod. Such a person can be called a god just short of igniting the divine flame. In reality, one could only be called a faux god. However, in this martial epoch, faux god was already the peak. It would not be wrong to call one a god. Lu Benwei continued. After reaching the sovereign emperor realm, one has to forget all the cultivation techniques one cultivated in the past. Divine energy is not something that one can easily drive and refine using one's cultivation techniques. Divine vein realm cultivation techniques are extremely rare. However, now that you are in the Heavenly Alliance, you will not lack them. Xiao Chen listened quietly, not interrupting. Occasionally, he would make note of his doubts in his heart. After Lu Benwei finished, Xiao Chen voiced the questions in his heart, and Lu Benwei answered them one by one. This conversation lasted for a long time before Xiao Chen returned to his residence in Fiend Cloud Palace. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation can no longer help me cultivate. However, I have the 10,000 Dragons Art, so I do not need to seek help from the Heavenly Alliance. The 10,000 Dragons Art was a cultivation technique of the dragon race that had been passed down since the Great Desolate Aeon. After many epochs, it had been continuously improved. Starting today, I will formally cultivate the 10,000 Dragons Art. I have to quickly condense a divine vein. Although Xiao Chen was already a sovereign emperor, he had not opened a divine vein yet. According to Lu Benwei, he was only an early-stage sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen had already converted all his veritable essence energy into divine energy. He was no longer like a false emperor, who needed to condense divine energy before he could use it. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sensed his body. The 9-star primal core in his dantian had already shattered, turning into a golden sea. There seemed to be a heart beating strongly under the sea. A vast life force poured into Xiao Chen's body. Divine Energy Sea. The golden divine energy turned into a vast sea. When his consciousness entered, Xiao Chen stood in it. As Xiao Chen walked on the sea, ripples appeared. Immediately, dignified Buddhist chants and ethereal immortal music appeared. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared with the ripples. However, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. When he looked up, he saw a vast sea above him. However, that sea was pitch black like ink. The black sea was filled with a tyrannical will to consume. With a thought, the world turned upside down. The place where Xiao Chen's consciousness stood turned into a pitch-black divine energy sea. When he looked up, he saw a golden divine energy sea. At the god-conferring platform, Xiao Chen had chosen the primal chaos divine bridge. Now that he was a sovereign emperor, he actually had 2 divine energy seas. This resolved Xiao Chen's worries. In the future, even if he cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique, as long as he did not want to, no one would be able to see his black divine energy sea. The 2 divine energy seas were one and also not one. Xiao Chen could not understand the mysteries behind them. Immortal and Buddha dual cultivation, divine and demonic as one. Xiao Chen did not know what the future would be like. After all, this was a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 2179. Master. Time passed slowly. At some point in time, a soft, cold snort came from the vast fiend mountain. Since you are not willing to say more, I will not ask. In any case, you only need to remember that you are now a formal member of the Heavenly Alliance. Although our Heavenly Alliance is not as strong as the other factions, we will not fear trouble. Many people in the faux god world were paying attention to him. Even if he knew who it was, it would be useless. Back at Xiao Chen's residence, he showed a grave expression as he rushed back. His heart pounded heavily, unable to suppress his excitement. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not forgive him, returning the bow. The interesting thing was that Lu Benwei called Zhang Yushan and the other two over to send off Xiao Chen. Lu Benwei did not mind. He smiled faintly and said, "You are too polite. Take care. With Lord Mu taking care of you, there should not be any problems along the way." 4 hours later, the image of a dragon formed by divine energy burst out of the sea. It roared proudly in all directions, and a dragon roar rang out. However, fiendish saber Shimu did not give Xiao Chen a chance to explain. He shouted coldly and sheathed his saber. The waves scattered, and space returned to normal. That dragon image left in a fluster, feeling like it had been granted amnesty. Scram! Xiao Chen calmed his emotions and continued to circulate the 10,000 dragons art unhurriedly. The two chatted for a while. Then, Lu Benwei arrived late to send off Xiao Chen. Zhang Yushan felt incredibly frustrated. These two junior brothers are as stupid as dogs, touching my sore spot. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, Lord Mu." After the assassination attempt failed in the Icefire Wasteland, those people still did not give up. If not for Fiend Cloud Hall, I would have died several times over the past few years. A resplendent saber light flashed above Fiend Cloud Hall. This saber light disappeared in a flash. The saber light was too fast. Even a regular sovereign emperor would not be able to see it clearly. If one was weaker, they might not even see it. Immediately, light and shadows appeared on Xiao Chen's body. Dragon might spread out, looking solid. Xiao Chen turned back to take one last look at the Holy Domain's divine capital. He could vaguely sense that someone was watching him. If it were a regular cultivation technique, even Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder divine incantation, refining divine energy would be difficult. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Mu Zifeng asked with some surprise. Clearly, he had some understanding of Shi Mu's reputation. Only today did he suddenly realize that there was such a hidden danger. For the past 5 years, he could have lost his life at any moment. Although this Xiao Chen is not my disciple, he has, after all, stayed in this Demon Cloud Hall for 5 years. "Benwei, I have something to tell you." A silhouette dashed out with a terrifying aura that caused time and space to freeze. "I am 500,000 kilometers away from Fiend Cloud Palace." A miserable shriek rang out. After a long time, Lu Benwei suddenly appeared. Then he said softly, "It is as you guessed. There are indeed foe gods receiving them from behind. They are golden dragon race experts with horrifying strength." Lu Benwei nodded and listened attentively. Damn it! Everyone saw a golden dragon image vanish. In the next moment, the owner of that figure was covered in shattered bones. Only a boundless scarlet light flew in all directions. "Goodbye. I'll have to trouble you all to take care of Senior Shimu in the future. Big Brother Lu, thank you for taking care of me for the past few years." Xiao Chen had not expected the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to have such a relationship with this Lord Mu. This was the first time Xiao Chen used his divine energy to form a dragon roar. Now, his dragon might had an additional divine nature. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Xiao Chen recited the 10,000 dragons art and slowly circulated his energy. Ripples appeared on his divine energy sea, and waves slowly rose and fell. So he is protecting me. No wonder. This senior fiendish saber wants me to stay in Fiend Cloud Palace for the last 3 days. Unexpectedly, you have been staying in Fiend Cloud Palace for the past few years. This Shimu is famous for his strange temper. It is incredible that you can stay here even though you are not his disciple. When that dragon image scattered, fiendish saber Shimu's face quickly aged, turning back into that of an old man. "I have to make a trip to the Blue Dragon Ancient City as soon as possible." Xiao Chen lamented the danger of his situation. Without any trump cards in hand, he did not feel safe at all. When he went out to check, he would still be in the dark, not knowing anything. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. 3 days later, Mu Zifeng arrived at Fiend Cloud Palace, preparing to bring Xiao Chen back to the Heavenly Alliance. However, this 10,000 dragons art only managed to condense one dragon image after 4 hours. The progress was simply too slow. This was a grudge between Xiao Chen and the Golden Dragon bloodline. He did not want to drag the Heavenly Alliance into it, not wanting to create too much trouble. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After thinking for a while, He did not say anything. If Xiao Chen were strong enough and followed that line of sight, he would discover a mask on that figure's face. However, based on the three's unwilling expressions, it was clear that they had to give Lu Benwei face and could not rebut. Shimu smiled coldly and said, "How is this seeking trouble? This is taking his life. This fellow is about to leave. That group of people will definitely be driven to desperate measures. If we turn a blind eye, we will be taking a risk." Scram! According to the records in the secret manual, one could only truly grasp the basics of this cultivation technique after one condensed a 10,000 dragons picture above one's divine energy sea. If not for cultivating the 10,000 dragons art and sharpening his senses, Shimu would not have been able to catch that faint light. It looks like little brother Xiao Chen has indeed offended some incredible people in the dragon race. However, Master's action this time shows Master's attitude. At the very least, no one will seek trouble for Xiao Chen for some time. This way, Shimu and Shimu were much closer. "Brother Xiao Chen, take care. I wish you a bright future in the Heavenly Alliance." Shimu braced himself and said some polite words. Going to a foe god's dojo to hide was disrespectful. Any foe god would get angry. Xiao Chen could only go to the Blue Dragon ancient city. Only there could he have a trump card to protect himself. All right. There is no need to be so polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and I are old acquaintances. Back then we risked our lives together. Unfortunately, he made his own choice. Otherwise, he would not be much weaker than me. You are his disciple. Although he did not ask me to take care of you, there is no need to be so distant. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and waved his hand. A bright light flashed in Mu Zifeng's eyes. He was very meticulous, figuring out some other meaning from Lu Benwei's words. Cultivating immortal and Buddha together, divine and demonic as one. This was Xiao Chen's martial Dao. Come then. Come with me to the Heavenly Alliance to officially confirm your identity. Humph! Shimu snarled. You are really seeking death. If it were in the past, I would definitely charge my way to Bushan Palace to seek an explanation for bullying me like this. This farewell meant that Xiao Chen would be leaving the foe god world for good. He did not know when he would return. Senior Fiendish Saber, spare me. This was especially so for Zhang Yushan. He felt somewhat unnatural when he saw Xiao Chen. The junior brother at the side found it strange and asked, Senior brother, why do you keep touching your face? The swelling has already subsided. There is no need to be afraid. 10,000 dragons art, soaring dragons dancing, playing with the sea and clouds, diving, flying, or hiding in the depths. It encompasses all the dragons in the world, using the 10,000 dragons to soar and return to the origin, condensing the ancestor dragon's origin. The saber light recovered, and the air rippled. In an instant, it radiated for thousands of kilometers. Space seemed to surge like waves. As they surged, saber intent spread to every corner of space. After leaving Fiendish Cloud Hall, Mu Zifeng asked, Xiao Chen, did you encounter anything in the foe god world? When Xiao Chen thought about it, he found it somewhat terrifying. Life in the foe god world was rather peaceful and dull. In the past few years, Xiao Chen had been immersed in bitter cultivation, comprehending the Saber Dao domain. He could not afford to be distracted, nor did he think that he would run into any danger in Fiendish Cloud Hall. Xiao Chen gave Lu Benwei a meaningful look. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. Plop! Plop! This 10,000 dragons art was not easy to cultivate. Xiao Chen had read through any cultivation technique in the past once or twice, and he could circulate it as he pleased. He would be able to operate it freely and control it as he pleased. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then, he used the 10,000 dragons art to drive the divine energy sea. The surface of the sea immediately rippled. Miserable shrieks that came from the depths of Xiao Chen's soul rang out. All the fleeing scarlet light was destroyed. No wonder Big Brother Lu often cultivated outside my room in the past 5 years, nearly always by my side. They saw a handsome, demon-like young man holding a long saber in his hand. However, now that so many people were present, he could not afford to flare up. He could only follow Lu Benwei and send off Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen follows me, nothing will happen. Why did Lu Benwei purposely say all that nonsense? The remaining scarlet light condensed into a golden dragon image. At this moment, that golden light was incredibly weak, looking very miserable. It turned out that this handsome fiendish youth was fiendish saber Shimu. Shimu said coldly, "In the past 5 years, you have been wandering around my fiendish cloud peak many times. I treated you as if you did not exist. Did you really think that I did not see you?" Whoosh. Chapter 2180. The Boundless Starry Heavens, the Boundless Universe. A supercontinent floated in the sky. From a distance, it looked like it was made of 7 golden shards. This supercontinent looked boundlessly vast in the starry heavens, flickering with golden light. The thousands of stars in the surroundings looked like lanterns dotting its surroundings. This was a true supercontinent. Even the stars looked incredibly insignificant before it, like the light of a firefly. What was even more exaggerated was that there seemed to be people using cauldrons to refine stars, using the flames of the stars to forge secret treasures. Occasionally, huge fireballs flickered like meteors on this vast supercontinent. One might think that they were really meteors, but in reality, they were just sparks shot out by blacksmiths during forging. At first glance, the enormous artifact cauldrons were like mountains that stood tall and straight, unending and rising and falling indeterminately. If one had good eyesight, one would be able to count a total of 9,800 cauldrons. These cauldrons lined up on this supercontinent, looking like a coiled ancient dragon. The flames in the cauldrons flickered like day and night alternating. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg on this supercontinent. There were also boundless herb fields and medicine cauldrons belonging to alchemists in the herb fields. Aside from refining alchemy and refining blacksmiths, which were the 2 industries most closely related to cultivators, there were also many other industries. On this supercontinent, everything related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, everything related to business, could be seen. You could see a grand scene that would make you gasp in amazement. Various major trades intersected with each other, densely packed like ants occupying this supercontinent. However, everything was orderly, busy, but not chaotic. It was like an invisible hand was controlling everything. This was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Even though Xiao Chen had seen it from afar before, he still felt incredibly shocked when he saw it again on Mu Zifeng's alloy warship. The alloy warship flew over the Heavenly Alliance's supercontinent, heading for the center. Along the way, the many sceneries that Xiao Chen saw left a deep impression on him. Given the alloy warship's startling speed, they flew for half a day before arriving at the center of this supercontinent. There was a sea of clouds there. The floating white clouds looked solid. Many buildings stood on the white clouds, looking very strange. Heaven outside. Xiao Chen followed Mu Zifeng down and arrived above the white clouds. Soon, he saw a towering mountain gate with the ancient words, "Heaven outside," written on it. After you enter this gate, you will enter the core of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Come, I'll bring you in. Mu Zifeng led Xiao Chen in, feeling familiar with the place. Along the way, Mu Zifeng performed a cupped fist salute, not daring to ask. Now, the Heaven Alliance is a very complicated organization, and its internal power is in a mess. However, to put it simply, we, the Heavenly Alliance members, exist to protect the interests of the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. You should know that the Heavenly Alliance members exist in the 1,000 Great Realms. As long as there are cultivators, there will be merchant associations controlled by the Heavenly Alliance. However, as long as there are benefits, there will be disputes. We are responsible for resolving disputes. As Mu Zifeng walked, he explained the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure to Xiao Chen. These were things one needed to know to join the Heavenly Alliance. As Heavenly Alliance members, we have nothing to do with those merchant associations. As Mu Zifeng walked, he explained the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure to Xiao Chen. However, you have to remember that the Heavenly Alliance is the Heavenly Alliance, and the merchant associations are the merchant associations. Now, we are members of the Heavenly Alliance and have nothing to do with those merchant associations. Even Mu Zifeng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. However, he did not say anything about it. It was more or less the same as what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Empress said. Even Mu Zifeng had to make this clear to Xiao Chen. As for you, I believe that you are about the same as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. You will not have too many thoughts about authority. In fact, you might not even be able to stay in the Heavenly Alliance for long. In that case, you have even less to worry about. Mu Zifeng seemed to be speaking casually. Xiao Chen did not comment, but he did not object. You want to use the Heavenly Alliance's resources to advance your own martial Dao. There are many cultivators like you in the Heavenly Alliance, so you don't have to think too much. The Heavenly Alliance will not give you resources for nothing, nor will it let you work for nothing. Everyone is mutually beneficial. Using each other? Mu Zifeng did not say it out loud. Instead, he changed it to mutually beneficial. Xiao Chen remained indifferent, not paying much attention to this. In the end, this was a super faction established by the merchant associations. Compared to a sect, the Heavenly Alliance lacked a spiritual inheritance, making it hard to integrate. What do I need to do in the Heavenly Alliance? Xiao Chen asked. He saw many people coming and going in heaven outside of heaven. However, they came and went in a hurry, not conversing much with each other, appearing somewhat cold. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "The Heavenly Alliance has endless problems to deal with. You are new here, so you will have to work harder. Take out your Heavenly Alliance medallion." As promised, Xiao Chen took out the medallion. The back of the medallion showed a vast snowy scene with an indistinct 8-petal plum blossom in the snowy scene. Only one petal lit up. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and extended his hand. Then, another petal lit up. After lighting up one petal, you are considered a probationary member. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, you are a formal member and can light up too. In the Heavenly Alliance, you are considered the lowest ranked member. Before you light up 3 petal, you can only remain in heaven outside of heaven, unable to go anywhere. Mu Zifeng's next words made Xiao Chen's expression change slightly in confusion. How do I light up 3 petal? Contribution. You have to work for the Heavenly Alliance and deal with the Heavenly Alliance's problems. The amount of contribution you obtain depends on the size of the problem. After lighting up 3 petal, you can go in and out freely. However, you still cannot leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Only after lighting up 4 petal are you truly free. At that time, you can choose to remain in the Heavenly Alliance or leave. Mu Zifeng said after some thought. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered the Heavenly Alliance with me. After he lit up 4 petal, he chose to leave, becoming an 8-vein Sovereign Emperor. I chose to stay, so you can see that I am now a Core Doyen, a 7-petal Plum Blossom, a 9-vein Sovereign Emperor, a half-god. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Mu Zifeng's words were a hint to Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen chose to stay and continue climbing the ranks to enter the Heavenly Alliance's core, he would gain even greater benefits. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor chose to leave. Now, he was only an 8-vein Sovereign Emperor. However, Xiao Chen was already a 9-vein Sovereign Emperor, a half-god. The two chatted as they walked. Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of the members who lit up only 2 petal. They did not have much authority in the Heavenly Alliance, only duties. This place had a strict hierarchy and strict order. The higher-ranked members had overwhelming privileges over the lower-ranked members. This was a form of motivation for the Heavenly Alliance's members to work hard to deal with the Heavenly Alliance's problems and raise their status. As for contribution, it was similar to the sect's mission hall. However, in the Heavenly Alliance, one did not have much authority to refuse or choose. The 2-petal members could not even choose their own missions. The Heavenly Alliance had to make arrangements for them. No matter what the mission was, one did not have the authority to refuse. If one completed it, one would be rewarded. If one failed, one would be punished, losing contribution points. As Xiao Chen spoke, he suddenly felt the divine energy sea in his body stir for some reason. Xiao Chen's divine energy sea surged, and his entire body felt indescribably carefree. A great temptation drew him. This is... Xiao Chen muttered as he looked at a towering mountain in front. The temptation came from this mountain. To think that there was a mountain above the cloud sea. This was a spiritual mountain that contained divinity. The higher one went, the stronger the divinity. One could even see faint divine light overflowing from the shining mountain. At the peak of the mountain, the divine light was so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. This is the Heavenly Divine Mountain. The Heavenly Alliance gathered boundless resources to build this divine mountain. There are boundless benefits for a divine vein realm sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. However, you can only stay at the foot of the mountain now and cannot climb it. Mu Zifeng explained softly. After arriving at the foot of the divine mountain, Mu Zifeng got someone to arrange a residence for Xiao Chen. Then he said, You can stay here first. You can walk around more when you have time. There are no forbidden lands in this heaven beyond heaven. I'll take my leave first. Lord Mu, take care. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at his residence. Then he nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. Young Master Xiao, do you have any instructions? As Mu Zifeng had personally brought Xiao Chen over, the old man responsible for the handover did not dare to slight him. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, No. All right, I'll go and arrange for servants for young Master Xiao. If you have any instructions in the future, you can come and look for this old man at any time. The gray-clad old man performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Arranging for servants is probably a form of monitoring. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. The Heavenly Alliance is colder than I thought. However, this is understandable. They are not related. How can it be that easy to obtain resources? After entering the residence, Xiao Chen wandered around. This place was much better than his residence in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Aside from the necessities for cultivation, there were all sorts of facilities. This was simply a noble residence. There was even a spirit beast pavilion with all sorts of spirit beasts. After Xiao Chen wandered around, the old man's servants arrived at the entrance of the residence. The leader was a pretty maidservant. Many male and female servants followed behind her, all of them kneeling respectfully. These servants even had all sorts of items placed on top of their heads. Young Master, this servant Bao will be responsible for young Master's daily life in the Heavenly Alliance. What is your name? This servant is Bao. The pretty maidservant replied softly, feeling somewhat bashful. When Xiao Chen heard that, he became somewhat distracted. Bao. Long ago, he had a maidservant called Bao as well. After that, he did not have another maidservant. This was truly a distant memory. Young Master? Bao asked, finding it strange when she saw Xiao Chen in a daze. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said softly, I am older than you. Just call me Big Brother Xiao. There is no need to address me as Master. All right, Big Brother Xiao. If there are any areas of this residence that require improvement, I'll get the servants to design them for you. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, There's no need. Let them in first. They just have to help me tidy up. All right. As the group of servants entered in a single file, Xiao Chen looked around, trying to find the eyes and ears of the Heavenly Alliance. However, after thinking about it, he chose to give up. So what if he found them? If he kept his guard up, he might end up attracting more attention. At that time, he would be even more problematic. Chapter 2181. Under Bao Er's arrangements, the group quickly cleaned up the residence. To Xiao Chen, the residence was already very clean. However, after this cleaning, it actually looked brighter. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it looked brand new. The flowers and grass were trimmed, the walls and doors were repainted, and incense lamps were lit in the room. Wherever one went, one could smell a fresh fragrance, making one feel refreshed. Xiao Chen sighed. Having servants and not having servants were indeed two different living environments. Big Brother Xiao, I have cleaned up the entire residence for you. This herb field has not been developed yet. If you have natural treasures or other spirit herbs, you can replant them here or go to a shop to buy the seeds you need. There are apothecary disciples among the servants who specialize in this. There will also be professionals taking care of those spirit beasts. I guarantee that they will not suffer any losses. Bao bowed slightly and asked, Is Big Brother Xiao satisfied? When Xiao Chen heard that, he entered deep thought. He could put the herb field aside for now. After all, he was not an alchemist. He did not cultivate cultivation techniques that required natural treasures. However, he could think about the spirit beasts first. Xiao Chen had not had the time to take care of the demon blood vulture, basically letting it roam. With professionals taking care of it, it should be better. Who is in charge of rearing the spirit beasts? Xiao Chen asked, and an old man immediately appeared. He knelt before Xiao Chen and said, Little Master, this old servant is in charge of the spirit beasts. Just call me Elder Lu. Master, what instructions do you have? Whoosh! A flash of red light appeared, and the demon blood vulture appeared on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Its wings were scarlet, glistening, and exceptionally beautiful. Do you recognize this bird? Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he answered, This is a demon blood vulture. Rumor has it that it lives in the ash-gray sea, one of the 7 great forbidden seas. Its race is isolated from the rest of the world and hard to capture. It feeds on demonic nature and can consume any demonic nature in the world, growing infinitely. If one can activate its bloodline and feed its spirit blood fruits, it might even be able to recover its ancestral blood and become a great desolate and ferocious beast, the blood phoenix. Master, this demon blood vulture is incredible. Its eyes are golden. It must have an extremely noble bloodline in the demon blood vulture race. What's even rarer is that his bloodline seems to have mutated. There's a very good chance that he'll become a blood phoenix. Hee, of course. My father is the blood vulture king. How can my bloodline not be noble? This old man has good eyesight. I can let him serve me. The demon blood vulture's cocky voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Ignoring it, Xiao Chen sized up the old man and was surprised. He really knew a lot. There were many things that he had never heard of before. However, he still had to continue experimenting. Then, do you know how to nurture the demon blood vulture? Senior Lu smiled and said, this old servant grew up in the beast-taming abode. I spent all my time raising 9,000 kinds of spirit beasts and demonic pets in the world. Although I have never raised a demon blood vulture before, I still know the method. At the side, Bauer said softly, Big brother Xiao, this Uncle Lu is a treasure. Xiao Chen once nurtured an underworld ghost bird into a 9-vein sovereign emperor mutated beast. He was one of the top beast tamers in the Heavenly Alliance. If it wasn't for Lord Mu's order, he wouldn't have come with me. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said softly, my eyesight is poor. I could not tell that Senior Lu was so capable. Sorry for the disrespect. No one in the Heavenly Alliance can be underestimated. What about you? Xiao Chen turned his head to look at Bao and asked her, changing the topic. Bao expression did not change. She smiled mischievously and said, how can I be capable? I'm just a maid who helps Big Brother Xiao dress and make his bed, serve tea, and pour water. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not pursue the matter. He continued, Senior Lu, tell me how to raise this demon blood vulture. Senior Lu nodded and said, that will depend on how much resources Master gives me. If there are enough resources, I will definitely feed it demonic spirit fruits every day and bring it to the blood prison once every half a month. Then, I will go to the Spirit Beast Palace to exchange for cultivation techniques and martial techniques for demonic pets. This will also depend on how Master raises it. You can raise it in all aspects or focus on one attribute, like speed, killing intent, or devouring. The demon blood vulture is a rather well-rounded demonic pet. You can raise it however you want. It will depend on Master's preferences. Xiao Chen thought for a while. This Senior Lu is really knowledgeable. He asked in his heart, Demon blood vulture, are you willing to follow me? Hee. I'm already drooling. The answer went without saying. Xiao Chen said, from today on, you will be in charge of raising the demon blood vulture. Don't be stingy with resources. May I ask, what is the currency used for transactions in the Heavenly Alliance? Bao replied softly, any currency in the Heavenly Alliance will do. After all, we are doing business. Spirit jades, primeval heavenly pills, origin liquid, and divine crystals will do. However, we usually use origin liquid. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the primeval heavenly pills in his storage ring and the 10,000-year-old herb kings he obtained in paradise and handed them to Bao. Help me exchange them for origin liquid. From today on, you will be in charge of all the expenses in the residence. The amount that Xiao Chen took out was a huge sum, especially the 10,000-year-old herb kings. Originally, Xiao Chen intended to use these herb kings for himself. However, there was no point in using them after refining the Thundercliff tree. When Bao received all this, she did not feel shocked at all. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Even the servants of the Heavenly Alliance are servants who have seen the world. Big brother Xiao, thank you for your trust. I will help young master settle this matter within half a day. After Bao counted the items, she agreed without hesitation. In that case, you all can withdraw first. I need to rest for a while. All right. After the group took their leave, Xiao Chen went to a medicinal spring in the residence alone. The spring water surged, and spiritual energy spread everywhere. This was a medicinal spring that the Heavenly Alliance's alchemists specially refined for sovereign emperors. After soaking in it, one could eliminate fatigue, nourish one's mind, and remove hidden injuries. If one spent some origin liquid, one could add in medicinal pills to aid one's cultivation. The warm spring water made Xianxia feel exceptionally comfortable as he soaked in it. After he closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsy. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, cultivators basically did not need to sleep. In fact, they found it very difficult to sleep. If one wanted to rest, one only needed to enter a meditative state. However, falling asleep would be somewhat difficult. Many people even found it impossible to fall asleep. Their spiritual sense would remain somewhat awake. However, in reality, sleep was the best nourishment for sovereign emperors. It was even beneficial to cultivation. There should be spirit herbs for calming the mind in the medicinal spring. Otherwise it would not be so effective. Xianxia did not reject this drowsiness, so he fell asleep. When he woke up, Xianxia felt refreshed and full of energy. He looked around and discovered that Bao was already standing across from him, holding a white towel in her hand. Mist wafted out. When looking at Bao, who was not far away, he felt like he was looking at flowers in the mist, a hazy yet intense sense of beauty. Splash! Splash! Bao stood up and splashed the spring water. Then she walked over and wiped down Xianxia's body, then helped him put on his clothes. Xianxia did not want to stand out in the Heavenly Alliance. Furthermore, he had nothing else on his mind, so he did not avoid these things and did not refuse. Bao found this somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were many scars on Xianxia's body. They were not as clean as his delicate facial features. Some of the scars even layered over each other. The crisscrossing scars all over his body looked somewhat sinister and scary. When Bao finished helping Xianxia put on his clothes, she still felt somewhat unsettled. How long was I asleep? Big brother Xiao happened to have slept for a night. I have already completed the task that you instructed me to do yesterday. I exchanged for a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. I gave old Lu half, and the rest is with me. Does young master need it? Not for now. Keep it for me first. Xianxia still had 25 tons of origin liquid on him. That was sufficient for regular cultivation. However, he had not opened his first divine vein yet, so he did not need so much origin liquid. All right. After hesitating for a while, Bao said, Young master had best not cultivate for now. You can continue resting. When the Heavenly Alliance's missions come, you might not have time to rest. I'll listen to you. Hence, aside from occasionally cultivating, Xianxia spent the rest of his time wandering around the residence. The residence was very large. There were several places that Xianxia had not explored. Now was an opportunity. Only 2 days passed peacefully. Then, Xianxia's first mission in the Heavenly Alliance arrived. A black-clad administrator hovered above Xianxia's residence and said, Heavenly Alliance 2-petal member Xianxia, heed my orders. A local sect elder in the Ink Sea cluster is advancing to Sovereign Emperor, threatening the Merchant Association's interests. I order you to go and deal with this problem for the Alliance within 10 days. Otherwise, you will fail the mission, and you will be severely punished. Whoosh! A jade strip fell. Xianxia stretched out his hand and caught the jade strip. Then, he placed it on his forehead and checked it, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. Big brother Xiao, should I get old Lu to call the demon blood vulture over? Bao asked. There's no need. The demon blood vulture is in the early stages of nurturing and is not suited for battle. Help me take care of the residents. Xianxia's figure flashed, and he followed the administrator to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. Chapter 2182. The Constellation Zone referred to the Constellation Zone. In the Great Thousand Worlds, there was a sea of stars at the center of many star fields, and then they were named after the sea. For example, the Grave Sea cluster that Xianxia once stayed in. The various cluster zones were now like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the Central Great Realm. The outer regions that the Central Great World cultivators spoke of mostly referred to these cluster zones. In the eyes of the Central Great World cultivators, the outer regions were like the countryside. Apart from some special clusters in the outer Endless Sea, most of the outer Endless Sea clusters didn't have enough connate spiritual qi, and the inheritances weren't complete enough, so the competition wasn't fierce enough. It was very difficult for an imperial lord to be born. As a sovereign personage, one could dominate the outer seas and enjoy the treatment of the central great realm's foe gods. The grave sea cluster that Xiao Chen once stayed in was like this. On the surface, it did not have a single sovereign personage. Perhaps only some rank 4 sects had sovereign personages nearing the end of their lifespans. Normally, such sovereign personages would not appear. The Ink Sea cluster was much stronger than the Grave Sea cluster. It had 2 rank 5 sects, and the sect masters were sovereign personages. Many of the supreme elders were heaven-defying sovereign personages and even false emperors. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had never been an imperial lord. The various factions maintained a delicate balance, but now, a rank 1 sect had an imperial lord. This was incredible. Xiao Chen was very clear about how strong a sovereign emperor was. In front of a sovereign emperor would only need one move to kill a sovereign emperor. No matter how many powerful trump cards one had, it would be useless. Even if one had a soul tool, it would only be a slight deterrent. If one side suddenly became stronger, the balance would be broken, and the original distribution of benefits would naturally need to be reshuffled. Xiao Chen was going to the Ink Sea cluster to protect the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant associations. He could not give up his own benefits just because the other party had a sovereign emperor. The mission did not specify a specific solution. He could choose to kill this newly advanced imperial lord or negotiate with him. There were many methods, but there was only one goal: to ensure the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's affiliated merchant associations. The better this task was done, the higher the merit would be. Otherwise there would be punishment. Using the Dao platform at Sky Beyond Heaven, Xiao Chen teleported to a Dao platform near the Ink Sea cluster. This Dao platform belonged to everyone, not the Heavenly Alliance alone. By the time Xiao Chen set foot on the Ink Sea, half a day had passed. Xiao Chen clearly sensed the difference between the spiritual energy of this place and the central great realm's spiritual energy. 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant association here was the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that he had some fate with the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. If he remembered correctly, he had a VIP card in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Let's go to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's headquarters in the Ink Sea first. The Starry Sea possessed a great gravitational pull. If one was not careful, they would be sucked in. The Starry Sea possessed a corrosive nature. If one's cultivation was not high enough, falling into it would be life-threatening. Xiao Chen recalled that when they first arrived at the Grave Sea, Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo's group had been very careful, not daring to let down their guard at all. Now that Xiao Chen was a sovereign emperor, he did not need to worry too much. He turned into a bolt of lightning above the Ink Sea, piercing through the clouds without fear. 2 hours later, an island that could be called a continent appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This was the largest island in the Ink Sea, Red Cloud Island. The headquarters of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was there. Normally speaking, since it was called Red Cloud Island, the largest city on the island would be called Red Cloud City. Red Cloud Island was not surprised. As Xiao Chen swaggered into the city, none of the guards or experts in the city noticed him. Hovering in the air, Xiao Chen swept his gaze around, spreading his spiritual sense to every corner of the city. In the next moment, his figure flashed, leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was tall and majestic, occupying the best location. However, the entrance was somewhat deserted. This did not match the reputation of the top merchant association in the Ink Sea. Xiao Chen guessed something and directly entered. "This young master, are you here to buy something?" Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, a pretty maidservant with a faint smile immediately came forward to greet him. "Long Yun, withdraw. I'll take care of this guest." Before Xiao Chen could answer, a spirited old man in embroidered robes with a flushed complexion walked out of the hall's staircase. The maidservant gave Xiao Chen a strange look before withdrawing. However, she could not understand why the pavilion master would personally receive a youth. "This old man's family name is Qin, and my first name is Pa. May I ask for young master's great name?" the embroidered-robed old man said to Xiao Chen with a smile as he walked down. Whoosh! This old man must have figured something out. Xiao Chen did not bother speaking nonsense with him. He flashed his Heavenly Alliance medallion in front of the old man. Qin Po's expression did not change. He said seriously, "Young master, please come with me." When Xiao Chen arrived at the private room at the top floor, Qin Po's expression changed drastically. He performed an incredibly respectful cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, my lord. I did not want to attract attention earlier, so I did not greet you properly. My lord, please forgive me." Xiao Chen sat on a mahogany chair with a calm expression, indicating that he did not mind. He said softly, "Xiao Chen, grass-head Xiao, morning Sunday. I do not like to speak nonsense, so please do your best to give a simple introduction of the situation. I will deal with you within 10 days. Very well, my lord." Qin Po was very careful, not daring to be slow. This was a major character from the Heavenly Alliance. He could not afford to offend him. Even though Qin Po had seen many major scenes, he still felt somewhat nervous. After calming himself, he said, "The Ink Sea has 2 rank 5 sects, the Flying Cloud sect and the Azure Smoke Pavilion. 2 years ago, the Azure Smoke Pavilion Supreme Elder, Qingyan Shongren, advanced to Sovereign Emperor. Half a year after that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion took 70% of the Ink Sea's resources. The other factions shared the remaining 30%. The Azure Smoke Pavilion has always done business with our merchant association. In the past, we earned 70%, and they earned 30%. After Qingyan Shongren advanced to Sovereign Emperor, he demanded an exorbitant price. To think that he wanted us to take only 2%, while they wanted 80%. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The Ink Sea's resources were definitely in the hands of the sections. However, if the sects wanted to develop, they needed to work with the merchant association to maximize the benefits of the resources. This could be considered mutually benefiting, helping each other out. There were many ways to do this. However, it was very simple. It was just that whoever was stronger would benefit more. In the past, when the various factions interfered, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion could gain 70% of the profits. However, the situation changed now. The Azure Smoke Pavilion produced a Sovereign Emperor. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion could not gain any advantage, even getting bullied. There was no need to probe too deeply into the business matters. They had nothing to do with him. Xiao Chen grasped the main point. He asked seriously, "He advanced to Sovereign Emperor 2 years ago?" "Yes. I reported this matter to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters 2 years ago. However, we never received any attention," Qin Po said helplessly. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It is not that we do not pay attention. It is just that we do not have enough manpower." Continue. Right. He wanted 80% of the profits. Naturally, we refused. After that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion stopped doing business with us. Instead, they supported a small merchant association and secretly suppressed us. For the past 2 years, we have nearly lost all of our business. You saw how bleak our business is now. Xiao Chen felt doubtful. How can a small merchant association compare to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion had branches in the Central Great Realm. In terms of strength and accumulations, a small merchant association could not compare to it. In a fair competition, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion could take out more secret treasures, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques than the other merchant associations. Qin Po smiled bitterly. With the Azure Smoke Pavilion secretly supporting us, we cannot do business at all. The merchant association's cargo ships responsible for transporting resources have even been robbed a few times. During this period, they have been openly suppressing us. Several of my 9 Cauldron Pavilion's guards died. Qingyan Shongren has already spread the word that all Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples are not allowed to do business with my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. On the surface, it looked like Qingyan Shongren forbade the Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples from doing business with my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. In reality, it was a warning to all the cultivators in the Ink Sea. Who in the Ink Sea would dare to offend a sovereign emperor? Xiao Chen grasped the key point again. He asked seriously, "He killed people from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion?" "Yes. With the Azure Smoke Pavilion supporting us, the other party does not have to worry." Xiao Chen said calmly, "That's easy. What is that merchant association called?" Qin Po did not understand what Xiao Chen meant, but he still answered honestly. In the past, it was called the Red Cloud Merchant Association. Now, it is called the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. When Xiao Chen mentioned the name of the other party's merchant association, Qin Po's expression turned even more unsightly. This name was a direct slap in the face. "You have 9 and I have 10. This high-profile name is meant to suppress you. Is that Merchant Association's association chief in Red Cloud City? He has always been. Right after Qianpa spoke, he looked up and saw that Xiao Chen had already disappeared from his chair. The curtains fluttered a few times, indicating that someone had just left. How fast! This startled Qianpa. However, after he sat down, he felt somewhat uneasy. This Xiao Chen was simply too young. Xiao Chen's cold attitude also made Qianpa feel somewhat unreliable. He muttered to himself, the Heavenly Alliance has not sent anyone for more than 2 years. Now that someone finally came, they sent a rash youth. Dang! Qianpa did not see any commotion, but Xiao Chen appeared before him again. Qianpa raised his head and spat out all the tea in his mouth. Xiao Chen held a head in his hand. It belonged to the head of the Red Cloud Merchant Association's association chief, whom Qianpa wished he could hack into 1,000 pieces. The other party appeared stunned. Based on his expression, he probably did not even know how he died. If Qianpa recalled correctly, this fellow was a holy venerate and had the protection of a heaven-defying sovereign personage from the Azure Smoke Pavilion. How did he die just like that? How did he do it? Before Qianpa could even warm his seat or drink his tea, Xiao Chen returned after killing someone. Qianpa could not help feeling fear in his heart. He quickly stood up and said in a trembling voice, "My lord, I killed the person and demolished the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. Make your preparations. Business should be here in the next 2 days." Xiao Chen said indifferently. His expression remained calm as if he had just done something unremarkable. However, killing a holy venerate before a heaven-defying sovereign personage was indeed an insignificant matter. However, Qianpa was already frightened silly. He said in a trembling voice, I'll go and make my preparations. This little one will take his leave first." "Wait a moment." Qianpa immediately asked in a fluster, "My lord, what instructions do you have?" "Send this head to the Azure Smoke Pavilion as quickly as possible." Qianpa immediately felt startled. "My lord, you are provoking Qingyan Shangren. You have to think this through. Just do as I say. Why so much nonsense?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Qianpa's words made it sound like he should not provoke the other party. However, when Xiao Chen thought about how the other party had been suppressed for a long time, it was understandable that he feared Qingyan Shangren. Xiao Chen softened his tone and said softly, "I want to provoke him. The faster I deal with this problem, the more contribution I will obtain, and the more benefits your 9 Cauldron Pavilion will obtain." Yes. I'll do it now." Qianpa immediately felt somewhat excited. This little lord's temper and boldness were really great. It looked like the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was going to turn things around. Chapter 2183. Xianxia, Heavenly Cloud Mountain, one of the 3 blessed lands. A blessed land should have many sects, just like the Purple Flame sect, where Xiao Chen once stayed, which was just one sect in the blessed land. However, this Xianxia's Heavenly Cloud Mountain only had one sect, the Azure Smoke sect. The reason went without saying. Since a sovereign emperor appeared in the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect naturally wanted to monopolize all the benefits of this great blessed land. Disagree? If one dared to disagree before a sovereign emperor, it would be no different from seeking death. Right now, the Azure Smoke sect lived up to its name in the Xianxia. No one dared to oppose it. The sect disciples were even more arrogant and despotic, considering everyone else beneath them. In the Xianxia, no one dared to offend them. In an era when sovereign emperors did not appear, even the strongest false emperor could not be so domineering. After all, a rank 5 sect had a soul tool. Even a false emperor had to fear them. Everyone coexisted peacefully, living in harmony. However, now that a sovereign emperor appeared, a soul tool in the hands of a sovereign emperor and a sovereign personage were 2 different secret treasures. The might that a soul tool could bring out was completely different. In the hands of a sovereign emperor, the horrifying might of a soul tool could truly be brought out. In this Xianxia, a sovereign emperor was a supreme god. But tonight, there was something wrong with the Azure Smoke sect. A rumor had spread through the entire sect, from top to bottom, from the mouth of all the disciples and elders. Did you hear? Someone killed the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief. His head was delivered to our sect master last night. How could I not have heard about it? That fellow's death was really strange. He was not weak in the first place, and he had Martial Grand Uncle Jiang's protection. However, he died just like that. Someone saw Martial Uncle Jiang return last night. I heard that he was pale and dispirited, like he was scared silly. Who exactly is it? To think that he dares to provoke us. Does he not know that our Azure Smoke Sect's ancestor is already a sovereign emperor? This is the most horrifying thing. He clearly knows that you are a sovereign emperor, yet he still dares to kill your people. The rumors were hard to stop. The 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief was killed, and the entire Merchant Association's headquarters was torn down on the street. This was an earth-shattering matter in the Ink Sea. The various major factions received the news at the fastest time. The other factions had already received the news. It would be hard for the Azure Smoke Sect disciples not to know about it. At this moment, the sect master and all the elders gathered in the Azure Smoke Sect's ancestral hall at the main peak of Skycloud Mountain. Their expressions were incomparably grave as they looked at the items placed in the center of the hall in silence. That object was the head of the 10 Cauldron Chamber of Commerce's president. After the group of people received the heads, they discussed for an entire night, but they still couldn't come up with any ideas. The Azure Smoke Sect's sect master, Luo Yun, did not look old, like a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a scholarly temperament. There was a sharp aura hidden between his brows. That was the foundation of an overlord. Everyone, we've discussed for an entire night, but we still haven't come up with a good idea? Luo Yun glanced at the elders gathered in the ancestral hall and said in a deep voice. There were not many elders. However, even the weakest was a holy venerate. 4 or 5 of the older ones were even sovereign personages. The Azure Smoke Sect's entire foundation was here. Even without Qingyan Shangren, the Azure Smoke Sect could be considered a peak existence among rank 5 sections. Those who could stand here naturally had some vision. They could tell that this was not a simple murder. Before a heaven-defying person died, Xiao Chen had silently killed another sovereign personage. Everyone was very clear on what kind of strength one needed to achieve this. This was especially so for that martial Uncle Jiang. After he returned, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Clearly, he had suffered a huge trauma in his heart. A false emperor could not make martial Uncle Jiang feel such fear. What kind of existence was above false emperor? No one dared to think about it, nor did they want to. They could only continue playing dumb when faced with Luo Yun's question. This is indeed making things difficult for everyone. Luo Yunling, who was sitting on the throne, let out a soft sigh. There was a trace of exhaustion on his face. Originally, Martial Uncle Qingyan should have been in charge of this matter. Unfortunately, Qingyan Shangren was currently in closed-door cultivation. Even when Luo Yun summoned him several times, he ignored him. Naturally, there was no solution to this difficult problem before everyone. Actually, Luo Yun guessed something. As the sect master of a rank 5 sect, he naturally knew some of the secrets of the Central Great Realm. Several thousand years ago, a sovereign emperor had appeared in the Ink Sea cluster. However, that sovereign emperor did not unify the Ink Sea. There seemed to be an invisible hand controlling the Ink Sea's movements in the unseen world. This kept the various factions of the Ink Sea in balance, preventing one faction from becoming too strong and monopolizing the Ink Sea. Even though martial Uncle Qingyan had become a sovereign emperor, Luo Yun did not want to drive the other factions to the edge. He feared that something bad would happen if this balance was broken. Although Luo Yun did not know what would happen, he still felt worried. However, martial Uncle Qingyan was stubborn, and the other elders were eager to try. Even if Luo Yun wanted to, he could not. Over the past 2 odd years, the Azure Smoke Sect had continuously grown stronger, showing a flourishing momentum. This further dispelled Luo Yun's worries. Unexpectedly, the thing he worried about the most happened. This sigh contained some helplessness. Luo Yun was limited by his knowledge and vision. He could guess something, but he did not know what was going on. This was the helplessness he felt the most. The 5 super factions secretly controlled the entire Great Thousand Realms. Without reaching a certain level, one would not know about this. Even many sovereign personages in the Central Great Realm did not know about the Heavenly Alliance. How much could Luo Yun, a rank 5 sect master of the Ink Sea, know? Martial nephew, what are you worrying about? This sigh is very puzzling. Haha. Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Then, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall. Although this old man was skinny, his frail body gave off a frightening energy that could not be underestimated, appearing unfathomable. Old ancestor, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation. We were all scared out of our wits last night. Indeed. Quickly, think of a solution. This person was the most famous person in the Ink Sea for the past 2 years, the Xianxia, whom nearly everyone knew. Luo Yun's eyes lit up. He felt that his martial uncle's strength had improved significantly, becoming even more unfathomable. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Martial uncle, please take a seat." Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. He sat down in the seat that Luo Yun vacated. As he looked at the heads below, he smiled sinisterly. This fellow is finally dead. Whoosh! Xianxia stretched out his hand, and the head of the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's chief flew into his hand. Then there was a loud bang. Only a skull remained amid the azure smoke. Xianxia ferociously grabbed, and the skull turned into powder and fell to the ground. Everyone, including Luo Yun, showed startled expressions. This time they were truly frightened. "Martial uncle," Luo Yun called out, feeling somewhat anxious. "This fellow is just a pawn that I placed in front of me. He will die sooner or later." It was worth it to be able to roam free for 2 years and suppress the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "As for the rest, martial nephew, there is no need to worry. I already made arrangements. If he had come a year earlier, I might have been in some trouble. As for now, haha, this old man is waiting for him. If he dares to come, I will make sure that he never returns. As you wish, I am here." Bang! Right after the old man spoke, the doors of the ancestral hall, which were reinforced by formations, shattered. A strong wind blew at the broken doors, and a dazzling light as bright as the sun appeared, so bright that no one could open their eyes. A figure slowly appeared from the light. This figure was dressed in white, and he strode in with his head held high. How young! When the Azure Smoke sect elders saw this person's appearance, they all sighed in their hearts, feeling somewhat shocked. This was the person that the old ancestor was waiting for. This was the mysterious person that scared their martial uncle Jiang silly. Yi Weimian looked too young. Based on his appearance, he did not even look 50 years old. Naturally, the person who came was Xiao Chen. The head had been delivered to the Azure Smoke sect for 1 night, but the person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen came himself. "I was wondering why the person did not arrive after 1 night. It turns out that you already condensed a divine vein. How admirable! How admirable! It is already not easy for you to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this desolate place. Now that you have condensed a divine vein, it is even more shocking." Xiao Chen glanced indifferently at the somewhat blind people. Then he said softly, "Do you not understand what I said? Even in the Central Great Realm, this martial granduncle of yours can be considered a top character." These words were true. Even in the Central Great Realm, it was extremely difficult to advance to Sovereign Emperor. Old ancestor you. Clearly, the Azure Smoke sect's elders did not know how strong Xianxia was or where he ranked in the Central Great Realm. Xianxia revealed a cocky expression, gladly accepting Xiao Chen's praise. Being able to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this Ink Sea already boosted Xianxia's ambition, filling him with pride. This was the so-called instant success. However, that is all. In the end, the accumulations in the Ink Sea are lacking. Forcefully plundering the Ink Sea's resources to condense a divine vein is even more foolish. You probably do not even have a divine vein level cultivation technique to cultivate. Such a sovereign emperor would not be able to cause much trouble in the Central Great Realm. No wonder you only know how to put on airs in this Ink Sea. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would suddenly change the topic, belittling Xianxia as worthless? Xianxia was already extremely proud of advancing to Sovereign Emperor. He even felt that the Sovereign Emperors of the Central Great Realm would not be much stronger than him. Earlier, Xianxia enjoyed Xiao Chen's words. So, he prepared to negotiate with Xiao Chen about the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen's words would suddenly change the topic, deeply stabbing at Xianxia's pride? Rage flared up in his heart. The atmosphere in the hall immediately turned strange. The Azure Smoke sect's elders were frightened into silence. Everyone could tell that this youth had touched on the old ancestors' reverse scale. An icy chill spread in the hall. Xianxia showed a sullen expression, his skinny face filled with murderous intent. A great battle would start at any moment. Chapter 2184. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall turned strange. No one dared to speak. The group of elders, including Luo Yun, felt increasingly unbearable. The hall was so quiet that one could hear their breathing and heartbeats. Despite this unbearable feeling, they did not dare to move. It was like they feared breaking some sort of balance. Normally, these sovereign personages could call the wind and summon the rain in this ink sea cluster, supreme existences. Even though sovereign emperors appeared, sovereign personages were still incredibly rare in this ink sea cluster. Wherever they went, they were aloof and aloof. When had these sovereign emperors ever felt so unbearable? To put it bluntly, they did not even dare to let out a fart. The battle between Xiao Chen and Xianxia had already started. The two's auras clashed, their auras spreading to every corner of the hall. Both were storing up power in secret, searching for the other's openings, trying to suppress the other's aura. The invisible auras were already incredibly intense. Everyone here was a sovereign personage and naturally understood the profoundness of this. At this moment, if anyone dared to move, it would be like adding oil to the fire. Bang! Everything would explode. It was like time stopped in the hall. No one moved at all. Their expressions did not even change. Xianxia felt somewhat shocked. Although this youth before him had not opened any divine veins, his aura moved according to his heart. However, his aura moved according to his will, moving as he pleased. There were no openings at all. It could be said to be perfect. Dragon images seemed to appear behind Xiao Chen, howling and roaring ferociously. That was dragon might. This was a powerful outstanding talent with a great desolate Aeon bloodline. Cassie. Just at this moment, one of the Azure Smoke Hall elders felt somewhat unbearable, so he shifted his body slightly. However, the sound amplified infinitely at this moment. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. However, it did not kick up ripples. Instead, it kicked up a deafening wave like a tsunami. Luo Yun's face sank. Knowing that things were bad, the group of elders executed their movement techniques and quickly moved far away. In that instant, the limit of stillness shifted to the limit of movement. It was like these people came back to life. The elders already moved very fast. However, they were not faster than Xiao Chen and Xianxia. The incorporeal dragon image behind Xiao Chen gathered together, turning from incorporeal to corporeal, turning into a huge azure dragon image that roared furiously into the 9 heavens. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he slapped the armrest heavily. He mobilized all the accumulations of the entire Qingyun Peak sect. The illusion of a huge incense burner appeared in front of him. There were 3 incense sticks in the incense burner, and green smoke curled around them. Xianxia flicked his finger, and the lingering azure smoke immediately turned into thousands of sword images that shot out. The 2 auras collided in an instant. With a loud bang, the green smoke ancestral hall collapsed into nothingness. Puchi! Luo Yun and the other elders of the azure smoke hall spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The weaker elders, who were only at the holy venerate realm, even died on the spot from the shockwaves of the 2 auras. Not only did Luo Yun and the others not have the qualifications to interfere in this battle, but they might even lose their lives if they were careless. When sovereign emperors fought, the scale of the battle was already beyond what these sovereign personages could imagine or resist. Dang! The melodious sound of weapons clashing rang out, echoing throughout the entire heavenly cloud mountain. This blessed land, which was as large as a great realm, buzzed endlessly and trembled. The heavenly cloud mountain was very large and vast. It was at least 100 million kilometers long. In the past, dozens of rank 4 sects lived in this place. One could easily imagine how vast it was. However, this heavenly cloud mountain was also very small. To Xiao Chen and Xianxia, who were fighting, just the shockwaves could cover most of heavenly cloud mountain. Whoosh! A purple figure retreated from heavenly cloud mountain's main peak. As he retreated, he crashed into many peaks, kicking up huge waves in the seawater. Xiao Chen was not retreating alone. Instead, he was retreating with his aura. He did not crash into the tall peaks. Instead, his aura crushed them, turning them into surging tsunamis along with the seawater. Humph! How dare you disrespect me on Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Not to mention the fact that you have not opened a divine vein. Even if you did, you would not be a match for me. Xianxia stood proudly on the mountain summit. At this moment, his slender body seemed to contain boundless might, inspiring others to look up at him like looking at the sky. A strong wind blew as Xianxia looked coldly at Xiao Chen, who got knocked back. Then he said sullenly, "You have a great background. I will not kill you. I will use you as a bargaining chip. My azure smoke pavilion will dominate the ink sea, and we will not have to worry about anything in the future." Old ancestor. When the many azure smoke pavilion disciples saw Xianxia's majestic appearance and bold words, they felt their hot-bloodedness surge endlessly. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently pushed off the surface of the sea, stopping his retreating figure. At the same time, the surging mountain-like seawater slowly fell back. However, the way it fell was incredibly gentle, following Xiao Chen's aura and spreading out again. What was even more miraculous was that the tall mountain that Xiao Chen crushed earlier actually retreated together with the seawater. It looked like time and space had reversed. In reality, it was just reuniting with Xiao Chen's aura. The mountain had already shattered. The mountain that Xiao Chen saw was only the mountain that existed in Xiao Chen's aura. It was like a painting. When Xiao Chen retreated, the white clouds, mountains, rivers, and sunlight had already entered the painting. Now, the painting was just reuniting. Xiao Chen looked at Xianxia, who stood proudly on the main peak like he was the sovereign of the world. However, Xiao Chen was not surprised at the other party's strength. A sovereign emperor's accumulations would not be child's play when a rank 5 sect erupted. However, since Xiao Chen dared to come, he had to have considered the other party's geographical advantage. You are courageous. After seeing my azure smoke pavilion's accumulations, you still dare to not flee. Youths are like this, not fearing anything, thinking that they are fated. Today, I will teach you a lesson and show you what fear is. Xianxia smiled coldly. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the azure smoke lingering around the incense burner circled around his fingertip. At the instant his thumb and index finger came into contact with each other, countless sword cries resounded. They were loud and clear, and they seemed to descend from the heavens and descend from the netherworld. Since the establishment of the azure smoke pavilion, the many disciples had been using their swords to visualize the incense burner every day. They used their bodies as swords to worship the incense burner, accumulating accumulations for 100 years, 1,000 years, countless days and nights. Xianxia flicked his finger, and thousands of sword hums gathered. This sword hum pierced through the entire blessed land from north to south. Stimulated by this sword hum, Heavenly Cloud Mountain's 300-kilometer-tall main peak erupted with resplendent light, looking like a sharp sword illuminating the entire blessed land. Aside from the strand of sword light that Xianxia flicked out for 50 million kilometers, only black and white remained in the world. The sword light illuminated Xiao Chen's eyes, making his handsome facial features look even more distinct. The sword wind scattered Xiao Chen's long hair, making him appear even more unruly and unruly. The sword light, which carried the sex accumulations, looked like it could split the world apart. Then, it instantly charged over. Everyone in the azure smoke pavilion gasped in amazement at this sword strike. They had only heard of the sect's founding ancestor in the legends, having once flicked out such a strand of sword chi. Now they saw it with their own eyes. It was like the legends unfolded before them. The shock was indescribable. Everyone thought that Xiao Chen would die for sure under this sword strike. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured, unable to fight anymore. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. The yin and yang divine essence sees in his body silently merged, and the Taiji force field spread out. Whoosh! The instant the Taiji force field appeared, a light burst out from Xiao Chen's body in the originally black and white world. The entire world regained its color. This was Xiao Chen using his own strength to suppress the other party with his aura, breaking the momentum of this sword strike. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to receive this sword strike head-on. This sword strike carried the accumulations of a sect that had accumulated for thousands of years. If he tried to receive it, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating himself. Not to mention whether he could receive it or not, he would be too stupid to do so. After the sword chi entered the Taiji force field, it looked like it could travel through space and time. However, to Xiao Chen, It slowed significantly. Whoosh! Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and gently moved, looking like he had dodged this sword strike by a fluke. When the sword qi entered the sea, it was like a stream flowing into the sea, silently vanishing. This was because the charm contained in the sword qi had automatically dissipated after losing its target, and the sex foundation had returned to the mountains and rivers. He dodged it. This startled Qingyan Shangren. To think that Xiao Chen managed to dodge his sure-hit sword strike. He could not help saying angrily, "Let's see how many sword strikes you can dodge." Qingyan Shangren flicked his finger, and another strand of sword qi that seemed to travel through space and time charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He drove the primal chaos divine energy in his body to the limits and used the Taiji force field to carefully slow down Qingyan Shangren's speed, narrowly dodging again. Whoosh! 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 Damn it! I don't believe that I cannot kill you. Qingyan Shangren felt somewhat flustered and exasperated after failing to hit his target. He flicked his finger, and strands of sword intent shot at Xiao Chen without end. Day and night immediately sped up in the blessed land. Sometimes, only black and white remained. Another moment, the colors returned to normal. It was like the rising and setting of the sun were sped up. The Azure Smoke sect disciples were horrified to discover that as day and night sped up, their faces aged. Their fine black hair turned white. It was like time sped up several times. Let's see how long you can last. Under the berserk attacks, Xiao Chen appeared somewhat unable to hold out. Qingyan Shangren could not help laughing cockily. Just as he was about to make another move. Enough! Xiao Chen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shouted. This shout was like a clap of thunder, immediately kicking up countless huge waves on the vast sea. You are really vicious. Draining the sect's accumulations like this, completely disregarding the life and death of the disciples. I have a saber strike. Please give it a try. Goggle. An unremarkable drop of seawater soared into the air amid the huge waves. Xiao Chen moved like a swallow, looking like he was about to fly but not soar. Then he flicked his finger. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplets shaking the firmament. Chapter 2185. A drop of water could break the vault of heaven. Qingyan Shangren used his one-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to drive the sect's 1,000-year-old accumulations. He used the 30-kilometer-tall peak under his feet as a sword, and hundreds of strands of sword qi could cause the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon to pale in comparison. Xiao Chen would be defeated with just one strike. Xiao Chen, who could drive Taiji with primal chaos divine energy, finally recovered. Xiao Chen's counterattack was as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of the sword qi of mountains and rivers. What he flicked out was a drop of water, a drop of rain, a drop of sweat that contained the inheritance of the devil blade. The scorching sun had tortured it for 3,333 years, the gale had battered it for 3,333 years, and the lightning had struck it for 3,333 years. Over the past 9,999 years, the thunderstorm, the gale, and the scorching sun could not change his heart. What is a demon? Lonely as I am, 10,000 years of time hanging high in the 9 heavens, I exist alone. What is a demon? Just like me, I am so proud that even the heavens cannot tolerate my heart. This was the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, using the state of water droplets to break the sky. This drop of water was so tiny that if one did not look carefully, they would not even notice it. But once one discovered it, they would never be able to forget it. It was so ordinary, yet so special. It was a demon. It's a drop of water. He flicked a drop of water. What is he trying to do? It's clearly just a drop of water, so why do I feel like I'm shivering and my legs aren't listening to me? Damn it, what's going on? Damn it, what the hell happened? Initially, when he saw this drop of water, he didn't think much of it. But soon, he found himself unable to shift his gaze away from it, and his legs wouldn't listen to him. How strange and bewitching! Qingyan Shangren was somewhat dumbfounded. This raindrop that Xiao Chen flicked out completely surpassed his common sense. Although Xiao Chen was not a sovereign emperor, his knowledge was limited. He had never heard of the fiendish saber's name or seen such a martial technique. He knew that this raindrop was extraordinary, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Not just for a moment, but with his experience, even if he racked his brains, he still wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with it. If they had the advantage of the terrain, It would have been impossible for them to suppress Xiao Chen before by consuming the foundation that the sect's disciples had been accumulating for thousands of years. I don't believe that a mere drop of water can overturn the heavens. Qingyan Shangren shouted coldly. Then, he waved his hand at the 3 incense sticks in the incense burner and wiped them gently. The little accumulations that the sect had accumulated were immediately drained. Using the sect's accumulations, Xiao Chen activated the sect protecting formation. Instantly, sword lights covered the main peak of Heavenly Cloud Mountain as the sect's formation activated. Then, the light surged, and the nearby mountains and rivers seemed to come to life as if a long sword had come to life. In an instant, thousands of mountains became one. Is it useful? Xiao Chen's face was expressionless and cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. That drop of rain appeared in the eyes of the Azure Smoke sect disciples. It got closer and closer, silently piercing through the tall mountains and breaking through layers of sword veils, heading for a lake in the middle of the sect. He watched as the droplet of rain pierced through the mountain and tore through the sword veil, but nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Qingyan Shangren could not help but laugh. You are just bluffing. You nearly drip. Before Qingyan Shangren could finish speaking, that droplet of rain landed on the lake. With a loud boom, the entire blessed land, not just the Azure Smoke sect's 1,000-layered mountain gate, exploded with a loud bang. No! Qingyan Shangren showed a horrified expression as he screamed at the top of his lungs. The foundations of the Azure Smoke sect, which had been around for thousands of years, vanished before his eyes, completely destroyed. After that, the wind blew continuously. Layers of seawater exploded, and spirit springs spewed out everywhere. 7 colored lights scattered like fireworks. That was the top-grade spirit vein that sustained the blessed enclave. It had also been destroyed. Everything that he could see had been destroyed. However, he could only watch helplessly as the saber intent that erupted from that droplet of rain brought a calamity of destruction. One droplet of rain could destroy the sky. If the droplet of rain in that painting truly appeared, it might be able to sweep through the entire ink sea and destroy everything. Such a killing move already surpassed the norm of the mortal world. It could only be described as demonic. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back as he slowly approached. With every step he took, the dilapidated mountains and rivers recovered. It was like time flowed in reverse. By the time Xiao Chen arrived before Qingyan Shangren, the entire blessed land had recovered to its original state. You are how ruthless! Even if I was in the wrong, you could have just killed me alone. However, what crime did the tens of thousands of my Azure Smoke sect disciples commit? To think that you slaughtered them all. You destroyed the foundation of my sect for thousands of years. Qingyan Shangren felt extreme grief, looking haggard. The killing intent that erupted from that droplet of rain landed on him. That inferior-grade soul tool incense burner had already shattered. Qingyan Shangren looked haggard, in an extremely sorry state. Xiao Chen said calmly, I did not kill them. Old ancestor. Many figures descended from the sky with confused expressions, clearly at a loss as to what to do. In fact, they did not even know what was happening. Xiao Chen purposely controlled that droplet of rain. Most of the saber intent landed on the Azure Smoke sect's formations and Qingyan Shangren. The moment the saber intent erupted, the others got knocked back. When they landed, they saw this scene. These people did not even know that their sects were already destroyed and that the entire blessed land was gone, as everything had happened too quickly. You all. Qingyan Shangren looked over. These sect disciples all had white hair and faint wrinkles on their faces. They looked like they had aged many years. Qingyan Shangren could not continue. Previously, he only cared about defeating Xiao Chen, squandering the sect's accumulations and overdrawing on the vitality of these sect disciples. Otherwise, given his foundation in the ink sea, even if he condensed a divine vein, he would not be able to gain any advantage against Xiao Chen. He would not be able to gain any advantage against Xiao Chen. He would reveal an opening with one strike, not to mention suppressing Xiao Chen. Old ancestor, are you all right? The sect disciples did not understand the reason behind this. Instead, they started worrying about Qingyan Shangren's injuries. Only Luo Yun and the other sovereign personages knew what was going on. However, they did not know what to say. They glanced at Xiao Chen, who was watching coldly from the side. Their hearts filled with fear and nervousness. Clang! Just as the sect disciples were worrying about Qingyan Shangren's injuries, they suddenly heard a melodious saber hum. A saber light flashed, looking like a short-lived, piercing and dazzling. What are you trying to do? If you dare to injure old ancestor, we will fight you to the death. After Qingyan Shangren became a sovereign emperor, he was like a god to the Azure Smoke sect disciples. This was especially so in the past 2 years, when he led the Azure Smoke sect to dominate a region. All the sect disciples worshipped him, holding him in high esteem. Seeing Xiao Chen draw his saber, the group of sect disciples all panicked, blocking Qingyan Shangren. Move aside. Qingyan Shangren knew Xiao Chen's strength. Before Xiao Chen, these people were like paper, not threatening at all. We are not leaving. I told you to move aside. Qingyan Shangren shouted angrily, shaking off all the disciples. Immediately, they were tossed out like sandbags. Holding the tyrant's saber, Xiao Chen approached step by step. When he arrived before Qingyan Shangren, he swung his saber. Luo Yun and the other sect masters immediately felt their hearts in their throats, feeling immense pressure. Senior, if you have any requests, just state them. Our Azure Smoke sect will definitely do as you say. Is it because of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? We can hand over all the benefits we gained in the past 2 years. You just need to say the word, and we can spare Marshal Uncle's life. In the end, Luo Yun could not bear to do this. He mustered up his courage and spoke in a trembling voice. This major character, who dominated a region and swept through the Ink Sea, now trembled in fear, filled with helplessness. Xiao Chen ignored Luo Yun. He only looked at Qingyan Shangren and said, "It is not easy to become a sovereign emperor in the Ink Sea. This is your opportunity. However, you should not be afraid. So what if you are from the Ink Sea? You managed to become a sovereign emperor in this insignificant Ink Sea. So what if you go to the Central Great Realm? The path of a cultivator should be fearless. Even if you suffer all sorts of hardships, it is fine as long as you keep moving forward. However, you remain stubborn, only wanting to dominate this Ink Sea, suppressing the other sects and squeezing out the resources of the entire Ink Sea. Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen, today, I will chop off one of your arms as punishment for bullying the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Behave yourself in the future." As the saber light descended, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Qingyan Shangren cried out miserably as his right arm was chopped off. Remnant saber intent lingered in the wound. This saber intent would remain for a long time. Even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover from it. Xiao Chen did not kill Qingyan Shangren because he wanted to maintain the balance in the Ink Sea. He was also doing this out of consideration for the Azure Smoke sect disciples. If Qingyan Shangren died, the sects that he suppressed for the past 2 years would definitely kill all these disciples, not leaving a single one alive to vent their hatred. The more important reason was to maintain the balance, to give the various factions of the Ink Sea time to catch a breather. Even if a sovereign emperor lost an arm, he would still be much stronger than a regular false emperor. However, he would still be incomparable to when he was at his peak. Furthermore, with the destruction of the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect could only rest and recuperate for a long time. In the future, when the Azure Smoke sect rose up, it would fear the 9 Cauldron Pavilion and not dare to bargain. Only then would the Azure Smoke sect be in line with the Heavenly Alliance's interests. Only then would the mission come to a perfect conclusion. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Then, he turned into a flash of purple light and vanished. Boom! When Xiao Chen left, the aura around him scattered. The entire blessed land shattered like a painting, returning to its original state. The sect is gone. This scene stupefied those disciples, all of them gaping and at a loss for what to do. However, Sect Master Luo Yun and the group of Elder Wang knew about this long ago. The moment they were sent flying, the entire mountain gate, no, the entire blessed enclave was gone. When the aura was gone, everything turned to dust. That feeling of helplessness made one sad, but one could not do anything about it. If possible, one might as well live in the painting, living in the aura that Xiao Chen gathered. At the very least, the sect still existed. Even if one knew that it was fake, it was better than being in rubble. This made one feel despair and heartache. For the past few years, I monopolized the Ink Sea. I was really living in a dream. After I woke up from this dream, I realized that this Ink Sea was never my Ink Sea. Luo Yun smiled bitterly and sighed softly, appearing haggard. Chapter 2186. Outside Heavenly Cloud Mountain in the Ink Sea, a group of Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples looked at the ruined Blessed Land. There was another figure who was also observing silently. However, even if Xiao Chen were here, he would find it hard to detect this figure. What more these people? The mysterious person looked around and fixed his gaze on Qingyan Shongren's severed arm. Xiao Chen had left some saber intent there. It would be very difficult to disperse the saber intent that contained Xiao Chen's divine seal Dao domain, especially when Xiao Chen had left it behind. Qingyan Shongren would have to find someone much stronger than Xiao Chen to disperse this saber intent. Otherwise, even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover his arm. You did it beautifully. The mysterious person slowly withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention. To the Heavenly Alliance, killing Qingyan Shongren or not did not matter. The most important thing was to maintain the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's maximum benefits. If Qingyan Shongren was killed, the Ink Sea would definitely fall into chaos. It might even trigger a chaotic battle between the various factions, resulting in a drastic change in the situation. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was only a merchant association. It did not want to see such a scene. It still needed a stable Ink Sea without a strong ruler. After chopping off Qingyan Shongren's arm, Qingyan Shongren's strength decreased significantly. While he still deterred the other factions, it would be extremely difficult for him to regain his previous dominance. After learning this lesson, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion would fear him and not dare to do anything to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. As for Qingyan Shongren, it did not matter. A sovereign emperor who advanced in the Ink Sea was not sufficient. Actually, Xiao Chen's evaluation of Qingyan Shongren was already very fair. The true experts of the Central Great Realm all felt arrogant toward the outer regions in their hearts. It looks like he really obtained the fiendish saber inheritance. I have to remember this. As for the rest, there should be nothing else. The mysterious person muttered to himself before quickly leaving, vanishing from this place. Just like how no one knew when he arrived, he left without leaving any traces, as if he had never existed. As for Xiao Chen, he had already completed his mission when he chopped off Qingyan Shongren's arm. He could go to Red Cloud Island to report or ignore everything, and directly return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. However, Xiao Chen was thinking about another problem. Could he take this opportunity to go to the Blue Dragon's homeland? But on second thought, he chose to give up. When he was in the sky beyond heaven, he felt like someone was watching him. After coming out, he still felt uncomfortable. It was best to be as cautious as possible. In the future, it wouldn't be too late to go when he could accept missions alone. Anyway, if there were people in the dark, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. After heading to the Starry Sky Dao platform, Xiao Chen returned directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. As soon as he set foot on Sky Beyond Heaven, the deacon who gave him the mission was already waiting for him. Xiao Chen cupped his hands and said, "Deacon Mu." Deacon Mu nodded slightly. The headquarters gave you a 5-star evaluation. You got full marks for both the time you took to complete the mission and the results. Congratulations on completing the mission. You've been awarded 1,000 merit points. As he spoke, he took out his Heavenly Alliance medallion and stuck it to Xiao Chen's medallion. Then, Xiao Chen noticed that the number 1,000 had appeared on the back of his token under the 2 plum blossom petals. The number was well embedded in the vast white snow. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. You can exchange the merit points for resources. However, after you exchange them, the corresponding merit points will vanish. Deacon Mu gave Xiao Chen a simple explanation before turning to leave, not lingering. However, before he left, he gave Xiao Chen a few more glances, like he wanted to remember him. As Xiao Chen toyed with the Heavenly Alliance medallion, he thought to himself, to think that there is no reward for completing the mission. Is the merit the reward? However, if I exchange the merit points, I will have to wait to raise the rank of my plum blossom petals. While it looks like I am obtaining merit points for completing the mission, if I exchange them for resources frequently, the day I raise my plum blossom petals will be far away. The Heavenly Alliance must have done this on purpose. After returning to his residence, Xiao Chen greeted Bao Er. Then, he entered the medicinal spring room, removed his clothes, and soaked himself in. The medicinal spring had a healing effect. When he fought with Qingyan Shongren, he had suffered some injuries from sword qi. This soaking could relieve his fatigue, heal his injuries, and eliminate hidden injuries. It was indeed pretty good. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up, Bao was already waiting for him. She helped Xiao Chen put on his clothes. Big brother Xiao, you completed this mission really quickly. You completed it in less than 3 days. After helping Xiao Chen put on his clothes, Bao smiled softly and said, Many of the deacons are praising you. If they were all as efficient as you, there would not be a lack of manpower. Xiao Chen did not deny it. After chatting with Bao for a while, he entered the cultivation room and entered closed-door cultivation. Cultivating at the foot of the Heavenly Alliance's divine mountain was much faster than cultivating outside. He could clearly feel the divine energy in his body rejoicing. Xiao Chen wondered how this divine mountain was forged for it to have such miraculous effects. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated, many different dragon images appeared in his divine energy sea. After 100 dragon images appeared, they stopped. Xiao Chen was still far from forming the 10,000 dragons picture and reaching the first step of the 10,000 dragons art. However, Xiao Chen still had a long time ahead of him. With this divine mountain to rely on, he could save a lot of time. Xiao Chen's days of quiet cultivation did not last long. After 3 days he received missions. Xiao Chen, who was only a 2-petal plum blossom cultivator, did not have any free time. Now, he finally understood what Bao meant by resting more. Otherwise, he would not have any time to rest. Xiao Chen did not say anything unnecessary. He just took the missions and left, completing them at the fastest speed possible. His efficiency was flabbergasting. In a short year, Xiao Chen became famous in the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone knew about this white-clad bladesman. This was because Xiao Chen needed only 1 year to become a 3-petal flower. Xiao Chen did not use any of the contribution points for completing the missions. He saved them all up. When he met the requirements, he immediately chose to raise his cultivation. To Xiao Chen, the Heavenly Alliance's divine mountain was sufficient for his needs. Little brother Xiao Chen, are you sure that you are in such a rush to raise your cultivation? Administrator Mu, who was already very familiar with Xiao Chen, said out of goodwill, You can exchange these contribution points for many resources. If you choose to raise your cultivation, you will lose all of them. Xiao Chen replied calmly, I know. However, I have my own arrangements. The higher one's cultivation, the more contribution points one can obtain for completing missions. The highest reward for a 2-petal flower is only 1,000 contribution points. The lowest reward for a 3-petal flower is 10,000 contribution points. This will depend on how it is calculated. There was one more thing that Xiao Chen did not say. If a 3-petal flower could choose its own missions, it would not be as passive as before. Administrator Mu smiled and said, Since you have made your choice, I will not say anything more. Xiao Chen returned the Heavenly Alliance medallion to Xiao Chen. Then, another of the 8 plum blossoms lit up on the snowy scene on the back, making a total of 3. The numbers under the plum blossoms all turned to 0. Xiao Chen would stand on a new starting point. This is for you. Xiao Chen found this somewhat strange. Then, he received a jade bottle from Administrator Mu. When he opened it, he saw that it contained 5 tons of origin liquid. This was a large sum. Even after selling the 10,000-year-old herb kings, Xiao Chen had only obtained 50 tons of origin liquid. This is? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. Administrator Mu explained, This is the Heavenly Alliance's reward for you. All the lords saw your contributions for themselves in the past year. Originally, with the contribution points you obtained, it would have been a large reward. You could have even exchanged for an inferior grade soul tool. However, you did not exchange for it, which was equivalent to doing nothing. The lords felt that they could not let you down. They did not know what you needed, so they gave you 5 tons of origin liquid. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that this was true. He had worked hard in the past year. Normally, he did not feel much. This was because he felt that being in the Heavenly Alliance was the greatest reward. He had a divine mountain to cultivate on, a demon blood vulture to nurture, and combat experience to temper himself as a sovereign emperor. Honestly speaking, although these days were dull and tiring, they suited Xiao Chen. Although Xiao Chen had not opened a divine vein in the past year, his 10,000 dragons art progressed rapidly. He was only 1 step away from condensing the 10,000 dragons picture. Many thanks. Xiao Chen thanked Administrator Mu softly as he put away the jade bottle. Origin liquid was good stuff. He would not reject something that came to him for free. Administrator Mu smiled faintly and called out to Xiao Chen, who was about to turn around. Don't be in a rush to leave. The Alliance Chief wants to see you. The Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief was one of the leaders of the 5 super-factions of the righteous Tao. He was one of the people who stood at the peak of the martial epic. Although Xiao Chen was in the Heavenly Alliance, it was impossible for him to request an audience with the Heavenly Alliance Chief. There was too much of a difference in their levels. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Chen asked in a deep voice. His expression remained calm, not showing much fluctuation. Administrator Mu waved his hand and said, How could I know about such things? However, he is not meeting me alone this time. Grim Reaper Lin Feng is going as well. Chapter 2187. There was a divine mountain in heaven beyond heaven. At the summit of the divine mountain was a residence. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief, no one else was qualified to reside at the summit of this divine mountain. Under Administrator Mu's lead, Xiao Chen headed for the divine mountain summit. As Xiao Chen advanced, he felt the mysteriousness of the divine mountain. The foot of the mountain could not compare to the middle of the mountain. The density of the divine nature was like night and day. No wonder people wanted to climb higher. They needed to live high, be strong, and possess a high status. They needed to be aloof, looking down from above, enjoying others looking up to them. There was no need to describe the mysteriousness of the Alliance Chief's residence. With just one glance, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. Every brick and tile was made of alloy and decorated with spirit herbs and celestial flowers. There was a sense of elegance in the atmosphere. This was the so-called paradise. Little brother Xiao Chen, please enter. I'm not qualified to enter, Administrator Mu said with some envy. One could see the entire Heavenly Alliance great realm from the summit of this divine mountain. It was not easy to enter the residence and meet the Alliance Chief. Xiao Chen nodded and entered the residence with his head held high. There was no one in the hall to guide him, but there was only one path. He just had to keep walking forward. Pawns lined both sides of the path. There were elegant and ancient murals on the walls. Xiao Chen did not know which epoch they were in. As he walked, he pushed open a door. Then, Xiao Chen figured that he should be in the main hall. A person stood in the hall. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng, who had arrived earlier. When he saw Xiao Chen, he nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Chen nodded back in greeting. He felt admiration for this Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xiao Chen heard that Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor in the abyssal underworld. However, he betrayed the abyssal underworld and destroyed his demonic Tao cultivation technique. Lin Feng's cultivation returned to its starting point and started over. Then, he rose up again, comprehending the Death Great Tao and the Death Tao domain. He surpassed his previous peak and was extremely incredible. Rumor had it that Lin Feng's master betrayed him, offering his lover with an extreme Yin body to the underworld god hall's vice hall master. This person exuded an extremely heavy death qi. He did not befriend others and kept a low profile. He did not have much of a presence in the Heavenly Alliance. However, his strength made it so that no one could ignore his existence. All of the information about him were just rumors. Xiao Chen heard that he had directly become a disciple of Sui Renji, the same Sui Renji who had wanted to recruit Xiao Chen. How long have you been here? Xiao Chen walked over and asked softly. Lin Feng answered simply, An hour before you. Xiao. Just when Xiao Chen felt that Lin Feng wasn't that cold, a light flashed at the end of the hall. 9 figures appeared at the end of the path. They looked very close, but these 9 people seemed to be in another world. They were so close, yet so far away, their figures faintly discernible. 2 of them sat cross-legged, while the other 7 stood behind them. They had different expressions on their faces, as if they were shadows. Xiao Chen saw Mu Zifeng among the 7. These 7 should be the Heavenly Alliance's 7 core doyens. Needless to say, the 2 people who sat down were the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief and Vice Alliance Chief. Greetings to the 2 Alliance Chiefs and the 7 Lords. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng bowed slightly, performing cupped fist salutes to show respect. These 9 people could be considered the Heavenly Alliance's core upper echelon. They held high positions, and their cultivations were among the strongest. Good. I have long heard that my Heavenly Alliance produced 2 outstanding talents of the new generation. Today I finally get to see them, the seated black-clad old man said. This person should be the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, one of the top experts of the current martial epoch. Mu Zifeng, Swearin Ji, are these two your disciples? Mu Zifeng replied softly, Xiao Chen is not my disciple. He is Peach Blossom's disciple. I can be considered his guide in the Heavenly Alliance. Peach Blossom. So, he is Peach Blossom's disciple. He still remembers how well the Heavenly Alliance treated him. Hua Tianyang said softly, help me prepare a gift tomorrow and send it to Desolate Sea Peach Blossom City. Yes. After Mu Zifeng answered, Swearin Ji smiled and said, Xiao Chen is not Mu Zifeng's disciple. However, Lin Feng is indeed my disciple. I noticed him the moment he entered the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng had no right to interfere when the powerhouses spoke. They could only let these people comment on them. Xiao Chen only glanced at Swearin Ji and saw his appearance clearly. Swearin Ji had a cold and gloomy face. His eyes flickered with a wild light, giving the impression of a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Xiao Chen, Lin Feng, the two of you have been in my Heavenly Alliance for more than a year. Perhaps the two of you cannot feel it, but the Heavenly Alliance's secret guards protected you every time you went on a mission. The Dark Guards saw everything. This is sufficient to prove your loyalty to my Heavenly Alliance. Hua Tianyang got straight to the point, not bothering with pleasantries. This confirmed the feeling that someone was monitoring Xiao Chen. In reality, the Heavenly Alliance's newcomers did not receive such treatment in the past. My Heavenly Alliance does not care about loyalty. We are very clear on how many spies there are in the vast Heavenly Alliance. However, it does not matter. As long as they can be used by my Heavenly Alliance, they can do whatever they want. Such boldness was indeed shocking. However, given the Heavenly Alliance's uniqueness, this was indeed the case. It is fine as long as you are used by me. As for other thoughts, I will just not let you come into contact with the core. Hua Tianyang continued, this time, I called the two of you here for a mission. I need the two of you to work together to complete it. This mission is tailor-made for the two of you. I can't find anyone more suitable than you. Xiao Chen thought to himself, tailor-made for the two of us? That means that Lin Feng and I have something in common, which makes us suitable for the Alliance Chief's mission. What do we have in common? After thinking about it, the only thing the two of them had in common was the dragon race bloodline. However, Xiao Chen was a flood dragon human, and his dragon race bloodline had mutated. As for his dragon race bloodline, to others, it should be a mutated mixed blood dragon bloodline. Mu Zifeng, come and speak to them, Hua Tianyang said softly. Mu Zifeng nodded and said, Xiao Chen, Lin Feng, the Alliance Chief wishes to send the two of you to the Abyssal Underworld to retrieve a holy item that the Heavenly Alliance once lost in the Abyssal Underworld, the Snow God Whip's dart head. 4,000 years ago, 5 superpowers joined hands to attack the Netherworld world, intending to eradicate the Underworld God Hall in one fell swoop. During the Great Battle, the Heavenly Alliance's Snow God Whip was destroyed, and the dart head was lost. The Heavenly Alliance has always wanted to find it. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for the people of the righteous Tao to enter the Abyssal Underworld. If you're too strong, you'll be discovered before you even enter the Netherworld. If you're too weak, you won't be able to complete the mission. As long as the two of you complete this mission, you will be promoted to become a 4-petal member. The Alliance leader will also personally agree to one of your requests. Hua Tianyang sighed and said, I am ashamed to say this. This sacred item was lost in my hands, but I am unable to retrieve it myself. Swearin Ji hurriedly said, Alliance Master, don't feel guilty. If not for this battle back then, showing the glory of our Heavenly Alliance to the world, showing our Heavenly Alliance's strength, our Heavenly Alliance would not have become a superpower. Furthermore, you entered the Abyssal Underworld 9 times and fought with the Underworld monarchs several times, putting yourself in danger. You have already done enough. The other core doyens quickly consoled Hua Tianyang, not wanting him to feel too guilty. I know about that great battle. It is known as the final blood battle in the Abyssal Underworld. The 9 layers of the Abyssal Underworld suffered heavy casualties. If not for the Xuewu dynasty's help, the Underworld God Hall might have been destroyed. If I guessed right, this dart head should be in the final blood battlefield remnant. That place is considered a forbidden land in the Abyssal Underworld, Lin Feng replied softly. Lin Feng replied softly. He was rather clear about this battle. Before Lin Feng betrayed the Underworld God Hall, The underworld god hall had been proclaiming how despicable the people of the central Great Realm were. Lin Feng once thought of killing his way back to the Great Thousand Realms one day, establishing supreme beneficence for the underworld god hall, helping the flood dragon humans reclaim the divine dragon empire. However, that was all in the past. It was no longer important. That's right. If there are no surprises, this dart head should still be in the final blood battlefield. The two of you possess the dragon race bloodline. Lin Feng does not even need to disguise himself to return to the abyssal underworld without being discovered. As for Xiao Chen, the demonic Dao cultivation technique that you cultivate can hide your identity very well. Hua Tianyang changed the topic as he looked at Xiao Chen and smiled gently. When Xiao Chen heard that, his heart trembled. He revealed a horrified expression, feeling somewhat at a loss. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that the other party would say that he had a mixed blood dragon bloodline. That way, he would not be discovered. Who could have imagined that Hua Tianyang would expose his secret of cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique, leaving him at a loss? Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "There is no need to be nervous. Since ancient times, there have been people of the righteous Dao who cultivate demonic Dao cultivation techniques. All the talented people would study demonic Dao cultivation techniques, just like how there are people of the demonic Dao who cultivate righteous Dao cultivation techniques. My Heavenly Alliance's senior elder Swearin Ji cultivates a demonic Dao cultivation technique. However, it is still the same. As a core doyen of my Heavenly Alliance, no one in the righteous Dao dares to say anything. Don't think of the people of the righteous Dao as too pedantic. Some things are only said on the surface. In the end, it is still a conflict of interest. If you are strong enough, who will dare to control you? Of course, if you are not strong enough and do not have a backer, the result will be different." As Hua Tianyang spoke, Swearin Ji smiled sinisterly at Xiao Chen. His smile seemed profound and mysterious. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. "I hid it well enough. Even a faux god would not easily discover it. It must be Swearin Ji who exposed me." While Hua Tianyang's words sounded like consolation, they were actually threats. "You have my Heavenly Alliance's protection. Just like Swearin Ji, no one will dare to say anything. If you leave the Heavenly Alliance and someone kills you as a demon, you will not be able to redress your grievances. However, this is not entirely a bad thing. If you are completely flawless, with all your strengths, Hua Tianyang might not dare to trust you. However, once he discovers your secret, he will have something to use against you. On the contrary, he will trust you even more." Xiao Chen calmed down and said, "Alliance Chief is right. Xiao Chen has experienced it for himself." Hua Tianyang nodded slightly and said, "Let's do it this way then. The two of you go and make preparations first. We can depart at any time." The moment Xiao Chen turned around, his expression turned somewhat sullen. Without saying a word, he quickly left. The Heavenly Alliance is not a good place to stay. No wonder the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor chose to leave back then. As Mu Zifeng watched Xiao Chen leave, he sighed to himself. The Alliance Chief had decided on this. He could not inform Xiao Chen in advance. "Swearin Ji, you did well this time. You managed to discover Xiao Chen's weakness. Otherwise, given how cautious he is and how he does things, the hidden guards who were observing him would not have discovered any weakness," Hua Tianyang praised softly. "Only when there was a weakness would it be easier to control Swearin Ji. Only then would Swearin Ji feel assured to do some things. Otherwise, Hua Tianyang would not be able to leave this matter to Xiao Chen." Swearin Ji smiled and said, "Finding the holy relic is Alliance Chief's greatest wish. Naturally, Swearin Ji will do his best." Chapter 2188. When Xiao Chen returned to his residence, he had already calmed down. He had not expected his secret to be exposed. At that time, Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it might not be a bad thing. Cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique had always been a knot in Xiao Chen's heart. Now that it was exposed, he felt much more relaxed. From now on, he would no longer have this knot in his heart. Hua Tianyang was right. The battle between the righteous factions and demonic factions, eliminating demons and protecting the Dao, was ultimately a battle of interests. How could the people of the righteous Dao be so pedantic? How could a faux god have such low standards? Since ancient times, many people had cultivated demonic Dao cultivation techniques. However, Most of them did not end up well. On the surface, everyone showed fear. However, who could guarantee that they did not secretly learn or look at demonic Tao cultivation techniques? Even from the perspective of knowing oneself and one's enemy, this was not a bad thing. However, Hua Tianyang's last sentence was even more right. If one was strong enough, no matter what cultivation technique one cultivated, others would not dare to say anything about it. Say anything? If they said anything more, they would kill them. However, if one was not strong enough and did not have any backing, they would be killed if they dared to cultivate it. Speaking of which, killing a demon would increase Xiao Chen's reputation significantly. He would give others a handle to use against him and would not be able to redress his grievances. Big Brother Xiao, your expression seems somewhat off. Did something bad happen when you met the Alliance Chief? Bao'er asked timidly when she saw that Xiao Chen had not said anything after he returned. Her expression also looked somewhat frightening. Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "It's fine. The Alliance Chief gave me a heavy responsibility. It is hard to say whether I will survive or not." "Oh," Bao'er said, not asking anything more. She just obediently filled Xiao Chen's teacup. As the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy, Mu Zifeng went directly to Xiao Chen's residence. Then, he waved his hand to dismiss Bao'er. "Big Brother Mu." Xiao Chen stood up. Mu Zifeng gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then he said, "You should have told me in advance that you cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique. Otherwise, if Suiren Ji found out about it, I would not have been forced into such a passive state." Xiao Chen showed a doubtful expression as he said, "Big Brother Mu will be implicated as well." "Of course. Did you think the Alliance Master didn't have a motive for asking if you were one of my disciples?" Mu Zifeng said softly, "Alliance Chief Hua is injured and will retire in a few years. At that time, one of the 7 of us will have to choose the position of Alliance Chief." Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired. He felt very uncomfortable in the Heavenly Alliance. It was much worse than when he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace. There were schemes everywhere, and there were hidden guards at all times. It made people feel a little depressed for no reason. Now, Xiao Chen increasingly understood why the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor left back then. Mu Zifeng was somewhat different from what Xiao Chen had imagined. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. For him to climb to the position of a core doyen, how could he be someone with few desires? "My apologies for implicating Lord Mu. I am truly sorry," Xiao Chen replied calmly. His expression was calm, but he did not show much sincerity in his apology. Mu Zifeng sensed the distance in Xiao Chen's words. He sighed in his heart and stopped dwelling on this problem. "Let's drop this matter. Let's talk about the holy relic. If possible, you have to obtain the dart head yourself. You have to get the most credit." Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling displeased in his heart. Mu Zifeng was purposely trying to sow discord between him and Lin Feng. Before the mission even started, he was already scheming. Mu Zifeng observed Xiao Chen's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said seriously, "You might not know this, but the Heavenly Alliance spent a lot of time and resources on this holy relic. For the sake of retrieving the holy relic, Hua Tianyang nearly lost his life. Left with no choice, he came up with this plan. This is the best opportunity. The Heavenly Alliance has been making preparations since the start of this batch of newcomers. After a few rounds of secret screening, we finally decided on you and Lin Feng. Your appearance is simply a heaven-sent opportunity." When Xiao Chen heard that, his heart sank. Does that mean that Mu Zifeng thought of this mission the first time he saw me? Mu Zifeng's shrewdness was somewhat scary. "You can say that the core doyen behind whoever retrieves the holy relic will be the next Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief," Mu Zifeng said softly to Xiao Chen. Seeing that Xiao Chen remained silent, Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "I can promise you that if I become the Alliance Chief, the position of Dragon Emperor will be yours. There are no longer any heroes in this world. It is impossible for you to obtain the position of Dragon Emperor by relying on so-called dreams and emotions. I can tell you this. The forces involved in the position of Dragon Emperor are many times greater than you can imagine. You absolutely cannot become the Dragon Emperor by yourself. You need my support, the support of the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief." Mu Zifeng did not bother with pleasantries or threatening Xiao Chen. He only explained all the benefits to Xiao Chen. Seeing Xiao Chen reveal a contemplative expression, Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, You are very similar to Peach Blossom. You only want to pursue the martial Tao, not caring about the karma of the mundane world. However, you and I are in the mundane world, so we cannot avoid it. The heavenly realm shattered, and the martial epoch no longer has a true god. To think that you talk about the dream of pursuing the peak of the martial Tao. In my opinion, this is rather comical. Of course, I personally admire these people, including you and Peach Blossom. This could be considered the age of decline. True gods of the martial Tao no longer existed. There was no peak, no goal. Several generations of faux gods were already lost. This was the worst age. Mu Zifeng's words represented the thoughts of most sovereign emperors and faux gods. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Lord Mu, let's talk about the mission." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "It is fine if you want to run away. I will not force you. I already said it. Being born in the mundane world, the karma of the mundane world cannot be avoided. You will make your own choice when the time comes." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He knew what Mu Zifeng meant. At this moment, Sui Renji was probably saying the same thing as Lin Feng. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the mission. This is a replica of the Snow God whip. You can take a look." Mu Zifeng took out a long whip that looked like a plum blossom. There was a total of 9 segments, each one looking like a plum blossom branch. In reality, it was made of plum blossoms, supplemented by divine materials and transcendent alloys. When Xiao Chen touched it, he could feel a flourishing life force amid its coldness. It contained an extremely strong life Tao. At the top of the 9-segment plum blossom whip was a dart head flickering with 7-colored light. It looked like the tip of a spear, but it was sharper and more exquisite. "This is..." Xiao Chen found it somewhat familiar, but he could not recall what it was. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "You must be very familiar with it. Take out your medallion and take a look." Xiao Chen took out the Heavenly Alliance medallion and immediately understood. The front of the Heavenly Alliance medallion had divine characters made of 7 pieces of metal. This is a 7-color stone. When the Heavenly Alliance was first established, the 7 merchant associations collected all the supreme treasures in the world and refined them into a fantasy divine stone. If not for fear of getting into trouble because of its value, the Heavenly Alliance's Grandmaster-level martial sages could have forged it into a transcendent-grade soul tool. Hence, they could only forge it into a dart head, which resulted in the peak superior-grade soul tool, the Snow God Whip. Although the other parts of the so-called Snow God Whip are precious, they are not worth mentioning compared to this 7-color stone. Xiao Chen toyed with the Snow God Whip in his hand. Then, he gently swung it, and snowflakes immediately drifted down. The scarlet plum blossom whip in his hand looked exceptionally beautiful against the backdrop of the wind and snow. It had its own grace, swaying gracefully in the snow. "Since this dart head is so miraculous, aren't you afraid that Lin Feng and I will take it and flee?" Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Don't even think about it. Without a cultivation technique to complement it, you cannot bring out its true might. Furthermore, given the 2 of your smart, you will not do something so foolish, trying to control a treasure that is not of your own strength." Mu Zifeng was right. Without sufficient strength, controlling such a treasure would only bring disaster upon oneself. The Heavenly Alliance did not have to worry. Furthermore, the 2 of them had weaknesses. They did not dare to fall out with the Heavenly Alliance. No wonder Hua Tianyang said that this mission was tailor-made for the 2 of them. To the Heavenly Alliance, the 2 of them were the best candidates. There was nothing more suitable. After chatting for a while, Mu Zifeng stood up and said, "Let's not talk about the mission anymore. This Snow God Whip replica is a peak Tao tool, no weaker than some inferior-grade soul tools. I'll give it to you. There's also this. Take it as well." Xiao Chen received a seed and asked, finding it strange, "What is this?" "This is a rank 9 peony seed, the devastatingly beautiful peony, the king of flowers. The instant it blooms, life force fills the air. It can suppress the Death Tao domain for 1 hour. Even if you do not need it, you can keep it to protect yourself. Of course, I hope that you will take the initiative to use it. After all, who knows what Sui Renji prepared for him?" Mu Zifeng smiled meaningfully. Then, he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and turned to leave. Xiao Chen set the seed aside. Then, he picked up the teacup and fiddled with it, thinking about everything Mu Zifeng said. On the other side, As Mu Zifeng expected, Sui Renji also gave instructions to Lin Feng. Do you understand everything that I told you? Sui Renji's deep voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Lin Feng nodded silently, not saying anything more. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Horror flashed in his eyes. A ghostly figure appeared and circled Sui Renji, making him look even more sinister and cold. Sui Renji smiled sinisterly. Then he flicked his finger, and a ghostly figure appeared. It turned out to be a strand of Ho soul. Whoosh! The Ho soul in Sui Renji's hand turned into an arrow flickering with a green light. It was a bona fide ghost Ho arrow, radiating a frightening chill. Lin Feng could not suppress the horror in his heart, so he had to take another step back. Sui Renji smiled faintly and said, "Are you afraid? I am not here to kill you. This dragon-killing arrow is to send that fellow to heaven. After you obtain the holy relic, kill him for me." This little bastard actually dared to reject my invitation back then. He must be tired of living. Now, he even dares to be so close to Mu Zifeng. How reckless! Lin Feng grabbed the dragon-killing arrow flying at him. He felt his soul tremble. This was the innate fear of the dragon race bloodline toward the Ho. However, Lin Feng was Lin Feng after all. After holding the arrow for a while, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he suppressed the might of the arrow. Very good. I hope that you can bring back not only the holy relic but also Xiao Chen's head. Sui Renji revealed a satisfied smile. He liked ruthless people like Lin Feng, who were ruthless to themselves and even more ruthless to their enemies. Chapter 2189. After sending off Mu Zifeng, Xiao Chen made preparations for his trip to the Abyssal Underworld and Lin Feng's meeting at the summit of the Abyssal Underworld 3 days later. The two of them nodded slightly and greeted each other. Even though they were both feeling a little strange, there was no trace of it on their faces. They were extremely calm. It didn't take long for Hua Tianyang and the 7 core Grand Elders to arrive. It looks like you're almost done with your preparations. I won't be able to send you off on this trip. Ku Yun, help me send the 2 of them off. Unexpectedly, Hua Tianyang did not send Mu Zifeng or Sui Renji. Instead, another core doyen, Ku Yun, did it. This Ku Yun was known as Master Ku Yun. Among the core doyens, he was in charge of the Heavenly Alliance's blacksmithing and blacksmithing matters. He never competed with others. Follow me. Whoosh! A figure that seemed to have jumped from the other side of the world appeared before the 2 of them. It was Master Ku Yun. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng followed Master Ku Yun to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. The Netherworld was located beneath the Central World. It was composed of 9 realms and had its own laws. It was equivalent to the dark side and shadow of the Central World. The 2 were interdependent, and neither could destroy the other. Ha! Xiao Chen, your alloy battle armor seems to have reached 2 stars. Master Ku Yun exclaimed in shock when he saw Xiao Chen's gloves. Lin Feng, who was at the side, also looked over in surprise. The upgrade of alloy battle armor required an enormous amount of resources, and he was still stuck at a 1-star alloy battle armor. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, "I used all the resources in the Faux God world on the alloy battle armor. When I returned to the Heavenly Alliance, I asked Lord Mu Zifeng to upgrade it." No wonder. Come, let's head to the Central World first. It was just a small matter, so it was over after a brief mention. Through the Dao platform's teleportation, he arrived at the Central World. Xiao Chen looked at the familiar surroundings and felt slightly shocked. This place seemed to be the Desolate Sea. Desolate City was not far ahead. Is this Barren City? Indeed. We should do our best to keep a low profile. The Desolate Sea is a good place to hide from others. Come, I'll send you to the Abyssal Underworld. Master Ku Yun used his own cultivation to carry Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Soon, they arrived at a deep chasm. Demonic energy gushed out from the pitch-black abyss. The surroundings were secluded, and there was no one in the wilderness. This was one of the more secretive passageways from the Central World to the Abyssal Underworld. Very few people knew about it. This 10,000 demon abyss is too dangerous and leads directly to the 9th layer of the Abyssal Underworld. Very few people use it. You too should be careful, said Master Ku Yun as he looked at the bottomless abyss filled with unknown dangers. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng exchanged glances. Then, They did not hesitate to jump down. The two of them were no strangers to the netherworld. Xiao Chen had once carried out a mission in the Heaven Dragon Hall and killed Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike. However, at that time, he had gone to the first layer of the netherworld. This time, he was going to the even more dangerous 9th layer of the netherworld. As for Lin Feng, he was originally a flood dragon human and had been born in the netherworld since he was young. Coming here was like returning home. Looking at the two of them entering the abyss, Ku Yun fell into deep thought before he shook his head and sighed. Soon, two figures descended from the sky. They were Sui Renji and Mu Zifeng. Master Ku Yun did not feel surprised at the two's appearance. He just nodded slightly to them. Brother Mu, who do you think will bring back the holy relic in the end? Mu Zifeng replied indifferently. The abyssal underworld is very dangerous. Brother Suiren, you should be worried about whether they can return alive. As for finding the holy relic, they have failed for so many years. It would not be strange for them to fail again. Sui Renji smiled and said, Stop pretending. You and I both know that the chances of finding the holy relic this time are the highest. However, you are right. We still have to worry about whether Xiao Chen can return or not. That is the most important thing. After all, he has not even opened a divine vein. Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor expert and grasped the Death Dao domain. He should not have to worry about self-preservation. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, It looks like Brother Suiren thinks that Xiao Chen will definitely fall in the abyssal underworld. Let's see who can return alive at that time. The two clashed with each other, their words containing needles. After exchanging a few words, the atmosphere turned exceptionally hostile. Master Ku Yun did not find this strange. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said, The two of them have already arrived in the abyssal underworld. It is time to go. After saying that, Master Ku Yun left first, not lingering. Mu Zifeng and Sui Renji both snorted coldly and left at the same time, not leaving any traces behind. At the bottom of the 10,000 demon abyss, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng landed one after another. When they looked around, they saw a desolate scene. Tall shrubs grew on the ground, and dark clouds hung in the sky. A blood moon hung high in the dark clouds. After landing, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. His journey in the 10,000 demon abyss had not been smooth. There were many ferocious abyssal underworld creatures, especially vampire bats. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. If one was not careful, one would end up sucked dry. As Xiao Chen sized up his surroundings, he saw a gushing river at the limits of his vision. There seemed to be the silhouette of a city further away. With a thought, the yin and yang divine energy sea in Xiao Chen's time core flipped over. Now, the divine energy sea surging with demonic qi was revealed. Immediately, Xiao Chen's aura changed drastically. Xiao Chen's eyes turned pitch black, filled with a demonic nature. His entire body gave off an aura that could devour the world, inspiring fear. Xiao Chen could feel the demonic qi divine energy filling his meridians. A violent and bloodthirsty emotion spread throughout his body. This was the first time he allowed the demonic qi divine energy to occupy his physical body without holding anything back, so he was not used to it. After calming down for a while, Xiao Chen's mental state returned to normal. Now, he could deal with the demonic qi divine energy in his body, as well as the violent and bloodthirsty emotion. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted as he watched from the side. In the blink of an eye, it was like Xiao Chen had vanished. A bona fide demonic Dao sovereign emperor stood beside Xiao Chen, radiating a frightening aura from all over. The two of you are too big of a target. Let's split up for now. We will meet at the final blood battlefield half a month from now. Lin Feng suddenly spoke before Xiao Chen could stabilize himself, startling him slightly. All right. After thinking about it, separating for now was not a bad idea. So, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. As Xiao Chen watched Lin Feng leave, he guessed that Lin Feng might be meeting some people or doing some other things in the abyssal underworld. After all, Lin Feng had grown up here and became a sovereign emperor here. This was fine. After all, Xiao Chen could not figure out Lin Feng's thoughts. Furthermore, Lin Feng's Death Dao domain was extremely difficult to deal with. Anyone would be tired of being on guard all the time. Xiao Chen changed into black clothes and a conical bamboo hat. Then, he got the demon blood vulture to perch on his shoulder. His getup was perfect. Xiao Chen chose a different direction from Lin Feng, heading forward. The abyssal underworld had a total of 9 layers. The 9th layer was the most bustling. Aside from the Asura race, which controlled the 9th layer, the elite cultivators of the Rakshasa race and Yuxia race from the other layers gathered there. This was because the Underworld God Hall's main hall was in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Aside from the abyssal underworld's races, there were also many human demonic Dao cultivators in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Most of them were here on experiential training. The demonic Dao cultivators and the abyssal underworld cultivators cultivated very similar cultivation techniques. Hence, they frequently communicated with each other. Along the way, Xiao Chen met with several demonic Dao cultivators. When the Asura race and the other abyssal underworld cultivators saw Xiao Chen, they did not find him strange and did not give him a second look. There was no one in this place except for righteous Dao cultivators. Perhaps there were, but they disguised themselves better. The righteous Dao cultivators and the abyssal underworld's races could be considered mortal enemies. They had fought several times before, wanting to destroy the other side as soon as possible. Unlike Lin Feng, Xiao Chen's understanding of the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld was limited to some information on paper. If Xiao Chen wanted to reach the final blood battlefield, he needed to head to the nearest abyssal underworld city and obtain a map there. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find the final blood battlefield if he was blind? 4 hours later, Xiao Chen arrived before the river at the limits of his vision. That was a scarlet river. The gushing river looked like the rough blood of a demonic beast, looking very uncomfortable. The gushing river was like the sea with horrifying waves. From time to time, layers of ghostly shadows would appear, causing people to tremble with fear. Xiao Chen knew that this was the abyssal underworld's holy river. It held a high and sacred position in the hearts of the abyssal underworld's races. The holy river gushed all the way to the Asura purgatory. The underworld god hall was above that Asura purgatory. Even the abyssal underworld's races were not allowed to touch the holy river water. Only those with meritorious contributions or noble bloodlines could enjoy the baptism of the holy river. As for outsiders, that went without saying. Right now, Xiao Chen was a demonic Dao cultivator. He could only obediently wait for the underworld boat on the other side to cross the river. Several cultivators already gathered at the pier. There were many Rakshasa, Yuxia, Asura, and demonic Dao cultivators. Most of them were only star venerates or holy venerates. Even sovereign personages were rare. Xiao Chen spread out his aura slightly, attracting the attention of the crowd. This attracted the attention of the crowd. They kept their distance from him and looked at him with respect. Even the Asura cultivators, the masters of the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld, did not dare to show any disrespect or be impudent. In the abyssal underworld, the respect for the strong was exceptionally exaggerated. The underworld boat docked on the holy river. As long as Xiao Chen did not leave, no one dared to move. After Xiao Chen boarded, the cultivators behind him rushed to board the underworld boat. The surging river water surged. However, the underworld boat, which was not very large, moved against the current like it was on flat land. Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the river. The river was vast like the sea, boundless. Blood mist and ghostly figures filled the air. Occasionally, he heard the cries of infants and the wails of malicious spirits. That should be a demon blood vulture on that senior's shoulder, right? That should be it. What a strong demon blood vulture. Its bloodline is already starting to revert. How enviable. It would be great if I had such a demonic pet. Recently, many demonic Dao seniors have come to our 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. I wonder why they are here. Who knows? How can we be qualified to participate in the matters of these major characters? The cultivators whispered to each other as they looked at Xiao Chen at the bow. Their words were filled with awe and worship. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied with this. Before he came, he had learned that the abyssal underworld worshipped the strong. If he deliberately kept a low profile, he would end up attracting trouble. The races of the abyssal underworld were all hot-tempered, cold-blooded, and bloodthirsty people. It would be much more convenient to keep a low profile. Not only would no one dare to seek trouble for him, but it would also be more convenient. Greetings, Senior. As Xiao Chen looked at the river, a trembling voice came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a young Asura race cultivator calling out to him. Chapter 2190. The Azura clan had a very interesting characteristic. The nobler the bloodline of this race, the better looking they were, and the higher their status. This was the case for both men and women. If you saw a member of the Azura clan with an ugly appearance, needless to say, his strength and talent would probably be average. This was a race that looked at appearances. With one look, one could tell the status and strength of the Azura race member. The young Azura race cultivator who appeared before Xiao Chen was rather handsome. He had a single horn on his head, snow-white hair, and a pair of eyes that looked like blood jades. "What's the matter?" Xiao Chen asked indifferently as he turned around. That Azura race cultivator calmed himself and said, "I am Luoho Yun, from the Luoho clan, one of the 4 royal clans of the Azura race. I took the liberty of disturbing you because I want to get to know you. This underworld boat was forged by my Luoho clan." Under the cloak, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Based on this person's appearance and the many cultivators behind him, it seemed like he was telling the truth. "My family name is Xiao. Young Master Luoho is too polite." Seeing that Xiao Chen did not get angry, Luoho Yun rejoiced. "Senior, please come with me. This is not a good place to speak." Xiao Chen followed the other party to the top of the underworld boat. Luoho Yun received Xiao Chen warmly. Luoho Yun took out some rare and precious fruits that contained a demonic nature and pure demonic spiritual energy. Xiao Chen glanced at them and thought to himself, "I do not like these demonic nature fruits. However, if I don't eat them, I will easily expose myself. Left with no choice, I can only feed these abyssal underworld spirit fruits to the demon blood vulture on my shoulder." When Luoho Yun saw this scene, he felt shocked. "Senior, do you normally use these 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits to feed the demon blood vulture?" This was not wrong. After entering the Heavenly Alliance, the demon blood vulture only ate 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits under Senior Lu's nurturing. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He replied indifferently, "It's all right." Luoho Yun felt somewhat flustered. To think that he took out the spirit fruits for feeding demonic pets to receive Senior Xiao. He quickly apologized. "I was rude earlier. However, this underworld boat is very simple. I simply cannot take out any decent spirit fruits to receive Senior Xiao." "I'm fine," Xiao Chen responded casually. For the time being, he would take it as learning about the Azura race. Among the many races in the netherworld, the Azura race seemed to have the highest status. Rakshasa, Yaksha, and the other layers of the netherworld were all servants of the Shura for a very long time. Later on they slowly grew stronger. However, from the looks of it, even though there were some differences between the Nether Kings and none of them were willing to submit to each other, the Nether Kings were not willing to submit to each other. However, it was undeniable that the Azura race was still the strongest, and they controlled the underworld god hall. As they chatted idly, Xiao Chen brought the topic to the final blood battlefield to see if he could obtain any useful information. Final blood battlefield? That place had not been peaceful recently. It was normally a forbidden area, and those who dared to go there were all experts. However, it seems like some incredible treasure appeared this time, attracting the experts of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld over. There are also many demonic Dao experts from the Xue Wu dynasty. When Luoho Yun mentioned the final blood battlefield, excitement flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly extinguished it. Normally, Xiao Chen could not go to the final blood battlefield. Now that it was so chaotic, he could not go. The genes of the Azura race flowed in their blood. They had an innate desire for battle and worshipped the strong. While the final blood battlefield was not peaceful, the more it was so, the more the Azura race cultivators would be curious and hot-blooded. However, Luoho Yun was merely a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Even if he went to the final blood battlefield, he could only wander around the periphery. If he dared to enter, there would be only one result: death. Xiao Chen could not remain calm in his heart. Something appeared in the final blood battlefield. Could it be a dart head made of 7-color stone? "Do you know what it is?" Luoho Yun shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that." However, the final blood battlefield was the decisive battlefield between the abyssal underworld and the Great Thousand Realms more than 4,000 years ago. Both sides suffered countless casualties. The only things that can be excavated are the remains of faux gods, soul tools, demonic weapons, and powerful treasures. Normally, most of them are incomplete fragments. I believe that a relatively complete soul tool or strange treasure was discovered this time. Perhaps, It is some holy relic of our ancestors. That is all that can be excavated from the battlefield. It should not be natural treasures or rare fruits, right? This little fellow understood rather well. Indeed, that was all that could be excavated from the battlefield. However, Xiao Chen had some misgivings in his heart. If the dart head was really exposed, his and Lin Feng's mission would be somewhat uncertain. After the underworld boat docked, Luo Ho Yun invited Xiao Chen to return to his clan with him, wanting to introduce him to his father. There were 4 Azura kings in the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. The position of the 9th underworld monarch had always been passed between the 4 royal clans. Xiao Chen guessed right. This Luo Ho Yun's father might be Luo Ho Wang, one of the 4 Azura kings. After the boat docked, Xiao Chen discovered that Luo Ho Yun had a sovereign emperor expert by his side, protecting him in secret. However, Luo Ho Yun himself did not know this. For Luo Ho Yun to be able to send out a sovereign emperor guard, it showed Luo Ho Yun's position in the Luo Ho clan. If Xiao Chen went to meet this Luo Ho Wang and exposed his identity, only death awaited him. However, the other party was a Luo Ho Wang. He would definitely know what happened in the final blood battlefield. That would be of great help to completing the mission. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen chose the former. He could take his time to find out information about the final blood battlefield. Xiao Chen only had 1 life. If he lost it, it would be gone. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not very enthusiastic about the mission to retrieve the holy relic in the first place. I have matters to attend to. Never mind. Let's meet again if we are fated, Xiao Chen said indifferently. After saying that indifferently, Xiao Chen slowly vanished from Luo Ho Yun's gaze of worship. Big Brother Hong, how high do you think Senior Zhao's cultivation is? Peak Holy Venerate, Sovereign Personage, or False Emperor? Luo Ho Yun asked one of the guards beside him. I can't tell. However, I always feel on edge when standing beside him. I keep feeling like I will be swallowed up at any moment. I hope we can meet again. To think that I was fortunate enough to meet such an expert today. This is truly incredible. When Luo Ho Yun thought about it, he felt some admiration for himself. To think that he dared to step forward and greet Xiao Chen. The meeting with Luo Ho Yun was just a small interlude in Xiao Chen's journey to the abyssal underworld. His plan had not changed. After arriving at the nearest city and obtaining a map, Xiao Chen rushed to the final blood battlefield. Along the way, Xiao Chen kept an eye out for information about the final blood battlefield. However, there were many rumors about it. There was no definitive answer. Recently, Xiao Chen even heard that righteous Dao cultivators had joined in, startling even the underworld god guards. This gave Xiao Chen a headache. Since he was not familiar with the abyssal underworld, he could not find any reliable information. 3 days ago, Xiao Chen had already arrived at the final blood battlefield. Xiao Chen wandered around the battlefield's periphery a few times, killing some abyssal underworld ferocious beasts that did not know better. At the same time, he familiarized himself with the battlefield's environment. According to rumor, this final blood battlefield was not the only place where the great battle 4,000 years ago took place. Since ancient times, many great battles had taken place here. Back then, the Black Dragon King fought the 9 underworld monarchs here as well. The decisive battle with the demonic Dao cultivators had also taken place here. This was an ancient battlefield with a long history. Just by wandering around the periphery, one could feel the corpse chi that had accumulated for many years. Without reaching the Cloud Sea realm, one would not even be qualified to enter. Even sovereign personages had to be extremely cautious in this ancient battlefield. As for Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperors, as long as they were careful, they would not run into too much danger in this ancient battlefield. Even if they ran into someone they could not afford to offend, they should not have any problems fleeing in advance. The truly terrifying ones were the other sovereign emperors who entered this place. These people were far more dangerous than the Forbidden Land itself. Is Lin Feng not coming? It looked like the appointed time with Lin Feng was approaching, but the other party had not appeared yet. The Heavenly Alliance medallion could sense each other's presence. The medallion did not react at all. This meant that the other party was still far from the final blood battlefield. As the blood moon rose, the appointed time passed. Then, Xiao Chen shook his head and entered the final blood battlefield alone. Since the other party had not arrived yet, there was no need to wait. However, Xiao Chen did not notice a spot behind him that his spiritual sense could not detect. A figure slowly put away the bow in his hand on the summit. The arrow flickered with a cold light, looking startling under the illumination of the blood moon. No one knew what would happen if this arrow was fired. However, in the end, the owner of the bow chose not to attack. Chapter 2191. Unable to wait for Lin Feng, Xiao Chen could only enter the final blood battlefield alone. The ancient battlefield was desolate. Broken weapons could be seen everywhere. From time to time, one could see evil spirits and vengeful spirits floating in the air. They all had sinister faces and frightening expressions. They were formed from the resentment of the battlefield and the remnant souls of dead martial artists. Most of them had no intelligence, only a vicious nature and bloodthirsty brutality. However, when these evil spirits saw Xiao Chen, they all ran far away. Their instinctive fear told them that they couldn't provoke Xiao Chen. While waiting for Lin Feng at the edge of the battlefield, Xiao Chen had explored this place a few times and was already very familiar with it. This time, Xiao Chen did not hesitate, directly flying towards the depths of the final blood battlefield. When one reached the depths of the battlefield, one had to be careful. The Tao of many martial techniques from that battle still lingered. It might be a blade of grass, a flower, or even a gust of wind, but it contained the remnant martial technique Tao of a faux god realm expert. Of course, what they should be more wary of were the remains that had turned into corpses. The monstrous resentment and demonic chi in this place would cause a corpse to turn into a corpse, and it would display strength no weaker than when it was alive. Moreover, there was no end to killing them. Even if their bones were crushed to ashes, as long as the blood moon still existed, as long as the resentment here didn't scatter, there would always be a time for them to revive. Pa pa pa. Xiao Chen held the replica snow god whip in his hand. As he brandished it, snowflakes drifted down, and cold winds blew. She was like a beauty dancing in the snow. However, this beauty had a bad temper. She was so cold that no one dared to approach her. Amidst the thunderous cracking of the whip, a group of zombies that were charging towards Xiao Chen were all frozen and then shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised to discover that this was the snow god whip replica that Mu Zifeng gave him. When he drove it with his ice Dao domain, it was very smooth to use. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. The Heavenly Alliance medallion sensed someone approaching. Aside from Lin Feng, there should not be any other Heavenly Alliance members in the 9th Abyssal Underworld. Turning his head, he saw a cold figure rapidly approaching him. It was Lin Feng. Sorry, something happened. I'm late. After Lin Feng landed, he said calmly. No one could tell what he was thinking from his words. Xiao Chen didn't think too much about it and said in a deep voice, "It's fine. It just so happens that I also discovered something and wanted to tell you. Before I came, I heard that something seemed off with the final blood battlefield." The discovery of a strange treasure startled not only the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld but also the experts of the Xue Wu dynasty. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I was just about to say this. What was unearthed was not the holy relic of our Heavenly Alliance but the corpse of an ancient demonic sovereign that fell out of a space-time crack." The corpse of an ancient demonic monarch? Yes, it's an ancient demonic monarch with the abilities of a true god. It's possible that he fought with someone before and was swept into the space-time flow. Now he has appeared here. Xiao Chen thought to himself when he heard that. Simply put, a true god's corpse landed in the final blood battlefield. The key point was that this corpse had once been sucked into the space-time flow. Now that it had reappeared, it meant that it had died not long ago. Its value was self-evident. No wonder he hadn't been able to find out about it before. Even among the great forces of the Netherworld, only the top ones would know of such secrets. As for Lin Feng, he used to be in the Netherworld, so he probably knew some of the more secretive intelligence organizations. Since it is not the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, it has nothing to do with us. Should we split up or continue moving together? Next, they would start searching for the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. The two of them had a jade strip on them. As long as they were within a certain range of the dart head, they would be able to sense it. Although it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, with this jade slip and the speed of a sovereign lord, they would be able to find a sovereign lord. As long as the holy relic was still in the final blood battlefield, he would definitely be able to find it. It was just a matter of time. Let's split up and search. We'll meet up once every 7 days. Cross out the areas that have already been explored so that we don't have to explore again. This way the efficiency will be very high. That's exactly what I was thinking. It settled then. After the two discussed, they parted once more in the depths of the final blood battlefield. Searching for holy relics was a very boring task, especially when one had to deal with zombies that appeared out of nowhere. Some of the zombies were even very horrifying. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he had to avoid them. Of course, what was even more unfortunate was accidentally triggering the remnant Dao of a faux god powerhouse. That was like a faux god traveling through space and time to attack. If one was not careful, one would turn to ashes, dying on the spot. No wonder Xiao Chen had always thought that he could not complete this mission. He was too weak, unable to survive in this final blood battlefield. He was too strong and could not hide himself, easily attracting the Underworld God Hall's experts. Take Hua Tianyang, for example. He had appeared 9 times in the past and returned empty-handed, nearly dying here. On the other hand, the demon blood vulture was like a fish in water here, incredibly happy. The demon blood vulture could swallow up all demonic nature. When it opened its beak and sucked, it was like swallowing a demonic spirit fruit. With the demon blood vulture as a means of transportation, Xiao Chen had a much easier time in this forsaken place. There, in the depths of the final blood battlefield, a majestic and tyrannical figure appeared in the hazy dust cloud in the distance. The figure's eyes swept through the surroundings. Everyone who met its gaze trembled in fear, not daring to look at it for long. An ancient demonic sovereign. Xiao Chen knew that should be where the ancient demonic sovereign fell. In the past few days, he had seen several abyssal underworld sovereign emperors and demonic Dao experts rushing over. Actually, deep in his heart, Xiao Chen wanted to go and take a look. He had heard that no one had been able to get within 100 kilometers of the ancient demonic sovereign. Even though the ancient demonic sovereign died, the strong demonic gods might still lingered, making it hard for people to move. However, this had nothing to do with the mission, so he could only put it aside for now and not join in the excitement. After 2 months, Xiao Chen still gained nothing in the final blood battlefield. He had no clue about the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. The dry days could temper his mental state. Xiao Chen discovered that even when he filled his entire body with demonic Dao divine energy, he could freely control his killing intent, rage, and all sorts of negative emotions in the final blood battlefield. During this time, Xiao Chen even saved some demonic Dao experts and Azura race cultivators. Xiao Chen gained some fame. Most of the cultivators who went to search for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse knew about this loose cultivator. Although this loose cultivator had not opened any divine veins, he cultivated an extremely powerful demonic Dao cultivation technique. He was very strong and skilled in the ice Dao. His whip techniques were extremely strange. "It looks like the thing that I feared the most has happened," Lin Feng said helplessly, sighing softly. The two had already searched every place in the final blood battlefield. Only the place where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse was left unexplored. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. However, there were already many factions fighting over that place on the surface. It was chaotic, not to mention the experts hiding in the dark. I heard that with the various experts working together, they can already get within 10 kilometers of the demonic sovereign's corpse. Xiao Chen suggested softly, "Perhaps we can wait a little longer. After they deal with the demonic sovereign's corpse, we can make our move. It looks like that's all we can do." However, just at this moment, a strange light flashed in the two's eyes. Then, they each took out a jade strip. The jade strip flickered with a multicolored light. The two looked in the same direction at the same time. Lin Feng said sullenly, "That's impossible. I already searched that direction. How could the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic be found there? It is moving." Whoosh! The demon blood vulture flashed with light and turned into a beam of scarlet light, flying quickly in the air. Xiao Chen sat on the demon blood vulture's back and got it to quickly fly in the direction of the holy relic. In such an environment, the demon blood vulture was even faster than a regular sovereign emperor. It should be able to help Xiao Chen take the lead. However, Xiao Chen clearly underestimated Lin Feng. The instant Xiao Chen moved, Lin Feng stood on the demon blood vulture's back together with him. "Brother Lin, if this demon blood vulture carries 2 people, it will be slower," Xiao Chen said, feeling somewhat upset. Xiao Chen said somewhat unhappily. This fellow reacted rather quickly, directly jumping onto the demon blood vulture's back. This prevented Xiao Chen from making a move. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Chen, showing an expression that said, "You understand, I understand, don't pretend to be confused." Then he said indifferently, "That is still faster than me." When the holy relic appeared, whoever gained the initiative would definitely snatch it first. Stop! Xiao Chen was about to say something when he sensed an extremely strong aura. He quickly ordered the demon blood vulture to stop flying in the clouds. Lin Feng frowned slightly as well. The two felt that something was wrong. When the two squinted, they saw a group of Azura race cultivators 500,000 kilometers below. Even the weakest of them was a sovereign personage. This was especially so for the person in the middle. His strength was extremely horrifying, at least a 3-veined sovereign emperor. Someone who could condense 3 divine veins was already extremely strong among sovereign emperors. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven. At the very least, the current Xiao Chen and Lin Feng were not a match for this person. Luo Ho's sovereign emperor. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he recognized this 3-veined sovereign emperor. It was an old acquaintance. Xiao Chen also recognized Luo Ho's sovereign emperor. Luo Ho's sovereign emperor rode a tall mutated beast. Another person rode a mutated beast beside him, walking shoulder to shoulder. This was Luo Ho Yun. After recognizing Luo Ho Yun, it was not hard to guess Luo Ho's sovereign emperor's identity. However, all this was not the important point. The important point was the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. It was currently adorned as a crown on Luo Ho Yun's head. When Xiao Chen saw this, he could not help breaking down. It turned out that he had been working for nothing in the past 2 months. Someone had discovered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic long ago. However, it seemed like these people did not know how miraculous the holy relic was. Chapter 2192. The holy relic that the Heavenly Alliance was searching for was actually an ornament on Luo Ho Yun's crown. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng didn't expect this at all. This meant that the sacred item had been discovered long ago. The two of them had been working hard for nothing. Lin Feng muttered, "Looks like this Luo Ho king is also here for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. As a loose cultivator you should be able to sneak in. Wait for an opportunity to snatch the dart head, then leave immediately without caring about anything else." When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt somewhat helpless. Snatching the holy relic from Luo Ho Wang's side is easier said than done. With Luo Ho Wang's strength, even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him. I can't care so much anymore. If you manage to snatch the relic, I'll cover for you. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to block him together. Lin Feng was very confident in his and Xiao Chen's strength. Then it's settled. Xiao Chen was also a decisive person. He couldn't think of any good ideas in such a short period of time. For now, he could only do this. Lin Feng turned around and leaped into the clouds, leaving Xiao Chen alone on the demon blood vulture's back. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen got the demon blood vulture to turn into a beam of scarlet flame and purposely flew past Luo Ho Wang's group. Senior Xiao. Indeed, Luo Ho Yun, who was beside Luo Ho Wang, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw the demon blood vulture. Luo Ho Wang had a face even more handsome than Luo Ho Yun's. He raised his hand to stop the group from advancing. Then, he looked at the scarlet flame flying over and asked, "Yun, do you know that demonic cultivator?" Luo Ho Yun nodded and said, "Father, this is the senior Xiao that I told you about. I met him by chance on the underworld boat. Unexpectedly, we met again here. I wonder if he heard me calling out to him?" Luo Ho Wang thought for a while before saying, "The final blood battlefield is currently a gathering place. It is not surprising that this demonic cultivator is here. With his cultivation, he should have heard your voice. As for whether or not he will come to see you, that's hard to say." Luo Ho Yun rejoiced, "In that case, Senior Xiao will definitely come." Luo Ho Wang shook his head, but he smiled and did not say anything. Devil cultivators were usually cold-blooded people who killed without batting an eyelid. How could they really have any friendship with you? Even if he came, it would be because of me, King Luo Ho. Xiao. The scarlet flame flashed, and the demon blood vulture carrying Xiao Chen flew back. "Father, I told you. Senior Xiao will definitely return," Luo Ho Yun said joyfully, appearing very excited. "King, should we stop him?" Luo Ho Wang slightly waved his hand and said, "Let him come over." Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor experts would attract attention no matter where they went. If this person didn't have any special background and was willing to join his team, he would have a higher chance of success. Under the cloak, Xiao Chen exchanged glances with Luoho Wang and said in a deep voice, "This Xiao greets Luoho Wang and young master Luoho." Luoho Wang smiled faintly and said, "Your eyes are pretty good. I heard from my son that you are a demonic Dao loose cultivator. What is your purpose in coming to this final blood battlefield?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "I don't think I need to report my purpose in coming here to King Luoho. How dare you not answer King Luoho's question?" A guard below immediately scolded, dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. "Where does that insignificant sovereign personage get the courage to scold me?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Dyed by his demonic Dao veritable essence energy, the snow god whip instantly coiled around this person's neck like a pitch-black venomous snake. Xiao Chen gently whipped the whip, wrapping it around the guard. Then, he smashed the god heavily to the ground. This guard grabbed the whip with both hands, wanting to undo it. However, his body instantly got sealed in ice, unable to move. Clang! All of a sudden, the Azura guards tensed up. They drew their weapons and released killing chi. Their auras locked onto Xiao Chen, waiting for Luoho Wang to give the order to attack. Luoho Yun had never seen such a lineup before. Furthermore, he had never seen Xiao Chen make a move before. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so strong. The sovereign personage guards that Luoho Yun normally found incredibly strong actually could not last one move against Xiao Chen. Luoho Yun was too shocked, somewhat at a loss. On the other hand, the two sovereign emperor experts beside Luoho Wang remained calm and indifferent. "How dare you? What have I taught you normally? When a sovereign emperor speaks, you are not qualified to interrupt. Put away your weapons," Luoho Wang shouted. King Luoho barked, and the group of guards hurriedly sheathed their weapons. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. In this run-down place, no one would listen to you or believe you if you spoke nicely. You directly showed your strength. The stronger you were, the more people would respect you and trust you. It looked like Xiao Chen had made the right bet. Otherwise, if this group of people started fighting, he would not be able to remain in this final blood battlefield. After removing the seal on the Azura guards, Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the whip sent that guard back to his mount. Because he wanted to meet Luoho Wang, Xiao Chen had already changed the dart head of the snow god whip replica to avoid attracting the other party's attention. When Luoho Wang saw the snow god whip, he did not think much of it. After all, it was just a peak Dao tool. What Luoho Wang truly valued was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was arrogant, unruly, and ruthless. If not on account of Luoho Wang, the person who shouted at him would have died already. Meeting this person here should just be a coincidence. After all, Luoho Wang's group set off with light equipment, bringing only 2 sovereign emperors and many sovereign personages. Yet, they arrived at the final blood battlefield in one day. If the other party knew about this in advance, that would be too terrifying. Furthermore, when Yun first came into contact with the other party, it was Yun who took the initiative to seek out the other party. "I will take my leave first. Originally, I was curious about why young Master Luoho came to this final blood battlefield. Now, I understand after seeing Luoho Wang." After saying that, Luoho Wang turned and left, not lingering. "Father, why did you not leave him behind?" Luoho Yun could not help grumbling. "My king, this person should be a loose cultivator who came to the final blood battlefield to try his luck. However, he probably underestimated the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse and did not gain anything. Since he is a loose cultivator, he should be useful if we offer him great benefits." The 2 sovereign emperor subordinates sent a voice projection to Luoho Wang, giving him their suggestion. Loose cultivators valued benefits. As long as there were sufficient benefits, one could keep the other party around and use him. Luoho Wang entered deep thought. Then, his figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen feigned shock. He asked seriously, "King Luoho, what is the meaning of this?" Luoho Wang smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, don't overthink. I want to make a deal with you. If you are willing, I can give you an inferior grade soul tool. Or 50,000 kilograms of origin liquid. You can choose." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He asked sullenly, "Could it be that you want me to scout ahead? Too many factions are targeting the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. If I go, I will just be seeking death. Even if you give me 10 soul tools, I will not go." Luoho Wang said seriously, "Don't worry. I just want you to protect my son. Consider this 25 kilograms of origin liquid a deposit." After saying that, Luoho Wang tossed a jade bottle to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually caught it. After thinking for a while, he nodded slightly and said, "If it is just to protect young Master Luoho, this deal is doable." "Good. It's a deal then. After the matter is over, I will definitely reward you greatly." Whoosh! After a while, Luoho Wang and Xiao Chen returned to the group. Then, Luoho Wang said softly, "Mr. Xiao will be traveling with us from now on. Everyone, do not be rude to Mr. Xiao. If the two lords and I are not around, you will have to listen to Mr. Xiao." Luoho Wang's orders confused these sovereign personage guards. However, they still obeyed. "Let's go. Give Mr. Xiao a savage beast." Riding on Luoho Wang's mutated beasts, Xiao Chen and the others quickly headed for the ancient demonic sovereigns group. Xiao Chen discovered that the 3 sovereign emperors, including Luoho Wang, appeared very anxious. As they rushed, they kicked up dust clouds. This appeared somewhat strange, raising suspicions. This Luoho Wang seemed to fear that someone else would snatch away the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse before him. There were only 3 sovereign emperors in Luoho Wang's group. Clearly, they were traveling light, not wanting to startle the other 3 Azura kings and other stronger factions. In the middle of the night, Luoho Wang and the other 2 sovereign emperors went out to scout, wanting to see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. Xiao Chen took this opportunity to ask Luoho Yun, "Young Master Luoho, this final blood battlefield is so dangerous. Why did your father bring you here?" Luoho Yun smiled and replied, "I begged him to come. Father said that it would be good for me to see the world. However, you don't have to worry about my safety. The crown on my head is a peak defensive soul tool that Father forged for me. Even if a sovereign emperor charged over, I would be able to protect myself." When Xiao Chen heard that, he naturally did not believe it. Even Luoho Wang might not be able to control the situation here. Unless the older generation experts of the Luoho clan made a move, they might be able to control the situation. However, that would definitely startle the older generation experts of the other factions. At that time, the factions near the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse would be even more chaotic. However, under the cloak, Xiao Chen saw the Heavenly Alliance holy relic on Luoho Yun's crown. This was an opportunity to take the holy relic and flee far away. Chapter 2193. This was indeed a chance to take away the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. However, it was too risky. Luoho Wang did not know when he would return. If the group of sovereign personage guards delayed him for even a moment, he would be in big trouble. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chose to give up. He changed the topic and started chatting with Luoho Yun. After a while, Luoho Wang and the 2 accompanying sovereign emperors rushed back. Xiao Chen rejoiced that he had not chosen to make a move. The situation is not good. There are really many experts. Luoho Wang and the 2 sovereign emperors discussed the situation. They frowned heavily and did not look optimistic. Unexpectedly, the Rakshasa race and the Yuksha race are here. However, fortunately, we did not expose ourselves. Luoho Wang revealed a faint smile as confidence flashed in his eyes. As long as the other 3 Azura kings do not come, this ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame will most likely be mine. Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious when he heard that. Luoho Wang should not have much desire for the true god flame. The most valuable thing about the true god flame was the expert's inheritance it contained. Furthermore, Luoho Wang already possessed the strength of a 3-vein sovereign emperor. If Luoho Wang received another inheritance, it would be hard to guarantee that it would not conflict with the Luoho clan's original inheritance. At that time, Luoho Wang would have to make a decision about whether to give up on his cultivation or not. The gains might not make up for the losses. Moreover, he was already old enough. It was hard to say if he would have enough time to cultivate a new inheritance. Or rather, Luoho Wang would only be able to accomplish this much in his lifetime. At best, he would be a 6-vein sovereign emperor. Obtaining the true god flame would be a waste, unable to bring out its greatest value. Of course, perhaps Luo Ho Wang only cared about the divine might and soul energy contained in the true God flame, which could strengthen his divine seal. However, was there a need to take such a huge risk just to strengthen his divine seal? Luo Ho Wang only brought 2 sovereign emperors. Clearly, he wanted to make a sudden move, taking out the true God flame without startling the other 3 Azura kings. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Luo Ho Yun. Then his eyes lit up. Suddenly he understood something. If he left the true God flame's inheritance to Luo Ho Yun, everything would be different. Luo Ho Yun was young, no more than 20 years old, but he was already a star venerate. Talent, comprehension ability, and bloodline went without saying. If he could obtain this great opportunity, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step, and his future would be limitless. No wonder Luo Ho Wang dared to take the risk of bringing only 2 sovereign emperors, traveling light. Mr. Xiao, take this. As Luo Ho Wang's thoughts wandered, he took out a black talisman and handed it to Xiao Chen. This is for hiding. We will be heading to where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse is in 4 hours. Are the people of the Xiaowu dynasty already impatient and are about to make a move? Xiaowu dynasty. Yes, this group of people seems to be determined to obtain the corpse of the ancient demon monarch. However, since the corpse has appeared in the 9th underworld, this group of demonic cultivators is destined to be one-sided. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly startled. He looked into the distance, where the ancient demonic monarch's monstrous divine might condensed into a majestic figure. Was he finally going to get close? Although Xiao Chen had been in the final blood battlefield for a long time, he had not truly gotten close to the demonic sovereign's corpse. At that time, there is no need for Mr. Xiao to make a move. Mr. Xiao just needs to protect my son, Luo Ho Wang said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chen. Luo Ho Yun smiled and said, Father, go in peace. With Senior Xiao around, I will definitely not be in any danger. Luo Ho Yun was very confident in Xiao Chen. He was even more confident in his father. Be it his father or Xiao Chen, they were both unrivaled existences in Luo Ho Yun's heart. This little fellow simply does not understand the gravity of the matter. Luo Ho Wang looked at Luo Ho Yun with doting eyes. This time, he took the risk because of Luo Ho Yun. Luo Ho Wang wanted to give Luo Ho Yun a future that surpassed that of the Azura King and the Azura race. Let's go. Xiao Chen activated the black jade strip, and demonic qi immediately shrouded his entire body. His aura merged perfectly with the surroundings of the final blood battlefield. Interesting. This jade strip is really miraculous. Given this, even a faux god would find it hard to discover them. At this moment to others, Xiao Chen's group was like the baleful aura and resentment of the final blood battlefield. Soon, the group felt the ancient demonic sovereign's horrifying might and pressure. Their footsteps slowed. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Even in death, this fellow still possesses such divine might. How terrifying. When the group was only 5,000 kilometers away, Xiao Chen and the other sovereign emperors could already see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. This corpse wore scarlet battle armor, and his body was as huge as a small mountain. His eyes glared furiously as black demonic qi continuously spread out from his corpse, materializing thousands of mysterious phenomena. Many overwhelming ferocious beasts materialized by demonic qi stood around him, looking like they were alive, inspiring fear. Many factions stood 10 kilometers away from the demonic sovereign's corpse amid the demonic might, finding it hard to advance. Luo Ho Wang whispered to Xiao Chen, "Of these factions, the ones we really pay attention to are the Rakshasa race, the Yaksha race, and the Xiaowu dynasty's group. The leaders of the Rakshasa race and the Yaksha race are experts under Rakshasa Tian and the Yaksha king. They are 2 vain sovereign emperors. As for the Xiaowu dynasty's group, they seem to be from the royal court. If I recall correctly, the leader should be the current dynasty's 8th prince. As for the others, they are just some stragglers. There is no need to fear them." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There seemed to be another strong faction in the surroundings. However, like Luo Ho Wang and the others, they were all in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. As for those stragglers, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. With his sharp spiritual sense, he noticed that there seemed to be people of the righteous Tao disguised as demonic cultivators among them. If Luo Ho Wang was overly confident and rashly made a move, the consequences might be dire. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to be certain. If he said it, Luo Ho Wang would suspect him, so he could only keep it to himself. At the same time, the various factions made their final preparations, waiting for the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse to slowly weaken. The Rakshasa race group had 2 sovereign emperors and several heaven-defying sovereign personages. They stood 10 kilometers away. The Rakshasa race cultivators looked at the demonic sovereign corpse helplessly, unable to get any closer. Lord Feng Sun, we can't get any closer. The leader was a sovereign emperor with 2 divine veins. His family name was Feng Sun, and he possessed horrifying strength. As for the other sovereign emperor, his strength was ordinary. Feng Sun said after some thought, "It looks like we can only think of a way after this demonic might weakens. However, it looks like the Xiaowu dynasty's people have other plans." A sovereign emperor at the side nodded and said, "They might have a holy tool that can break the demonic might. However, they do not seem confident, so they have not made a move yet." After some thought, Feng Sun said, "Let's see how capable this group of demonic cultivators of the Xiaowu dynasty are." On the other side, the 2 Wuxia race sovereign emperors also looked at the Xiaowu dynasty's group. Not only that, but the rogue cultivators wandering nearby and the factions hiding in the dark also looked at the group of people. Back then, Xiao Chen blinded the Xiaowu dynasty's 8th prince Li Yun in the desolate sea's Azure Mountain town, forcing him to flee in a sorry state. Now, Li Yun's eyes had recovered. Not only that, but he was also a sovereign emperor. Li Yun must have cultivated in a secret realm in the demonic Dao Hall. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have increased so quickly. This time, he probably intended to take away the demonic sovereign corpse and make a comeback. "Senior Tang, are the holy tools not ready yet?" The 8th Prince Li Yun stood 10 kilometers away, showing a somewhat crazed expression as he looked at the demonic sovereign corpse. The 8th Prince could feel the gazes of many sovereign emperors on his group. He smiled coldly in his heart, not minding it. Although the abyssal underworld sovereign emperors of the various races did not get along, they were still people of the abyssal underworld. But in any case, they were all from the netherworld. If they were to fight, it was obvious that they would first get rid of this group of demonic cultivators. The 8th Prince had already thought of this before coming, so he did not panic. "Your Highness, it is not time yet. We are not completely confident yet. The holy tools can be used at any time." "However," Li Yun asked sullenly, "however what?" This old man is still somewhat worried about whether Yen Songming's group is reliable or not. The 8th Prince Li Yun smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. Even in his dreams, this fellow wants the flood dragon humans to have a foothold. I gave him a conferred land in the central Great Realm. There is no way he could reject it. In that case, this old man can rest assured. We can use the holy tools at any time with your Highness's command." Li Yun scanned the surroundings indifferently, finally locking his gaze on the demon monarch's corpse, regardless of how many people were hiding in the dark. He did not care what the Rakshasa race and Wuxia race experts thought. As long as he used the holy tools, everything about this ancient demonic sovereign would belong to him. Li Yun. Chapter 2194. The sky of the abyssal underworld was perpetually covered in dark clouds. Light rarely shone in the final blood battlefield. It seemed like time moved more slowly in such an environment. If one could not calm down, one would easily feel restless. This was the case for the 8th Prince, Li Yun. When he saw the demonic might not weaken at all, he cursed, "Damn it! Why is it still not weakening? Old Tang, I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool." Clearly lacking confidence, Elder Tang said, "Your Highness, if the sacred tool forcibly breaks the demonic might, it will not last for long. If we wait for the demonic might to weaken before using the sacred tool, we will be able to obtain the demonic sovereign corpse." Wait. How long? The longer we wait, the more variables there will be. This prince has already waited for more than 2 months. I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool. The 8th Prince said somewhat irritably, showing rage on his face. Elder Tang sighed. After thinking about it, this made sense. The longer he waited, the more variables there would be. Taking out the sacred tool in a situation that no one expected might have a miraculous effect. After consoling himself, Elder Tang took out the sacred tool. It was a strange weapon, the Scarlet Moon, a scimitar that looked like a crescent moon. The interior of the crescent moon was very complicated, looking like a skeleton connected together. The entire moon was close to 3 meters long, looking incredibly huge. It gave off a strange demonic might. Elder Tang showed a serious expression as he started to drive the scarlet moon. The divine characters on the skeleton seemed to come to life. Soon after, blood seeped out of the crescent moon. The entire moon looked like an ancient ferocious beast coming to life. Roar! In that instant, everyone in the entire final blood battlefield heard a terrifying, ferocious roar in their hearts. This is? Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as shock flashed in his eyes. As he looked in the 8th prince's direction, he saw a scarlet moon slowly rising. At this moment, nearly all the factions in the final blood battlefield looked over. Indeed, he brought out the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon. Luoho Wang muttered, not showing much surprise in his eyes. Scarlet Moon? What is that? A sovereign emperor at the side asked, feeling confused. Luoho Wang said softly, the dynasty's sacred tool is refined using a secret technique. I heard that the entire Xuewu dynasty refined only 10 of them. For a short period of time, it can make this saint tool reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool. While Luoho Wang was speaking, the 8th prince also made his move. He pushed the blood-colored crescent wheel with all his might. Boom! The dazzling blood-colored divine energy turned into crescent scimitars that forcefully split apart the demonic might and carved out a path. So. Li Yun's figure flashed, and the originally insurmountable barrier was broken. In an instant, he advanced 100 meters. The Xuewu dynasty experts behind quickly followed, not moving an inch. Following Li Yun's forceful breakthrough, the originally flourishing demonic might weakened slightly. Even with the blazing demonic might, it was hard to avoid being affected. Should we make a move? A Rakshasa sovereign emperor asked Feng Sun. Clearly, these people could no longer sit still as they watched Li Yun slowly approach the demonic sovereign's corpse. Feng Sun crossed his arms and replied indifferently, there's no rush. The demonic might has not weakened to the point where we can make a move. When he is halfway there, we should be able to make a move. If that is all he is capable of, he can forget about snatching away the demonic sovereign's corpse. Undercurrents immediately surged. An overwhelming aura accumulated in the dark. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Xiao Chen did not care about this. He was thinking, where is this brat Lin Feng hiding? Xiao Chen looked around and did not discover Lin Feng. He did not have any talisman to hide his aura. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, he realized that this fellow comprehended the horrifying death Great Tao. It would not be impossible for him to hide in this final blood battlefield. Actually, Xiao Chen had never considered this question. Would Lin Feng be interested in this demonic sovereign's corpse? If Lin Feng was interested, then this game of Go would be even more interesting. All the experts present, both in the open and in the dark, felt very tense. Only Xiao Chen remained as calm as still water, appearing indifferent. Luoho Wang, who was at the side, slowly showed a grave expression on his handsome face. His hands trembled slightly. The silly prince, Luoho Yun, seemed to sense this atmosphere as well. His originally cheerful mood slowly turned somewhat tense. No matter how stupid Luoho Yun was, even a fool could sense that the atmosphere was unusual. Luoho Yun seemed to already know that this operation was not as simple as bringing him here to broaden his horizons. Father Yuner is a little afraid. In reality, Luoho Yun's expression turned somewhat unsightly when the 8th prince took out the sacred tool. Luoho Yun was the weakest here. The instant that sacred tool appeared, even Xiao Chen felt fear in his heart. What more an insignificant star venerate like him? Only sovereign emperors could participate in this game of Go. Sovereign personages could barely be considered cannon fodder. Star venerates could not even be considered cannon fodder, just air. Luoho Wang revealed a smile on his tense face. He said softly, don't be afraid. Your father is here. Furthermore, with Mr. Xiao around, no one can hurt you. Luoho Yun seemed to understand. He asked sullenly, Father, what are you going to do later? Luoho Wang stared at the ancient demonic sovereign corpse and said, I'm going to fulfill my promise to your dead mother. Just wait in peace. Father will return after killing them. Your Majesty, we will definitely protect little prince's safety to the death. The group of sovereign personage guards said in unison, sounding somewhat solemn. Xianxia sighed in his heart. You are just a group of cannon fodder. If something really happens, it will be hard for you not to die. Luo Wang felt somewhat helpless. As he looked at the group of sovereign personage guards, some words did not need to be said. With just one look, everyone understood. This group of guards also knew that they were cannon fodder. At best, they would only give Luo Yun more time to flee. However, they still followed willingly. Such loyalty was hard to come by. Mr. Xiao. Luo Wang shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xianxia. Xianxia did not wait for Luo Wang to finish. He said seriously, Luo Wang, don't worry. Loose cultivators value benefits. I will definitely do my best to fulfill my promises. In that case, I'll leave it to Mr. Xiao. This is the remaining origin liquid. If you can return, come to my residence. I will give you an inferior grade soul tool. Luo Wang handed over a jade bottle containing another 10 tons of origin liquid. Your Majesty, they are going to attack. The two sovereign emperors at the side, who had been watching the situation closely, said softly. Luo Wang's expression immediately changed. After handing the jade bottle to Xianxia, he focused all his attention on Li Yun, who was about to reach the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. Heavenly Cloud Dawn Chop. Evil Wind Palm. Breaking Blood Sword. At the same time, the sovereign emperor experts of the Rakshasa race and the Wuxia race attacked first. The loose cultivators roaming the surroundings also attacked at this moment. In that instant, 10 odd sovereign emperors launched their attacks at the same time. Rumble. Immediately, all sorts of Dao domains clashed. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared, causing the sky to change color and the ground to tremble. Xianxia felt the talisman concealing his aura being affected. The baleful aura that he gave off rippled chaotically. However, at this moment, even if there was some chaos, it would not matter. No one paid attention to them at all. The scene of 10 odd sovereign emperors attacking at the same time was too shocking. Even for Xianxia, this was his first time seeing this, which shocked him slightly. The Tao might containing a divine nature appeared at the same time, temporarily suppressing the ancient demonic sovereign's overwhelming demonic might. Ha 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 ha. When facing so much pressure, Li Yun, who had the sage tool hovering above his head, did not panic. Instead, he laughed. His laughter contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He said loudly, Senior Tang, bring people to retrieve the demonic sovereign corpse's parts and essence blood. Leave the true god flame to me. I will deal with these people. The sage tool's might rose another level, reaching its peak. It burst out with the might of a medial-grade soul tool. However, this was not the most horrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that Li Yun's bloodline was perfectly compatible with that sage tool. It was like a medial-grade soul tool bringing out 80% of its might. Li Yun relied on the Xuewu dynasty's sage tool to block 10 odd sovereign emperors by himself. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. No matter who comes today, don't think of stopping me from obtaining this demonic sovereign corpse. I will reign supreme under the blood moon. After blocking 10 odd sovereign emperors, Li Yun laughed somewhat arrogantly, his laughter filled with cockiness. Feng Sun and the other two vain sovereign emperors gritted their teeth in anger. This Li Yun was nothing in their eyes. However, the sage tool's might was too strong. Even though they were two vain sovereign emperors, they could only barely block Li Yun's attacks. Everything proceeded according to Li Yun's plan. Suddenly, winds and clouds blew, and the aura of a ruler surged out. Luo Wang revealed himself, riding a bloodthirsty savage beast and holding a golden saber as he rushed over. Scatter! Those who block me will die. Luo Wang's strength as a three-vein sovereign emperor stood at the top. He led his two sovereign emperor subordinates and charged forward, sweeping through everything in his way. No one dared to block him. Luo Wang. It's Luo Wang. Why is he here? Damn it! Why is he here instead of guarding his conferred land? Damn it! Is this fellow crazy? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The moment Luo Wang, one of the four Azura kings, appeared, he shocked everyone, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2195. The moment Luo Wang appeared, his strong aura and vast accumulations as a three-vein sovereign emperor shocked everyone. When the two sovereign emperors charged over, No one dared to block them. Luo Ho Wang instantly inflicted severe injuries on some of the slower sovereign emperors, sending them flying back. Their survival was unknown. The strongest sovereign emperor present was only a 2-vein sovereign emperor. As for Luo Ho Wang, he had been a 3-vein sovereign emperor for many years. Of the 9 divine veins, every 3 was a threshold. If one could cross it, it would be a whole new world. If one could not, one would be stuck. While divine vein realm sovereign emperors were said to have 9 grades, in reality, there were only 3. Within 3 divine veins, one would be considered a small perfection sovereign emperor. After 3 divine veins, one would be considered a great perfection sovereign emperor. After 6 divine veins, one would be considered a consummation late-stage sovereign emperor. Luo Ho Wang's 3-vein cultivation could be said to be at peak small perfection. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. Unless a great perfection sovereign emperor appeared, no one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Although there were many sovereign emperors present, most of them fought for themselves, like a plate of loose sand. Shocked by Xiao Chen's aura, how could they dare to stop him? Luo Ho Wang only had one target, which was Li Yun, who had the dynasty's saint weapon on his head. His goal was even simpler: to kill him and seize the ancient demonic monarch's true god flame. But it wasn't easy to make it a reality. After all, Li Yun had used his own strength to block the terrifying attacks of 10-odd sovereign emperors earlier. The strength of a sage artifact was evident. When he saw Luo Ho Wang appear, a trace of undetectable panic flashed across Li Yun's arrogant eyes. He wasn't sure if the sage artifact could stop Luo Ho Wang, who was at the peak of 3 meridians. His fate would be even more miserable. It was hard to say whether he could even withstand 3 moves from Luo Ho Wang. Insignificant prince, how dare you behave atrociously in my Azura underworld? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not giving the Shua Wu dynasty face. Luo Ho Wang's handsome face was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. The accumulations of a king's might unintentionally spread out, causing Li Yun to feel immense pressure and even waver. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, he remembered that he had Yan Songming's help in secret. It was not impossible for him to fight. Furthermore, the demonic king's fire of the true god was his only chance to make a comeback. He could not give it up. Having made up his mind, Li Yun's heart no longer wavered. He bellowed, "Today, even if the king of hell from the 9th level of the underworld comes, don't dream of making me retreat. Luo Ho Wang, since you dared to show yourself, then I shall have a taste of your Azura tactics. Under the blood moon, only I am supreme." Li Yun shouted and pushed the might of the sage tool to its limits. The scarlet moon above his head looked like a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The image of a dynasty quickly materialized on the back of the moon wheel. Rumble! The foundation of the ancient dynasty was activated by Li Yun at this moment. A shocking demonic might erupted from his body, as though he had grown tens of thousands of feet tall. Screams of agony echoed in the air. The savage beasts that Luo Ho Wang and the other 2 were riding on suddenly died. Luo Ho Wang's indomitable aura was actually forcefully forced back. Their auras clashed, and this part of the world began to tremble. Woo 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 woo. The countless ancient war souls that had settled in the final blood battlefield for 10,000 years seemed to be startled awake. True cries came from the depths of the ground. There were even war drums that transcended time and space, sounding like thunder, ringing out endlessly. This made one's bloodline swell, and their battle hunger and souls burned. "I'll deal with this fellow. The 2 of you, go to the demonic sovereign's corpse." Luo Ho Wang instructed, getting his 2 sovereign emperor subordinates to stop Li Yun's subordinates from attacking the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. "You want to get past me? Forget about it. Lonesome moon lives alone." When Li Yun saw the situation, he immediately attacked, wanting to block the 2 sovereign emperors. Boom! The moon will sent out a scarlet light, encasing the 2. Then, Li Yun threw 2 palm strikes. The thousands of scarlet shadows in his palms immediately turned into layers of crescents, charging at the 2 Azura sovereign emperors. The crescents were like blood. As they spun, light and shadow changed. Scarlet light flickered endlessly within 5,000 kilometers. Earlier, these thousands of crescent moons blocked the many sovereign emperors, making them flustered and fatigued from dealing with them. Every crescent looked like a true blood moon, containing the vast might of a dynasty. With the support of the scarlet light, Li Yun's Dao domain reached peak third layer, appearing startlingly mighty. Luoho Wang snorted coldly, and a slender saber appeared in his hand. As the saber light moved, a force that could uproot mountains and rivers erupted from Luoho Wang's body. With his strong three-vein sovereign emperor cultivation, he forcefully broke these two terrifying palm strikes. The two Azura sovereign emperors quickly took advantage of this opportunity to get under the ancient divine emperor. Elder Tang and the others felt shocked. They had no choice but to stop what they were doing and fight these two Azura sovereign emperors. Damn it! Luoho Wang, you spoiled my plans. I'll fight it out with you. Sensing Luoho Wang's strength, a crazed look flashed in Li Yun's eyes. His figure flashed, and he actually took the initiative to attack Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang's expression did not change as he dealt with Li Yun calmly. It would not be easy to deal with this crazed Li Yun, who wielded a sacred tool. The two of them quickly clashed, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out continuously. The other spectating sovereign emperors immediately moved back. Of these two, one was a three-vein sovereign emperor, and the other was a madman wielding a dynasty's sacred tool. Neither was easy to deal with. No one dared to interfere in the huge battle. The scattered shockwaves were not easy to deal with. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He was already certain that aside from the experts of the Rakshasa race and the Yuxia race, there were definitely righteous Dao cultivators among the loose cultivators in disguise. When those loose cultivators retreated earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed a familiar aura. However, he could not recall where it was. Let's go. Not daring to take the risk, Xiao Chen led Luoho Yun far away. The Rakshasa race and the Yuxia race still harbored the thought of Luoho Wang and Li Yun injuring each other and taking advantage of the situation. Hence, they did not retreat far. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He did not want to target that ancient demonic sovereign, either. So, he led Luoho Yun far away, continuously retreating. Senior, I want to see my father. I don't want to leave. Luoho Yun was worried about his father's safety, so he resisted somewhat. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain, forcefully pulling him far away. They kept retreating until they were 500,000 kilometers away. Even then, they could still hear the earth-shaking sounds of battle. Little Prince, stop messing around. Mr. Xiao is doing this for Little Prince's safety. Luoho Yun only stopped after retreating 100,000 kilometers. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly consoled Luoho Yun, who had been making a fuss along the way. Luoho Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. I don't care. I want to see my father. I don't want anything to happen to him. I want to go back. As Luoho Yun spoke, he actually started crying. The group of sovereign personage guards could not do anything, feeling somewhat flustered. Xiao Chen could no longer stand by and watch. He ferociously stretched out his hand and flung Luoho Yun off the savage beast's back, causing Luoho Yun to fall heavily to the ground. You are a man. What is the point of crying? If you go back you will die. If you want to die, I will kill you now. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and released his killing intent, scaring the group of sovereign personage guards. Luoho Yun also panicked. Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. Little Prince lost his mother when he was young. He grew up with King Luoho and had a deep relationship with him. It is hard to avoid some. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly explained, thinking that Xiao Chen really wanted to kill. Xiao Chen sighed when he heard that. Then he said softly, since your father handed me to you, I have to take responsibility for you. The demonic sovereign corpse land is much more complicated than you imagine. You are just a star venerate. Going there is simply seeking death. In the end, Luoho Yun was not a fool. After being scared by Xiao Chen, he recovered his wits. However, he asked, Senior, will my father be fine? Xiao Chen did not feel confident. If he really had confidence in Luoho Wang, he would not have retreated so far away. Xiao Chen had made such a decision because he felt that something was wrong. That should be the case. Luoho Wang is a three-vein sovereign emperor. It should not be difficult for him to survive. That was all Xiao Chen could say. Right after he spoke, he suddenly felt the dynasty's accumulations in the distant scarlet moon weaken for a moment. This is? Not caring much, Xiao Chen opened a vertical eye on his forehead under the conical bamboo hat, activating his heavenly eye. Xiao Chen's vision continuously expanded. Finally, the scene of the demonic sovereign corpse land appeared before him. Cracks appeared in the scarlet moon above Li Yun's head. The dynasty's sacred tool seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Xiao Chen immediately rejoiced. Something must have happened when Li Yun forcefully broke the demonic might. Otherwise, the dynasty's sacred tool would not have lasted until now. Li Yun's crazed expression instantly paled in fright. He cursed as though he was trying to say who betrayed him. Seeing that he could not defeat Luoho Wang and that the sacred tool could not hold on any longer, Li Yun merged the sacred tool into his body and retreated quickly. Luoho Wang snorted coldly. Then, he wanted to pursue and kill Li Yun in one go. However, just at this moment something strange happened. Xiao Chen's heavenly eye suddenly felt a piercing light, and a trace of blood appeared. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and grunted. Then he quickly closed his heavenly eye, showing an uncertain expression. The instant the intense light appeared, Xiao Chen saw the person who attacked. It was the profound heaven's holy son, Wan Renyu. Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, who had conflicts with Xiao Chen in the Fogod world, stood beside Wan Renyu. When the three worked together, they seemed to activate some kind of secret treasure, instantly erupting with a Dao might that surpassed that of the dynasty's sacred tool. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Although Luoho Wang had been wary of others attacking in secret, he relaxed his guard when he saw Li Yun's defeat. Furthermore, he had not expected such a strong attack. Although Xiao Chen did not see what happened later, he could guess what happened. After Luoho Wang suffered such an attack, he was surrounded by 10-odd sovereign emperors. His situation was definitely not good. Chapter 2196. A piercing light lit up the entire final blood battlefield like the blazing sun. Even from 1,000,000 kilometers away, one could see the intense light and dazzling eyes. The light was too dazzling, blinding people temporarily. Aside from the intense light, they could not see anything else. When the intense light faded, Luoho Yun exclaimed in shock, "Light Dao domain! It's a righteous Dao cultivator." Why would righteous Dao cultivators appear in the final blood battlefield? Are these people tired of living? After the group of sovereign personage guards startled to their senses, they showed worry on their faces, clearly feeling ill at ease. How can it be like this? Did Luoho Wang think of it? What a terrifying light Dao domain! It is even stronger than the 8th prince's sacred tool. Although the light only appeared for a short while, not as long as the sacred tool's might, the might it erupted with was much stronger than the sacred tools. Luoho Yun and the other Azura race cultivators could not help feeling nervous. Anyone would worry about Luoho Wang's safety under such circumstances. Xiao Chen's expression had already recovered its calm. Before he came, he had heard rumors of righteous Dao cultivators in the final blood battlefield. However, these people hid very well, mixing in with the demonic Dao loose cultivators and deceiving them. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were humans, and so were the righteous Dao cultivators. As long as they hid their auras, others would not notice them if they did not. Furthermore, the baleful auras in the final blood battlefield were chaotic, easily disrupting the perception of cultivators. "Let's go. This place is no longer safe," Xiao Chen said softly. Luoho Yun and the others had not seen it, but Xiao Chen had personally seen Luoho Wang get struck. Xiao Chen did not know what the situation was now, but he was certain that Luoho Wang could no longer control the situation. "No. I want to go and find Father. I'm not leaving. Something must have happened to Father. I want to go and save him." Luoho Yun showed a flustered expression, his eyes bloodshot. Perhaps it was because of the father-son connection, but he felt that Luoho Wang's current situation was terrible. Speaking of which, Luoho Yun had been rather miserable. Before coming here, he had not known anything. He had really thought that his father had brought him here to broaden his horizons. He had not expected such a cruel thing to happen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Emotionally, he could understand Luoho Yun. However, rationally he had to leave. Luoho Yun tried to flee. However, he was trapped in Xiao Chen's Taiji force field, unable to move an inch. His demonic essence surged all over his body as he howled, but he still could not move. "Damn it! Let go of me! Let go of me!" Luoho Yun shouted angrily, cursing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He calmly ordered, Capture him. Let's go. The group of sovereign personage guards knew that Xiao Chen's actions were correct. Although they felt dissatisfied with Xiao Chen, they still did as he said. However, Luo Ho Yun suddenly became stubborn. He said, "Let go. If any of you dare to touch me, I will die in front of you." Little prince, don't be stubborn. Listen to Mr. Xiao and let's go. That's right. With the king's strength, there's no need to worry about self-preservation. At that time, if he comes out and sees that something has happened to you, little prince, then it will be troublesome. Luo Ho Yun refused to obey no matter what. He kept nagging that something must have happened to his father. Something must have happened. Xiao Chen sighed softly. Let him be. We will wait here for King Luo Ho. Xiao Chen understood Luo Ho Yun. After a 20-odd-year-old child erupted with emotions, he would inevitably lose his rationality. If Xiao Chen forcefully brought Luo Ho Yun away, something bad might happen. Since that is the case, so be it. Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. King Luo Ho really gave him a tough job. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with anything else. Then, he closed his eyes and cultivated peacefully on the demon blood vulture's back. Xiao Chen only spread out the Taiji force field. No matter how hard Luo Ho Yun tried, he could not struggle free. If Luo Ho Yun grew tired, he would naturally stop. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a horrifying demonic might surging towards him from the fog-covered battlefield. However, if one carefully sensed it, one would discover that this aura was already a spent force. Luo Ho Yun held on to his last breath and rushed forward. Indeed, when Xiao Chen could sense it with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this aura came from Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang rushed over with all his might. A group of sovereign emperors chased after him. The surprising thing was that the profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were among this group of people. These demonic Dao cultivators, abyssal underworld sovereign emperors, and righteous Dao cultivators actually worked together to chase after Luo Ho Wang. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Luo Ho Wang forcefully obtained the true god flame? After thinking about it, this was the only possibility that could make the various factions put down their differences and work together to deal with Luo Ho Wang. Boom! A strong wind blew, scattering the demonic fog for 5,000 kilometers around. Then, Luo Ho Wang's figure appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. Wounds covered Luo Ho Wang's body. The huge wound on his chest, which still gave off a profound white light, was the most ghastly sight. Along the way, Luo Ho Wang forcefully carved out a bloody path. From a distance, it looked like a scarlet river spanning 5,000 kilometers. Father! The somewhat distracted Luo Ho Yun erupted, tears flowing down his cheeks. Xiao Chen scattered the Taiji force field, and Luo Ho Yun struggled free. Then he started running frantically. Protect Luo Ho Wang. The group of sovereign personage guards could no longer hold themselves back. They all rushed out to block the group of sovereign emperors. When Luo Ho Wang saw Luo Ho Yun, he squeezed out a smile on his handsome face. Then, he leaped into the air and arrived before Luo Ho Yun. Pu Ci. However, the instant Luo Ho Wang landed, he fell to the ground with a plop. Then, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and coughed endlessly. Miserable shrieks rang out. The sovereign personage guards could not resist these sovereign emperors, instantly dying miserably. However, this group of sovereign personage guards was very ruthless. Before dying, they chose to self-detonate, making things difficult for the sovereign emperors. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and arrived beside Luo Ho Yun and Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang could no longer speak. Luo Ho Wang tightly held Luo Ho Yun's hand with one hand and tightly clenched the other, showing no signs of letting go. Yun? Luo Ho Yun looked at Xiao Chen. His eyes were red from crying as he said, "Senior, can you save my father?" "I beg you. I beg you," Xiao Chen said in frustration. How could a bona fide 3-vein sovereign emperor die so easily? If Xiao Chen handed over the true god flame, would these people dare to kill him, Luo Ho Wang? The Luo Ho clan also had older generation faux god experts. They were just children, yet they made it seem like they were parting forever. This made Xiao Chen feel a little sour. While Luo Ho Yun spoke, Luo Ho Wang already appeared weak. He did his best to raise his head and look at Xiao Chen. There was no need for words. Xiao Chen could tell what Luo Ho Wang wanted to say from Luo Ho Wang's eyes. Luo Ho Wang wanted Xiao Chen to protect Luo Ho Yun and let him inherit the true god's inheritance. Xiao Chen did not say anything. It was not that he was indifferent. It was just that he was a Heavenly Alliance member. Right now, he only needed to take away the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. There was no need for Xiao Chen to cause other trouble and take the risk of becoming enemies with so many sovereign emperors. Luo Ho Wang could not say anything. However, heavy sorrow appeared in his eyes. Now, it seemed like his life force was starting to fade. If one's heart died, even if one's body was fine, one would be no different from a dead person. Luo Ho Wang's final look touched the softest and weakest thing in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen thought of the faux god world. He thought of facing Lu Ruyue for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, suffering unspeakable pain. Xiao Chen thought of the days when his heart broke out like a living dead. The demonic fog lingered in the ancient final blood battlefield. Strong winds blew endlessly, dark clouds lingered, and a blood moon hung high. The souls of the deceased seemed to sing a sad song of the past in the howling wind, coldly watching the story of the day. The sad song remained forever. The battlefield never changed. The story was still the same. However, the heroes changed wave after wave. Sooner or later, we will all become heroes, legends, and later generations will recite our stories. Luo Ho Wang, are you a sentimental person as well? In that case, I, Xiao Chen, will help you this once. Xiao Chen nodded silently under the conical bamboo hat. When Luo Ho Wang saw Xiao Chen nod, he put down the bamboo hat and closed his eyes. Luo Ho Wang released his tightly clenched left hand, and the black flame immediately struggled free. Then, it slowly rose and hovered in the air. A dark demonic sovereign was always accompanied by fear. However, this black flame before Luo Ho Wang was dazzling, looking as pure as a star or gem. It actually looked somewhat holy. The 10-odd sovereign emperors behind immediately went crazy. However, not all the sovereign personage guards had died yet, still self-detonating. Even if they wanted to go forward, they did not dare to act rashly. Only Luo Ho Yun hugged Luo Ho Wang, crying his heart out. This silly fellow did not even know what agreement his father made with Xiao Chen. If the White Dragon King were here, he would definitely rejoice that he had a daughter. Giving birth to such a silly son was truly frustrating. Don't cry. Your father is not dead. Xiao Chen leaped down and grabbed the true god flame with one hand. Then, he used his other hand to carry Luo Ho Yun and Luo Ho Wang onto the demon blood vulture's back. When Luo Ho Yun heard Xiao Chen's words, he did not get angry at all. Instead, he exclaimed, "Senior, my father is fine?" Xiao Chen explained. Then he cut to the chase. Your father's injuries are just too severe. His body automatically entered a protective state, and he chose to forcibly sleep. When he recovers, he will naturally wake up. Don't say anything or ask too many questions. Take off the crown. Without sufficient intelligence, communication was difficult. Luo Ho Yun did not dare to say anything more. When he heard that his father was fine, he relaxed and did as Xiao Chen said, taking off the crown. Xiao Chen received the crown and glanced at the dying sovereign personage guards. Then he said calmly, "Let's go. Don't be foolish enough to jump down. You and your father will be fine." Luo Ho Yun startled awake. "Senior, what about you? Come with us. I'll bring you to the Luo Ho royal residence." There was nothing wrong with having good intentions. However, being brainless was not right. Xiao Chen felt helpless. "If I go with you, can you still leave?" Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain. He opened his left hand and looked at the ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame. Then, he made a move and forcefully separated the inheritance flame from the divine nature flame. Then, he gently tapped the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance flame and entered Luo Ho Yun's forehead. Before Luo Ho Yun could let out a startled cry, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet flame and soared into the sky. Xiao Chen did not care for the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance. However, the divine nature it contained was a great supplement to Xiao Chen. After giving Luo Ho Yun the inheritance and leaving behind this divine nature flame, Xiao Chen fulfilled Luo Ho Wang's promise. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It kicked up sand and nearly blew Xiao Chen into the air. Without needing to look, Xiao Chen knew that the group of sovereign personage cannon fodder should be all dead. The 10-odd sovereign emperors no longer held back, directly charging over. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only removed the 7-color stone from the crown, revealing the complete shape of a dart head. Then, he replaced it with his snow god whip. Back then, Hua Tianyang had shaken the world with the snow god whip, gaining fame and turning the Heavenly Alliance into a super faction. Now, the snow god whip was complete again. Even without a secret technique, as long as he could bring out 10% of its might, he would not fear this group of small fries. The many sovereign emperors looked at Xiao Chen, not acting rashly. Everyone had more or less heard of a mysterious demonic cultivator with a mysterious identity and strange whip techniques. However, they did not expect him to be with the Azura king. The Xiaowu dynasty's 8th prince leaped out and shouted, "No matter who you are, hand over the true god flame, and I'll spare you from death." 8th prince, it looks like your eyes are not completely healed. You can't even recognize me. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and casually tossed off the conical bamboo hat on his head. Then his black clothes exploded, revealing his white robes and long hair fluttering in the wind. "It's you. It's Xiao Chen. Lord Feng Sun, he is Xiao Chen, the Xiao Chen who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone back then." When the 8th prince clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off, completely stunned. The profound Heaven's Holy Son, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were equally shocked. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Those Rakshasa cultivators also recognized Xiao Chen. This was the dragon race cultivator that Rakshasa Tian wanted dead. Kill him. The group of Rakshasa cultivators could no longer suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. They roared, and 10-odd sovereign emperors charged at Xiao Chen at the same time. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said, "All of you withdraw for this Xiao." Xiao Chen grasped the snow god whip with his right hand and gently swung it. Immediately, the scarlet whip, which looked like plum blossoms, gave off a startling crack in the air. Pa! The talisman scripts in the whip came to life. The instant the crack rang out, the 7-colored dart head gave off a magnificent light. Suddenly, pear blossoms filled the land. That crack of thunder caused snowflakes to fill the sky, covering the vast land. The 10-odd sovereign emperors felt their souls tremble as they vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the crack of thunder knocked them back. Chapter 2197. What whip is this? The group of people were scared out of their wits. Just a single thunderbolt had shaken them all away and even wounded their souls. Boundless white snow covered the ground, making the final blood battlefield look like a world of ice and snow. White covered the entire world. The baleful aura and resentment that lingered on the battlefield seemed to be covered up for now, vanishing without a trace. The might of the snow god whip startled the group of sovereign emperors. Xiao Chen was similarly shocked. However, after this strike, he felt like some of his soul was sucked out. The soul energy in his divine seal drained a lot. It looks like I forced myself to use this snow god whip. I wonder how long my soul energy can last? However, it should be enough to deal with these people. Humph! Let's see what you are up to. The 8th prince Li Yun roared, unwilling to submit. Then, he brought out the scarlet moon and charged at Xiao Chen again. Elder Tang, who was beside Li Yun, also charged over, trying to use the Xiaowu dynasty's sacred tool to suppress Xiao Chen. No matter the price, I have to kill him today. Shock flashed in the profound Heaven Holy Sun's eyes. Back in Peach Blossom City, he had not truly cared about Xiao Chen. However, now that Xiao Chen showed such elegance, the profound Heaven Holy Sun sensed danger. If Xiao Chen obtained the true God flame, it would be terrible. As the profound Heaven Holy Sun spoke, he gritted his teeth. Then, an astrolabe appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the sky. As the astrolabe spun, it turned into a vast star chart that covered the entire sky. Stars flickered, and a river of stars surged. Covered in starlight, One Yu charged over again in a flash. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. When he saw that astrolabe, he recalled some matters. He could not help saying, One Yu, it turns out that you were the one who came to steal my ethereal immortal palace key in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. The mystery was finally revealed. Xiao Chen could not help feeling shocked. This fellow really hid himself deeply. One Yu retorted coldly. So what? After today, you will be a dead man. Could it be that you can report me to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter? Xiao Chen, we'll settle the score between us today. Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu hated Xiao Chen to the bone. Back at the Faux God World's God-conferring platform, Gu Yuhan, Mu Yunzhu, and the others got chopped in half by Xiao Chen. If not for their master begging the Holy Lord to help, they would have died long ago. The experts of the Rakshasa and Yuxia clans calmed their souls for a moment before charging over. After being knocked back by the thunderclap, these sovereign emperor experts no longer dared to hold back. They either took out their soul tools or executed their secret techniques. For a time, many Dao domains joined together and pressed down on Xiao Chen. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chen's aura. He executed all sorts of killing moves, vowing to kill Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not panic. He activated his fourth-layer Thunder Dao domain and used all sorts of secret techniques to deal with the attacks. The snow god whip in his hand continuously unleashed might. Pa, pa, pa. Immediately, heavy snow flew, and thunder crackled. Xiao Chen brandished the whip, the snow god whip changing thousands of times, dazzling everyone's eyes. Thousands of plum blossom petals surrounded Xiao Chen. Against the backdrop of the heavy snow, the plum blossoms looked as vibrant as fresh blood, looking poignant and beautiful. Using the might of the snow god whip and the supreme dragon fist, Xiao Chen fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors without falling into a disadvantage. However, Xiao Chen knew that this was only temporary. When he drained his soul energy and could no longer swing the snow god whip, only death awaited him. I need to end this quickly. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8th Prince Li Yun. Li Yun scolded, "Little mixed blood dragon, what are you looking at? Once your soul power is completely exhausted, this prince will definitely tear your body apart and extract your soul." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. Of these people, Li Yun was the weakest. Furthermore, Li Yun had fought a huge battle with Luo Ho Wang and was no longer at his peak. Who knew where he got his confidence to be so arrogant? You overestimate yourself. I'll start with you. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he dodged Wenren Yu and Mu Yunzhu's attacks. Then he shook his hand, and the flexible snow god whip suddenly charged at Li Yun like a venomous snake. The plum blossoms exploded, and the dart head made of 7 color stone turned into a beam of light as it shot out. It expanded infinitely in Li Yun's eyes, shattering the crescent moon that Li Yun sent out and piercing into his forehead. Just as the dart head was about to strike Li Yun, a figure rushed over. Your Highness, be careful. It was Elder Tang. He flew forward and blocked this sure-hit attack. Poochie! The instant the dart head entered Li Yun's forehead, a crisp bang rang out. Li Yun's head exploded into powder, and he could not be more dead. Bang! The dart head did not lose any momentum, knocking Li Yun, who was behind, into the air. Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood, and the scarlet moon above his head fell to the ground. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and beckoned, collecting that scarlet moon into his storage ring. Now is the time. This moment of distraction gave the other sovereign emperors a great opportunity. They locked onto Xiao Chen at the same time, launching all sorts of killing moves at close range. Sweeping away 1,000 armies. Xiao Chen roared as he infused his soul energy into the snow god whip. The snow god whip became like a spear as it swept out. In an instant, the various killing moves broke. The shattered mysterious phenomena filled the air, and shockwaves spread out. Xiao Chen felt that if he continued to use the snow god whip in such a gradual manner, he would exhaust himself to death sooner or later. I'll go all out. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline and entered the state of martial and soul as one. Then, he brandished the snow god whip without any care for his soul energy. Pa! A thunderclap shook the sky. The snow god whip split a demonic Dao loose cultivator, who had yet to open a divine vein, in half. Pa! 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 Without any care, Xiao Chen's soul energy drained like a gushing river. He appeared to be in a frenzy. However, the horror of the snow god whip was fully revealed. Every time the whip landed, it tore open a crack in the ground. Terrifying demonic chi came out of the cracks. As the snow god whip lashed out madly, it was as if the world itself was shaking. It was as if the world was collapsing, and no one dared to block it. Pussy. Cracks appeared in Wenren Yu's star chart. Even though she managed to avoid the danger, she still managed to escape. Even though Wenren managed to avoid the danger, the whip still tore his flesh, causing him to shriek miserably. As the crazed Xiao Chen held the snow god whip, he looked like a demon god descending upon the world. In just a short moment, this boundless land had been shattered into pieces, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Without exception, the many sovereign emperors were all covered in wounds. The sovereign emperors who had not opened a divine vein could not even block one whip, instantly dying miserably, their souls extinguished. Go! 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 This fellow is crazy. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were all frightened out of their wits. They no longer dared to linger and fled. No one knew what would happen to them if they got struck. No one dared to gamble on whether they would die or not. Let's go. After all, we did not come to this final blood battlefield for the demonic sovereign corpse. It is not worth losing our lives here. We still have time. When Wenren saw the cracks in the star chart and the whip images whipped him into a miserable state, he did not dare to linger. After communicating with Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu, Wenren quickly retreated. Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu could no longer hold on. After receiving the voice projection, they quickly fled. As the world crumbled, Xiao Chen gave chase while holding the snow god whip. Xiao Chen did not know how long he could last. He needed to inflict severe injuries on these people, killing as many as he could. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. This was advancing as a way to retreat. After chasing for 2 million kilometers, Xiao Chen stopped only when he could no longer see anyone. After overdrawing on his soul energy, the backlash started. Black cracks appeared on Xiao Chen's face as if his soul would scatter. Gritting his teeth and snorting coldly, Xiao Chen took out the ice-fire lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then he opened his left hand, which he had kept tightly closed during the battle. Without hesitation, he quickly sent the black divine nature flame into his forehead. Boom! The exhausted blue dragon divine seal, which was crying piteously for food, instantly received great nourishment, frantically absorbing and refining this divine nature flame. Unable to care much, Xiao Chen refined the divine nature flame on the spot. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated his energy. A scene of 10,000 dragons flying in the sky and diving into the ground appeared behind him. The ancient demonic sovereign's divine nature flame far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. After an entire night, he managed to refine only 10% of it. However, this 10% allowed his soul energy to return to its peak, go even higher. If he could completely refine it, he wondered how great of an opportunity it would be. However, Xiao Chen had no choice but to stop now. A person had appeared on the ice-fire lotus platform. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw Grim Reaper Lin Feng walking over. The other party showed a calm expression, not showing much emotion on his face. Lin Feng had been around all this while. Xiao Chen knew that Lin Feng had many opportunities to kill him when he fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors. However, Lin Feng did not make a move. Clearly, Lin Feng was not a sinister person, someone who did not like to kill people behind their backs. Lin Feng only showed up now because he wanted to wait until he recovered before making a proper move. When Lin Feng arrived 50 kilometers before Xiao Chen, he stopped moving rhythmically. As he walked over, Xiao Chen could not feel any killing intent or aura. The instant Lin Feng stopped, the aura of the Death Dao domain turned into an overwhelming killing intent surging towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's divine seal flickered. 3 Dao domains of the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao instantly appeared, layering over each other and blocking the aura of the Death Dao domain 25 kilometers away. Whoosh! The instant the 2 terrifying auras clashed, they silently merged into the surroundings, entangling with each other. I know that you will definitely not hand over the holy relic. Let's make a bet. Whoever wins will take the holy relic and leave. Lin Feng said slowly, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Chen. As Lin Feng spoke, a green arrow image coiled around his right hand like a snake, flickering with a ghostly light. Xiao Chen flipped his hand and caught the seed that Mu Zifeng handed him with 2 fingers. Then he nodded and said, "Sure."